total and a bit of a platform.
Finally, how much have you enjoyed the Houston Challenge leading this Central team?
Yeah, it's been great. It's always good to come out on grass. I know facilities around the country are sort of few and far between, so to get on grass, have some good competition against high-quality opposition, it just makes it a bit easier to come here for 2 weeks and do that, yeah.
Corey, all the best to you and your team. So there you have it. The MLC East have won the toss, and they will be bowling first. So yet another day in this Houston Challenge. The MLC Central team batting first in this one, and will be Saidip Ganesh up against Justin Dill. Ramiz Raja Jr. at the other end as well. Brian Walters alongside me.
Good morning, Nikhil. Another fantastic day's worth of cricket ahead. I believe it looks as though the conditions are perfect. And from what I could see from the first few matches that were played in the series, unfortunately I wasn't able to be here for the first few days, but very competitive matches, a couple coming down to the very last pair. And thus far, this is going to be appears like it's going to be a barn burner.
Have to wait and see. First time having you yourself at the Houston Challenge, Brian.
Oh.
Well, lavish from Ramiz Raja Jr. Just a classical player. Will get through the point region for a boundary.
Ramiz Raja, generally a pretty aggressive batter, but honestly, in almost any form of cricket, if you got to deliver that's that short and that wide, that's easily put away for 4. But yeah, so this is the first time I've been here for this tournament or for the series. I guess I should ask you here, Nikhil, what has it been like so far? Oh, right through him. Whoa, what a comeback. Pitched up, right on line with middle stump, maybe kept a touch low, and right through the defenses. The first wicket goes down here, Nikhil.
Well, signaling that it may have seemed a bit in to hit that middle stump. But what a ball to come back for Justin Dill. We've seen him really cause problems throughout this Houston Challenge for all the teams. He's been one of the better bowlers. And really good delivery. Ramiz Raja, again, short stay at the crease. Comes to an end. Just goes for 4. And early trouble for the MLC Central. Remember, Brian, a fresh surface. Haven't used this in a couple of days. Dill, again, with those strong wrists, just gets that ball to move in so late.
Just looking at the replay here, Nikhil, an appreciable amount of seam movement that came in off of the seam, maybe on about a 4th stump line, and jagged back into the batter. Ramiz Raja Jr. not able to get his bat down in time. And, you know, looking at it live, it appeared that it kept a little low, but in looking at the replay, it's pretty regulation bounce that hit maybe the top of middle stump. So that's more, I think, a testament to how Dill is able to get the ball to move off the seam versus any tricks with the pitch. You mentioned it's a brand new strip, has not been played with or played on so far in this tournament from what I understand. The first 3 deliveries bounced relatively appreciably, which is what you want. You want consistent bounce. And then this one pitched up a little bit more, knocking back the middle stump.
So end of the first, 5 for 1. Big wicket for the MLC East. Of course, winning the toss, Brian, electing to bowl first.
I don't think that that's very shocking. In most of these games so far, that early morning moisture and maybe slight unpredictability with regard to the pitch. I think the default setting for most of these captains is to choose to bowl first, particularly for a 50-over match. You'd expect that batting would be much easier in the afternoon versus first thing in the morning here in Prairie View. So that's not shocking to me. I think what's incumbent on these batters, particularly the pair now, one opener and then one down batter, is just to take some time. You're not playing a 20-over match. You have all of 300 balls at least at this stage now, 293 more balls. You want to make sure that you take enough time to see what the wicket is doing. Make sure to, in essence, you're seeing the new ball off and you're also learning the pitch. And maybe you can start being expansive a little bit later. But as of this stage, I think you want to make sure that things are in place, that you're just setting up an appropriate platform for your team.
We do have 2 slips to start for the MLC East, so going aggressive with his captaincy, Dane Pete. Also a packed offside field. Corner dry. He will get that steep bounce given his height. It's not the first time in the tournament, but haven't used it in a while. We used this on the first day, Brian. Saw USA Invitation 11 put up 250, the highest score of this challenge. Since then, though, they've gone to that further left surface. This is the first time coming back to this one.
In looking at it before the match started, and we all, of course, we saw your match report, or your pitch report rather. I'll get back to that shortly. It appears to be the type of wicket that you'd want to bowl first on. I saw a couple of instances or a couple of places on there where there may be a few cracks, not appreciable cracks, but cracks that could potentially play in the minds of the batters as they look at the pitch. And of course, if you're a corny dry, you're a good enough bowler under any circumstances, but for a pitch that's offering any assistance, you certainly can be deadly. So this pair of Dill and Dry, I think, 2 great opening bowlers, and I think the Central has their hands full here.
A good short ball. The bowlers that can go to that shorter delivery, like the Cornet Dries, like the Calvin Savages, Carmi LaRue we've seen, they've actually been, even Rusty Theron, have probably benefited the most because of that variable bounce. When they do go short, some deliveries really kick off and can threaten the batters, but also some do stay low. So just leaves that bit of indecision, which works in their favor.
Oh, you mentioned the bounce that Corny Dry gets from his height. I would estimate that he's probably about your height, Nikhil, probably around 6'3", 6'4", and tremendous bowler. Just good upright action, high arm or high release point, exactly the way you'd want it as a pace bowler, and just comes through with really a good, aggressive approach to the wicket and explodes through the delivery. I think he's really almost a textbook classical fast bowler.
Well, he cuts that one and cuts it really well. Saideep Ganesh opening the batting today. And just gets it to the gap. No field on the boundary in this power play.
So Justin Dill picking up the attack again from the highway end. This is his second over. First delivery just sort of defended into the outfield or into the inner circle. Justin Dill, tremendous bowler in his own right. Maybe not quite the pace bowler that Corny Dry is in terms of the pace at which he bowls, but really good fast bowler, good action, good movement off the seam generally. This ball is punched to mid-on for a quick single. And I think more than anything else, he has the control necessary to be able to bowl in these in the field restriction overs. Of course, here in a 50-over match, the first 10 overs represent the first power play. During those first 10 overs, you can only have a maximum of 2 fielders outside of the circle. Looking now, there is a fielder down at fine leg and a fielder at third man. Pretty standard for an opening fast bowler.
Well, the one thing I will say that I notice about in this series especially, those strong wrists behind the ball is what gets it to move that sort of sideways the most, because yes, the grass will assist that sideways movement off the seam, but because he's able to push his wrists across the ball, it really does help him to get that bit of extra movement like we saw to Ramiz Raja.
Oh, what a great ball. What an absolutely great delivery. Lifting and just leaving. You mentioned the seam movement he's able to get. The ball that bowled Ramiz Raja jagged back into him and beat his defenses, knocked over his middle stump. This one dancing away from Sai Ganesh, missing the outside edge and flying through at a really good height through to the keeper. So all of his skills are on display here, Justin Dill.
This is very similar to Saurabh Netravalkar in his spell, 5 for 18 yesterday.
Wow.
He's really able to put down a masterclass for the U.S. Invitational. Just fell short, though, of that win. Winning by 2 wickets, the MLC West team. Really a cracking game. We had some cracking games in this Houston Challenge, Brian.
Wow. Kind of an ambitious shot there by Ganesh, looking to break the shackles a little bit. He's been there 11 deliveries, now 12. Looking to slap that one over backward square. Luckily for him, not making contact because there's a man placed there. I said fine leg earlier. It's more of a backward square leg that would have been potentially going right in his direction.
So always tough to deal with when that ball is bouncing that high off of a good length. For batters, you have to readjust. End of the third over, 10 for 1. So Corner Dry, just the 1 over for him, conceding 4 runs. What's key, though, for this MLC East team in this first power play, Brian?
I think you're doing, if you're the MLC East team, what you want to do. With the exception of 2 bad balls that were cut away for 4, one from each of these opening bowlers, Corner Dry and Justin Dill. What you're wanting to do is just establish that line and length that would test the batters. You want to draw them just a little bit forward. You want to make sure that the line is such that it doesn't allow for any expansive shots or any pressure release sorts of shots. And for the most part, they've done that. The score is 10 for 1, but again, 8 of those 10 were due to 2 bad deliveries that were both cut away for 4. But apart from that, I think they're doing exactly what they want to do, and they're being well supported in the field by Captain Dan Pete. Oh, look at this. Pulled away massively. Maybe not timed as beautifully as he'd want to, but it still goes all the way to square leg for 4.
Well, Nitish Kumar, looking for those runs, hasn't really found much time in the middle in recent games, so we'll look to make this his opportunity. Latched on to the pull really quickly. And we've seen a lot of batters score from that short delivery. The ball's just sat up in the surface. It's been much easier to hit.
Good comeback delivery by Corny Dry. Just a little bit fuller and on off stump run down to short third man for a single. So something to pay attention to here, Nikhil. You mentioned how that short ball just sort of sat up. It will be interesting to see what the pace is in this pitch, because that pull shot, again, you could argue that it was the ball sat up, and then the pull shot itself ended up well in front of square, which suggests that the ball is not, or the pitch itself is not quite as quick as we've seen it here in the past, because that's, I think, something that we're going to want to pay attention to throughout the day.
What a classy shot that is from Sadiq Gane. Just hold the pose, cover drive, and really good stroke of class.
Well, I mentioned that Dane Pete was supporting his bowlers. There's, of course, 2 slips in position for the majority of the match so far, early days yet. But immediately you see one of the slips out as the field is becoming a little bit more defensive. And look at that. I think that one may have just come off the inside edge, popped up into that short mid-wicket area with 1 ball remaining. It appears as though the field that's being set now, Nikhil, is almost encouraging that play through the offside. The one slip is out. The line and the length that Corny Dry is bowling is now maybe slightly fuller and on off stump, almost like you're encouraging the batters to drive through the offside. On that occasion, Ganesh taking him up on the invitation.
Well, has he even hit on the pad? He's given straight away. So Corny Dry, 9 runs conceded in the over, goes full again. He's brave and he gets his man.
Well, we'll say more about this after this quick break. The score is now 19 for 2. We'll be right back.
So Sadiq Ganesh got to go for 9, played a couple really good shots, but he caught in front. Martin Iamdar sent him straight away.
I'll tell you what, I mentioned that Corny Dry appeared to be bowling a little fuller. Now, this one was very full. It was right up there, Yorker length. And looking at the replay here in our position here in the commentators area, Nikhil, it looked, in my mind, pretty adjacent. It appeared to be banging into middle stump, maybe middle and off, somewhere in that line. But certainly, umpire Martin Inandar not having any doubts as to where that ball was headed. In his mind, certainly headed to rearrange the furniture. So the second wicket goes down. Corny Dry, after having gone for 9 runs in the over, comes right back to have the last laugh at the end. 19 for 2 the score.
Yeah, definitely on the back leg. Easy decision in the end for the umpire. He just sent him straight away. Corny Dry didn't even really appeal. So end of 4. Been a pretty up and down start for both teams.
Whoa, Justin Dill starting back out. And look at this.
And he's pulled out the dive, which I think has just saved him. Nitish Kumar almost met Marty Kane at the other end.
Which generally, meeting people is a really good thing. But when you and your partner are both at the same end, that generally is not a very good thing. Yeah, I think that dive definitely saved him in the end there. That could have been disastrous. And I think now, of course, both batters are in the center of the pitch talking about it, because I thought there are many ways to get out in this sport. The one way that you do not want to get out is by giving your wicket away via the run-out route. So Almost disastrous there.
Yeah, Nitish Kumar, as I said before, has been dismissed pretty early on in not only the Houston Challenge, but also the Houston Open. So we'll want to really spend some more time at the crease.
Wow.
Marty Kane in at number 4. Have seen this from the Central team. Usually bats at number 6 or 7 for the U.S., but here again for the Central in the top order. A good move for you.
I think it's interesting. He's been short of runs in this tournament so far. In speaking earlier to a couple of the members of team management. Oh, look at this. His day is done. From around the wicket, Justin Dill knocks back his off stump. I was about to say that the members of management wanted to see him spend some time at the crease. Unfortunately for him, his day has come and gone. Bowled comprehensively by Justin Dill for naught.
Well, the batting woes continue in this tournament for teams, especially batting first. Marty Kane, just 2 balls. And his stay comes to an end. Dill again in the wickets. Saw him run ravage through that U.S. Invitational 11. Then through the MLC West. He's doing it all in this Houston Challenge. Have a look at it again. Justin Dill. Off stump, out of the ground.
Wow. What a great sight that is for any fast bowler to see the off stump or really any of the stumps just completely knocked out of the ground. This one hit the top of off stump. I was about to comment on the fact that Dill immediately went around the wickets to the left-hander. Typically, as a bowler, you do that if you're targeting the stumps because generally a better angle for left-handers to go across him where you have the keeper and the slips into play, and that tends to be a bit of an uncomfortable angle for left-handers. But Dill obviously with the plan to just go right in and attack the stumps. That's exactly what he does here. And now all of a sudden, speaking of left-handers, Corey Anderson is the one. Captain Corey Anderson being asked to pull his team out of a really difficult position here.
Well, Corey Anderson did get a start. Already finished not out for his team with 44 when they were only able to muster 195. So it has been a major lone standing batter in this Central team. And the rest of his team will be looking to fill that void. He still have Willem Laddick, Zia Shazad, Ali Sheikh, who can all bat. Calvin Savage even has shown that he also can contribute. But to lose 3 wickets inside the first 5 overs, Brian, never a good thing in a 50-over game.
I don't know that in any form of cricket, unless you're talking about a T5, that you'd want to lose that many wickets that early. But these are huge body blows. When you start talking about you losing a Ramiz Raja, Sai Ganesh, and Nitish Kumar, Marty Kane, players of that stature will always be called upon to be able to produce runs for you. And when you lose those wickets, it almost appears that the first objective at this point is to be able to bat through the entire innings, because immediately you're on the defensive, and no question that the MLC Central is in trouble and MLC East is on top. 20 for 3 after 5.
So already making a bowling change, Corner Dre out of the attack, which is pretty surprising given that he's just taken a wicket. But it will be I think that's Abhiram Boliseti for the MLC East team. So change already. Surprising, Brian, after just tries 2 overs?
I have to say that's surprising. And you almost wonder what the objective is, because the Pacers, the 2 opening Pacers, truly had MLC Central well and truly on the back foot. Abiram Bolaseti, maybe it's a developmental move. In other words, you're putting young Bolaseti into the position where he would sort of become acclimatized to the conditions and almost wanting to make sure that he is able to get bowling at this stage of the match. If the only objective was to keep pressure on, I would have to think that, especially in a 50-over match, you'd want to get at least 5 or so overs out of your opening pair before you start switching, because they definitely were under pressure.
I just think, though, you want to, if you have a strike bowler on taking wickets, just think you want to just finish the job off. It's really shocked to see the MP take Dre out of the attack. I'm sure we'll see Dill continue. Obviously, you want to keep your bowlers fresh, so give them short spells. Bolaseti, another one of those under 19 players in this Houston Challenge.
I like this youngster. I like his stick-to-itiveness. He generally bowls first the second change. I think he has shown a penchant to grab the bull by the horns. But I think, to your point here, Nikhil, I certainly would have wanted, had I been the captain that had the team under pressure, I would have wanted to stay with the opening bowlers a little bit longer.
Corey Anderson, yeah, to get off the marks. Wanted a single there, sent back by Kumar. Nitish Kumar, I think, very important now for this Central team. A run the ball 8, has spent some time out there. And he's also been able to watch what's happened from the other end, seeing about 2 wickets go down. So he, I think, will be ever crucial to this Central. Such a good player. Nitish Kumar would have played, obviously, for Canada at the international level for a long time, so he's got that experience. Now coming over to the United States.
First wide ball of the day, umpire Matin Inandar from the forest end, opening up those arms. So a slightly different approach for the bowlers in terms of bowling to the left-handers. So you see the where Justin Dill immediately went around the wicket to the left-handers. Abiram Bolaseti choosing instead to go across the left-handers from that over the wicket angle, which generally speaking I prefer unless there's a specific objective that you're trying to accomplish. It's always better for me as a right-hander to go across the left-handers. I think you pose more problems from that angle. And as I say that, he goes around the wicket, and this ball is left alone by Corey Anderson. So with a young bowler like Bolaseti, you could potentially make the argument that one of the reasons why he delivered a wide 2 deliveries ago was maybe not quite accustomed to the over versus around the wicket, and certainly the left and right hand combination might be an issue for him also. Apparently for him it's easier to get the line that he wants bowling around the wicket, hence his change.
Yeah, Corey Anderson, again, I think he looks much more settled at the crease than we've seen from some of the other Central batters.
Mentioned Corey Anderson and how settled he looked. In the one game that it was played so far against the USA Invitational Team, Central Division, or Central Team, Corey Anderson top scored with 44 from 50. This ball is clipped to square leg, no run. That should be the, yep, that is the end of the over. So after 6, scores 22 for 3.
the 6 overs, 22 for 3. Justin Dill will continue. He's already got 2 to his name. And just has really enjoyed bowling on these green tracks at the Prairie View Cricket Complex, PV5 specifically. Look at the movement again. More sharp in sort of movement towards Nitish Kumar.
Well, that delivery snaked in. A little bit of extra bounce and angled in toward Nitish Kumar. Did a good job actually fending it off. And in fact, when he played that shot, his bottom hand, or top hand rather, controlled the defensive poke entirely because his bottom hand was completely off of the bat. But did enough to keep it down, and in the end got a single for that. This will be an interesting matchup here. Justin Dill, of course, I think you could easily say the pick of the bowler so far. 2 wickets already to his name and looking very threatening. 3.1, 3.2 overs now. 2 for 8. Tremendous bowling on his part. And, of course, Corey Anderson with all the experience of an international player, as many years as he played for the New Zealand national side. This will be an interesting matchup.
Well, if you're now joining us for the first time today, the Houston Challenge. We've had 4 days of blockbuster cricket since Tuesday. And really and truly has been enjoyable. I like to call it the festival of cricket. You've got 50 of the best cricketers from the USA all in one place, battling each other.
Wow, look at that delivery. A little bit of extra bounce, surprising Corey Anderson. Looks as though he got wrapped on the glove, pulling that bottom hand away awkwardly and then taking a couple steps away to sort of think about that delivery. But a really awkward bounce off of a good length. So, you know, something we talked about a little bit earlier, Nikhil, where the bounce, it's not egregious, but it's slightly inconsistent. And some deliveries that are on that length carry through somewhere around waist height, and that last one just leaping up at the batter.
That one, a short delivery, but doesn't rise that much. Corey Anderson did really well to make sure he stayed underneath. A bit perplexed at the moment at this variable bounce. You can see him telling Nitish Kumar there, one has just shot up.
Yep.
Others have gone straight through. But a man of his international experience, he would have batted on all types of surfaces over his career. So experience proving to be the valuable asset in this situation and on these surfaces.
Testing over. Another great over from Justin Dill. 4 overs complete for him. 7 complete for the innings. 23 for 3. Bowler sets it back for his second over. First delivery defended into the covers by Nitish Kumar. Nitish Kumar, 9 runs from 10 deliveries faced. He has a big job to do here with his captain, Corey Anderson, who is not yet off the mark. He's faced 13 balls. Overall score of 23 for 3. So a slow start. Run rate so far 3.29, and this is driven just deflected by the backward point fielder. They run through and get 2 as the throw comes back into the keeper's end. So 2 more to Nitish Kumar. He now goes into double figures, moves up to 11.
So Sateja Mukamala doing the fielding there. Very excited to see him with the bat in hand. A little later on for the MLC East team. Boliseti challenging him with the bounce. Getting some fierce bounce as well, but it has to reball that one. The direction, the problem on that occasion.
I like seeing the aggression shown here by the young Boliseti, though, because you can sometimes fall into the trap of thinking that this is just a young guy. His main job is to get the ball somewhere close to off stump and hope for the best. But he's definitely challenging on that occasion Nitish Kumar with a short ball.
So far, though, Kumar has done relatively well, you would think. Being able to score about a runner ball. Looking for that run every delivery. And just speaking of some of the players, Brian, yesterday, they've all think that the way to play on this surface, you look at Harmeet Singh, 27 from 26 balls to beat the USA Invitation 11. A real match-winning knock from him. But just being positive, I think that's what the players have concluded the best way to play on these tough surfaces, especially early on. And that's what Nitish Kumar has shown. He's had that intent to score, and so far has paid dividends.
I think it speaks to the mental approach that you have to take as a player. You can either be defeated by the pitch, or you can put the pitch out of your mind and play your natural game. And yes, that will, for the most part, in some instances, that might be a detriment, but for the most part, I think that approach is going to work best for you.
Nicely driven, but straight to the fielder. So just one delivery remaining in this 8th over. 26-3, pretty much the ideal start from the MLC East team. And this central batting, we know that it is suspect. But they were able to post 150, and they've shown that they've got the metal in terms of the bowling attack to defend it. When they defended that against the USA Invitational team, Brian, keeping them to just 142. End of the 8th, 26-3. So 2 overs remaining in this power play. The Central want to get through it, make the most of scoring with 2 fielders outside the circle. But also the East will be looking for just one more strike. Want to make the most out of Justin Dill's first spell. He's back for his 5th.
Now, see, I like this angle better, as I was saying. Bowling to Corey Anderson, that he noticed that he's now bowling over the wicket. And that ball was angled across Anderson, pitching maybe leg stump and darting away towards the slips. So poking at that ball almost tentatively was Corey Anderson, not able to make contact. But this angle, I think, is going to be a lot better bowling to the left-hander. And you mentioned looking for another strike from your number 1 bowler so far. It'd be interesting to see whether or not Captain Dane Pete considers putting back a second slip into position, because from this angle, with Corey Anderson not yet off the mark, I'd be inclined to put pressure on him to see how he handles it. And in fact, you now see Justin Dill immediately signal to the umpire that he wants to go around the wicket. So changing things up a little bit here, Justin Dill, pulling out everything from his bag of tricks, where you see the variety not only in terms of each delivery, but in terms of the angle of attack. Now going around the wicket to look to spear that ball into Corey Anderson.
And Dill has bowled really well from over the wicket to across sort of the left-hander. So I'm kind of surprised he's opted to go around. But when you do bowl over, you take that leg before a decision almost out of play. So could possibly want to bring the LBW into the situation.
That certainly would be the thinking. I agree with you. From that left arm, from that right arm over the wicket angle to the left-hander, you'd have to either be pitching it and straightening it or else swinging it into the left-hander to get LBW. So from over the wicket, LBW effectively is out of the equation. But what you bring into the equation is the keeper and the slips. Anderson, of course, now off the mark. Nitish Kumar looking to face the last ball here in the 9th over. Kumar 11 from 15, from 16, check that. And Corey Anderson 1, having a good look to start his innings, 1 from 18.
Yeah, it's pretty uncharacteristic from Corey Anderson. You don't mind that, though, in this situation, given his team has lost 3 early wickets and he needs to rebuild at this stage. In 9 overs, 27 for 3.
Bolisetti continuing his 3rd over. First 2 overs not yielding anything in terms of wickets taken, but generally bowling a good line, with the exception of that one wide ball that went down the leg side when he tried to bowl a short delivery. It's bowling to Corey Anderson. Anderson now 1 from 18. Again, to your point, Nikhil, taking a good hard look. I think more so designed to make sure that his team gets out of trouble here. Of course, those of us who are West Indians will remember Corey Anderson from several years ago, who scored a century from memory in about 14 balls. That might be an exaggeration, but only slightly. So he has the capacity to be able to score quickly in bunches, but that's not what's being called upon here for the captain. His main job is to pull his team out of trouble.
Yeah, Nitish Kumar doing well as well. The hard part on this surface has been to get in. Once you get in, Monak Patel has shown you have to cash in. Aaron Jones and Xavier Marshall both got big scores on day 1 of this Houston Challenge when the USA were able to post that 250. 68 for Marshall, 70 for Jones. So they have shown the blueprint on how to score runs on a similar surface. That is the shot of the day.
Oh, my goodness. Absolutely lovely. A little bit overpitched by Bolisetti. Not the most horrible of deliveries. It was on off stump, slightly overpitched, but just Kumar leaning into it and essaying a beautiful, beautiful cover drive all the way for 4. Timed beautifully, too. There was a 4 that was hit in that direction earlier in the innings, This one is timed a lot better and racing a lot more quickly across the outfield. 4 more runs to Kumar. So here's where the learning comes into effect for young Abiram Bolisete. Let's see what this next delivery is. You're wanting to draw the batters forward, but you don't want it to be that full. So you look for him to pull his length back just a little bit. That's a much better delivery. Defended into the backward point area. So good learning being exhibited here by Bolisete, showing that that last delivery that went for 4 was slightly overpitched. He wants to make sure that he finds the right line, which is the off-stump line, and he kept that same line but just pulled the length back just a little bit. So good adjustment on his part.
You still have to wonder, though. I think may have been more than just tactical to take Corny Drought the attack after just 2 overs, because they've looked a lot more comfortable against a bowler who's good from Bolisete, but just not as much pace as Corny Dry. Ends the first 10 overs. The power play completed 32 for 3. Right, and of course, another reason he could have taken Drought the attack, he was going at over 6.5 runs per over. Do you think that's why maybe we saw the change to Bolisete?
I wouldn't think so. Of that 6.5 runs and over, an appreciable portion of that was that one horrible wide ball, that got crashed away for 4. But also bear in mind that in that second over that he gave up 9 runs, but he also took a wicket. So you'll accept, as a captain, you'll accept 9 runs every over if it will get you a wicket at the end of it. So I don't think it was a matter of him being too expensive. And I think I agree with you that maybe some objective at play other than doing what you need to do every single move designed to win the game. Maybe part of the objective is to make sure that you help with the development of some of these younger players like a Bolisete at the back end of this tournament. I would not be surprised if that were the objective in that instance. But other than that, I'd have to think that you'd give your 2 best strike bowlers the option of being able to utilize that new ball as much as possible to make inroads into the batting side as much as you can. Staying around the wicket this time is Dill to Anderson.
Yeah, has been very confident to leave. It's a sign of a player who knows where his off stump is. Anytime a player can leave that confidently, as Anderson has shown so far in this innings, and with the slips in place, you don't want to take those risks by putting your hands there, because we have seen so many deliveries just flash and just brush the bat on the way through, which can then cause you to lose your wicket.
To that point, he's leaving those balls from around the wicket. So from around the wicket, the ball is angled in towards the stumps. So you absolutely have to have full confidence in where your off stump is to be able to leave with the ball angled in towards the stumps. That truly is the hallmark of a player. It sometimes feels like a small part of cricket, but it's actually a very important part to know exactly where your off stump is and know which balls you can leave or you need to leave and which balls you can play at. And if your objective, as Corey Anderson's is to bat deep into this innings, he's doing the exact right thing here. And there he goes again.
Yeah, happy to leave yet again. Corey Anderson.
Taking a good, hard, long look here, Corey Anderson. 2 from now 24 runs faced. 24 balls faced, rather. Maiden over. Another good over from Justin Dill. He's bowled 6 overs, 2 for 9. Scores 32 for 3.
So given Nitish Kumar's experience, he will want to get that wicket. So Dane Pete's gone to himself. He's backing himself, the captain, early on. So the first sign of spin we've seen today, Brian.
Not surprising. Dane Pete, of course, the former South African international. Needless to say, very experienced. And with the team now being into the second power play overs, those middle overs from 11 overs, 11 through 40, you can have up to 4 fielders outside of the inner circle. I don't know that Dane Pete would need all of those 4 outside, but just to give a different look to Nitish Kumar, 15 from 21, so striking it right around 73%, wanting to make sure that in some ways he calms things down from that end.
But he does get off the mark straight away. Yeah, does have the long on, long off. And then 2 fielders on the deep leg side boundary. That was for Nitish Kumar. For the left-handed Anderson, who I think that's been the main reason why Pete has come into the attack. Because you've got the left-hander on strike.
That certainly would have been part of the thinking. Left-hander, of course, facing the off spinner, that ball would be leaving. If there's any turn, if there's any purchase, it would be leaving Corey Anderson. And of course, you see a slip in position exactly for that eventuality. First 2 deliveries to Anderson from Pete, drawing Anderson forward, and he'll be looking to keep him quiet. And of course, Corey Anderson not showing any objection to remaining quiet. He's certainly wanting to take as long a look as he can. 50 overs, of course, a long way to go in this innings, and having lost those 3 wickets up top, they're going to want to make sure that they stay as conservative as possible.
It does have a lot of spin he can go to. In terms of Sanjay Krishnamurti, the left-arm spinner, as well as Aditya Gupta, leg spinner. But with Corey Anderson at the crease, I don't think Pete will want to bowl too much of them, bowling the ball in to the left-hander. Yeah, doing the right thing here, much like what we saw in the Central's first game, where Anderson was just able to get in. Took a while, but then when he did get in, really accelerated. End of 12, 33 for 3. So after a long spell, first spell from Justin Dill, corner dry into the attack. A change of ends for him after just 2 overs where he was able to pick up that crucial wicket of Saideep Ganesh.
Corner dry coming now, switching ends and bowling from the highway end. It'll be interesting to see if there's any difference in the amount of pace and the amount of bounce he's able to get from this end. Of course, Justin Dill showing that there was a tremendous amount of movement, appreciable movement, and additional bounce. Corner dry much taller and definitely quicker than Justin Dill. Keep an eye on what he's able to do from this end. Hitting the bats pretty hard here, corner dry. But Nitish Kumar, so far equal to the task, riding the bounce pretty easily, and on that occasion just dropping it down into the backward point area for a quick single.
Yeah, has been happy to just see this out, Corey Anderson. I think Nitish Kumar, for the first time in weeks, really able to spend time at the crease, will be a big relief for him. Someone that always puts in his work and just a really genuinely skilled cricketer, Nitish Kumar.
This is also an interesting matchup. Corner dry again. You'd expect to get a lot of bounce, but this last delivery not bouncing very much at all. Taken by the keeper, almost ankle height. Corner dry maintaining that over the wicket angle to the left-handed Corey Anderson. Something we've talked about a few times before.
Again, very close to that off stump, but just always seems that he knows exactly where that stump is. He's able to cover that up. So it's been a very low-risk innings thus far. Needed at this stage, you would expect. Brian?
I like this approach by Corey Anderson. He's been there now for some 32 deliveries, only 2 runs to his name. But he's almost playing a role that you'd expect a test batter, a test opener to play, where you're just wanting to calm things down and make sure that you see the new ball bowlers off. Take the energy out of the attack, and then the idea would be you could cash in later. Look at that. Again, speaking of leaving, because on that last ball of the over, corner dry going around the wickets, lifting delivery, but I think left, look at the replay to make sure, but that was left on length. So Corey Anderson, of course, taking a good hard look and judging the ball superiorly well, not only based on the line of the attack, but also on the length. Yep, definitely. That would have been maybe a third or maybe a fourth stump line, but confidently leaving that ball alone as Corey Anderson. So good batsmanship from him, even if it doesn't show in the scorebook just yet. 34 for 3. Then Pete to continue his second over. Nitish Kumar looking to break the shackles a little bit, coming down, skipping out of his crease to meet that 1.5 volley. Now a single taken. Then Pete firing that one through a little bit more quickly, maybe to counteract the dancing ability of Nitish Kumar. And now we're back to Pete versus Anderson.
Yeah, we like Dane Pete with the way he bowls, especially with this win. We'll get a bit of drift as well. This will be the wicket, though, that he will want captain to captain. Just seemed like he put some extra bit of revs on that one. Stayed a bit low.
course, Corey Anderson making sure that takes no risks. You would not expect to see him take any risks against. Oh, what a great delivery that was. Tossed up a little bit more by Dane Pete. Pitching and leaving Corey Anderson through to the keeper. At first slip, fielder will be interested. The keeper will be interested. And, of course, everybody will be. If you are the East, you're going to want to have this wicket taken as easily as possible, as quickly as possible. Overall run rate now 2.56 here, Nikhil. I don't think that will be a big concern. As I mentioned, I think the objective, particularly being exemplified by Corey Anderson, is just to stay there long enough to steady the ship. We're now 14 overs in. The score is 35 for 3.
Well, only once in this Houston Challenge have we seen, Brian, a team bat the full 50 overs. So clearly, if you want to have a chance of winning, you've got to bat and use the full time.
One of the cardinal sins of playing a limited over match is to not be able to bat all of your balls. All of the balls allotted to you, of course, in a 50 over match, you have the opportunity to bat 300 legal deliveries. You just, even at a rate of 2.56 runs per over, you just want to be able to make sure that you have the entire opportunity to face all of the balls that are allotted to you. Corner drive back into the attack. First ball is whipped down to backward square for a single by Nitish Kumar. He's now up to 19 from 28 faced. So studying contrast here for these two. Nitish Kumar, so far the more enterprising of the two. Corey Anderson, by comparison, 37 runs faced, 2 runs scored. 37 balls faced, rather, and only 2 runs scored.
Yeah, very uncharacteristic. Don't think I've ever seen him bat this. So obviously barring the red ball format. But it's good versatility, good maturity. He's showing as the captain, the leader of this central team. That 44 he got in the last game was really the lone standout for this team.
Anderson now up to 39 balls faced, and something to pay attention to here, Nikhil. I mentioned Corey Anderson scored 100 against West Indies. That was West Indies against New Zealand, December 31st, 2013. On that occasion, Corey Anderson, 131 not out from 47 balls. So today, he scored 2 from 39 balls faced. Powerful pull shot. That's going to run away for 4. That's more evidence of the type of innings that you would ordinarily see from Corey Anderson. Short and easily pulled away for 4. That short ball not getting up very high and did not pose much of a threat to Corey Anderson.
Well, that's what time at the crease does for you.
Yep.
And again, another short delivery pounced on. Anything short, they haven't learned, these bowlers. Just too easy in the end.
That delivery. Of course, if you're going to bowl a short ball as a fast bowler, you want it to be up around the neck area. That one is not much higher than waist height. Maybe that length as a short ball would be a little bit more effective, but Corey Anderson leaving that one alone. Not much danger in that ball. But of course, you know, Corey Anderson, a lot older now, obviously, than 9 years ago when he scored that 100 against, 8.5 years ago when he scored that 100 against West Indies. But the ability is still there. The temperament is still there. It's just that the assignment on this occasion is slightly different.
These again. Was that your favorite Corey Anderson moment, Brian?
It was, if by favorite you mean the one that caused me to absolutely despise everything about the New Zealand team at that occasion, look, I'm a fierce West Indian supporter, so of course I wanted the West Indies to win that game. Very honestly, we were never really in with a shout to win that game. Looking back at the scorecard right now, New Zealand 283 for 4. Jesse Ryder 104 from 51 balls, so he wasn't exactly a slouch either. And then Corey Anderson 131 from 47 balls, 6 fours and 14 sixes. And in response, we didn't offer much resistance. Dwayne Bravo high scored for us 56 from 54 balls, but I'm telling you that Corey Anderson himself is just a tremendous, tremendous cricketer. And again, even 8.5 years on, still has shown an ability with both bat and ball to still be able to command a cricket match.
I think mine has to be, is this one will run away from runs. Don't think he'll get to the boundary. Mine has to be that 95 he played for the Mumbai Indians, where they chased down, I think it was 180 in 14 overs. Unbelievable.
Needless to say, a tremendous batter in all formats of the game, particularly the shorter formats. In some ways here, Nikhil, Corey Anderson is almost, the captain of a cricket side, in effect as a player coach. But I think he's taking on even more of a role of coach in his opportunity to play cricket here in the States, because he is attempting to inculcate knowledge of just the professional side of being a cricketer to all the youngsters and the professionals in the side who maybe have not been around as long as he has been. So his role is a little bit different, I think, in addition to being able to perform with bat and ball, as this ball is attempted to be swept down the leg side, missed out. But I think he's playing a slightly different role. It's almost like he is a captain slash coach slash mentor all at once to these players who, again, are good cricketers in their own right, but maybe have not been around as long as he, or have not played the level of cricket that he has.
Well, just the other day in this Houston Challenge, we saw him bowl for one of the very first times. So hoping to see him with the ball today. Again, that will be the first drinks break. End of 16 overs, 43 for 3. And after this, Peter Delapenna will join you, Brian.
Welcome back to the Prairie View Cricket Complex here in Prairie View, Texas, about 50 miles northwest of downtown Houston. I'm Peter Della Pena, and I have the great fortune of sitting alongside Brian Walters. Brian, it's not a good morning, it's a great morning to be sitting alongside you.
Peter, I show up at a cricket match and I look across the way. I don't see the big cowboy hats, so immediately I'm wondering exactly what the reason is. For some reason, you're wearing a, who is that? The New York Nets or New York Mets?
Sadly, the Mets.
The New York Mets.
It's a hard knock life being a Mets fan, Brian. 2-0 to start the season. I don't know if it's going to get much better than that. Jacob deGrom is down with a shoulder injury. Don't know when he's going to start. And in spite of that, the Mets starting off 2-0. I'm feeling good about life.
162-0 on the cards.
You never know. Cornet Dry running in after the drinks break. And immediately testing Nitish Kumar.
Something to pay attention, Peter. We've seen in the past where the pitch misbehaves just a little bit for the first hour and a half or so of a match, and then it settles down into a more predictable fashion. That delivery from Cornet Dry ended up about where you'd expect for a bowler of his stature to get the ball to leave the batter and end up by the keeper. And that one on that occasion looks like it stayed a little low, deflected away and runs away for 4 runs, but something to pay attention to there because that was a similar length delivery. Didn't get up quite as high as Nitish Kumar was looking, but it luckily for him got some bat on it and went away down to fine leg for 4.
You've been talking about the pitch misbehaving. Corey Anderson, he's sitting in the front row. He's staring the teacher right in the eye on his best behavior. 6 off 44 balls. A man who at one time, when I was sitting in the bunker in Building 3 out in Bristol at ESPN, I cut the highlights for his 35-ball century, Brian. New Year's Day 2014. You know what it's like up there.
I do.
It's not the same thing out here today, though. Long way away from that 35-ball century. And that just shows you the conditions here. It's a much more challenging wicket than what we saw at the Queenstown Events Center on that New Year's Day, Brian.
Well, we were talking about that earlier. 131 from 47, and so, yes, he did get to 135 balls. The assignment today is a little bit different. His main job is to make sure that he guides his team through to at least a competitive, somewhere close to competitive total. And Nikhil and I were talking earlier, Peter, about the fact that none of the teams so far have batted a full 300 balls, which would be something close to a concern. Maybe that's objective number 1 here.
Well, what was going through my mind when I was standing out on the boundary earlier is I think this is completely intentional by Corey Anderson. He's just wanting to prove a point to his teammates to say, you know what, guys, it's really not as bad as you're trying to make it out to be. On a serious note, I think he's just determined to lead by example and show, you know what, we're going to bat all 50 overs on this wicket. As Kumar flashes outside off stump. Doesn't get bad on it, but he's impressed me with his footwork, Corey Anderson. He's very confident, striding forward or striding back. He makes an immediate decision, and he's left very well. And a lot of these deliveries that guys have kind of prodded away from their bodies to get out, nibbling behind, he's left alone. And then the ones that have been on the stumps, again, he's been very confident going forward or back just to block everything out. We've only seen that really one attacking shot, that pull shot that went to the boundary just before drinks. His Cornet Dry runs in again. And this one is hitting Kumar high up in the thigh. No shot for LBW from Cornet Dry. Just the boundary in that over. 47 for 3 after 17. Yeah, we saw the string of dismissals in the first 5 overs where Ramiz Raja, Saideep Ganesh, Marty Kane, bold LBW and bold with deliveries that looked like they were keeping low. But as you said, Brian, if you can grind out that first hour or so, batting does become a little bit easier out here. And Corey Anderson hung in there as Dane Pete comes in, and a sweep shot. The appeal goes up, and it's given out. Corey Anderson had been trying to do that. He's sweeping with the wind, but against the turn. And that's the danger that was posed by Dane Pete.
Wow.
We'll have a look at the replay coming up here, but all that hard graft by Corey Anderson is not going to be able to be carried on. Central captain
Wow.
goes sweeping. We're going to have a look at the replay coming up here, Brian. What's your take?
Certainly, it was drifting toward the leg side. We're not directly behind the umpire's line of sight. Excuse me. So it's hard to tell. From our angle, you could probably make the argument that it's hitting leg stump. I think what's more the point, though, is that Corey Anderson had played 6 from 44. So he was taking a good, hard, long look. And I think on that occasion, his judgment left him. He played across a delivery that essentially was too straight to play. So he may not have anyone to blame but himself for that shot.
We had a long chat on air yesterday with Dane Pete about this, and he talked very meticulously about how he bowls with the wind like it is. And the wind is blowing into Corey Anderson's body. It's blowing from the end that Dane Pete is bowling at, the forest end. It's blowing into the left-handers, and it's blowing away from the right-hander, Willem Ludick, who's just come out on strike. And he was saying his number one objective when he's got the crosswind conditions like this is LBW, because he's trying to get the batter to misjudge the line. The line is going to change from the angle that he releases the ball at. The initial line of the ball, if it looks like it's going to be on off stump or fourth stump, the wind is so strong here at Prairie View that it can drift that ball all the way in towards middle and leg stump. And then if it straightens like it did there, that's when the finger goes up from the umpire. So that was part of the plan Dane Pete was discussing on air yesterday. LBW comes into play quite often for spinners in these conditions. If you can get the batter to misjudge the line, as Nitish Kumar flicks this through the leg side for an easy single.
That is really interesting analysis on your part, Peter, because you could easily see on the replay, while we were slightly shielded in terms of where the ball hit, because the umpire was almost sort of blocking our line of sight, but you could easily, definitely see the drift into Corey Anderson. And so potentially you could have made the argument that he should have been playing that ball with a straight bat. In fact, not potentially. He definitely should have been playing that ball with a straight bat. You're always taking a chance when you're playing across the line to a ball that's that straight.
As Ludick punches this straight to Simon Kamal at extra cover. We'll try and have a look at the replay in between overs again, just to see what Brian is talking about again with the drift. As Dane Pete continues, and Willem Ludick confidently striding forward to blunt this back to the bowler. 1 ball left in this 18th over. And this time giving it some more air and watchfully kept out by Ludick. So 3 runs in the over, 2 off the bat, but crucially the wicket of the captain, Corey Anderson. And here is that replay. So you see where the ball starts, and here it is, Brian. You're talking about that wind. That's what's taking the ball.
Yeah.
So he's playing for what he thinks is going to be a fourth stump line. He thinks he's safe sweeping outside off stump.
Mm-hmm.
And all of a sudden, that ball will wind it back a little bit. From midair, you can see how much this swerves in the air towards middle and leg stump.
Definitely done by the drift. You're absolutely right. That would have been, had that not drifted, it would have been maybe just outside off stump, right on the fourth stump line. But that drift takes it to where it's pitching maybe middle and leg and then straightening. And from that angle, about the only thing that could have saved him would have been height. But I don't think height was an issue at all. It was hitting him maybe halfway below, between his shoe and the knee roll. So easily, I think, going to be hitting the stumps. At the most, that would have been maybe hitting leg stump, but in all likelihood, looking at the replay again, likely middle and leg. So he was definitely out.
Got fantastic production work on this replay. See it one more time. And there, that drift, and Dane Pete knew it. He had it locked in.
Looking at the replay, Corey Anderson knew it. 'Cause he immediately turned and walked away. You know, if you're a batter and you're giving out LBW and you don't think you're out, usually you see a little bit of a reaction with your body language, but I don't think there was any doubt on his part that he knew was out.
DT Gupta, the North Carolina teenager, the leg spinner coming on now. Ooh. And this one's sliding down the leg. To Nitish Kumar. Gupta, one of several Carolina teenagers here. Abiram Bolasetti, we saw it. Full medium pace first change from the forest end of the ground earlier. And Rohan Fadke is the other North Carolina teen who's here in Prairie View this week.
Interesting action. It's almost like a leg spinning right-handed Sohail Tanvir, where he delivers that ball just a split second before his front foot is planted. Maybe somebody like a Bhaskar Yadram, who was in action here earlier the week.
Something in the water here in Texas, Brian, bringing out these unorthodox actions.
If you're a batter and you're accustomed to a more, let's call it a more conventional delivery where the front foot is planted and then the ball is released, that slight split second where the ball is coming to you more quickly than you're accustomed to can, I think, potentially play a role in disrupting you a little bit.
Slight change in the field here with Willem Ludick on strike as deep square leg comes in and mid-on goes back to the rope. So currently the boundary riders outside the power play now. Deep mid-wicket, long on, long off, and a cover sweeper in place for Aditya Gupta.
Youngster seems to be bowling well so far. Generally the right line and length. Has not been attacked in any way yet. It'll be interesting to see how he reacts if he were to be attacked. But as of right now, they're essentially just piling on the pressure. 4 wickets down, 51 runs on the board. Check that, make that 52 runs on the board. And I think the task is very, very difficult from this stage because the Central has just lost their captain. Struggling right now, I think, to just put something on the board worth setting a target to and giving their bowlers something to aim at. 52 for 4 is the score after 19. Here we get a replay coming up of Gupta's angle or Gupta's action, as we talked about. Coming up right there. Releases the ball just a split second before his front foot plants. So seeing here right again, just excellent work by Roddy in the production area. Really difficult to time that type of bowler because the action is so unorthodox. But tremendous bowling. Take away from his unorthodox release point. He's bowling at the right line and the right length. So he's always going to be somebody who poses a problem, not just with his action, but with the way that he releases and delivers the ball as well.
Now we get a polar opposite in the form of Sanjay Krishnamurti, left-arm spinner who doesn't get more technically sound with his left-arm orthodox spin.
Krishnamurti, of course, bowling now to 2 right-handed batters. It would have potentially been an issue if you were bowling to Corey Anderson. But with the 2 right-handers at the crease, Krishnamurti, the left-handed finger spinner, is turning the ball away from both of these right-handers. So that's the angle that you'd want. So not surprising at all that when Corey Anderson gets out, Captain Dan Pete brings on both his leg spinner and his finger finger spinning left-hander. Both of those bowlers are having the ball leave the right-handed batters.
And Kumar playing him well off the back foot here for a single to the cover sweeper. Now, Brian, I've heard quite a number of people. First and foremost, Earl Daly, who coached the Mid-Atlantic champion under-19 squad here in Texas last year. They describe this kind of bowler, Sanjay Krishnamurthy, not as a left-arm orthodox spinner. They call him left-arm leg spin.
I have heard that. Okay, if you look at the definition of a leg spinner is a bowler who spins the ball from leg to off. But I think leg spinner sort of doesn't quite capture what a left-handed spinner is doing. So technically, a left-hander does move the ball from leg to off.
Doesn't call him a left-arm wrist spinner. Calls him a left-arm leg spinner.
But he's not a wrist spinner. He's not spinning it with his wrist.
No,
He's
exactly,
actually
yeah.
spinning it orthodox.
But can you technically call him a leg spinner, even though he's not a wrist spinner? if he is turning the ball from leg to off, which is what he's doing.
Which is why I never use the term leg spinner when I'm talking about a left-hander. I'll either say an orthodox spinner or an unorthodox spinner. Because orthodox is a finger spinner, turning the ball again from leg to off to a right-hander. But a leg spinning right-hander, of course, is somebody who turns the ball, uses his wrist, turns the ball from leg to off. A finger spinning left-hander does the same thing, except that I would have genuine concerns about calling such a bowler a leg spinner.
It's 59 for 4 after 20. As the run rate starting to creep towards, drum roll please, 3 runs per over, Brian.
2.95. We're in rarefied air here, Peter. Now, bang! Look at that. Where did that come from?
And not just that, into the wind. That just shows the muscle of Willem Ludick. He had his spinach this morning for breakfast, Brian.
Oh my
no doubt about that.
goodness.
Have a look at the replay on this.
Oh, my. I think the problem with that delivery was more so the line rather than the length. And looking at the replay, that was well down the leg side. And Willem Ludick, of course, taking full advantage of that. That releases the shackles just a little bit. That run rate that you refer to now, Peter, actually with that shot is now above 3.
I've got temporary amnesia. He's not hitting into the wind. He's hitting with the wind. That's part of the reason why that ball sailed. He still might have had spinach for breakfast, though, Brian. I'll give him credit for that.
Very honestly, that ball landed probably 5 yards over the boundary. I don't know that hitting into the wind would have made any difference whatsoever. Willem Ludick, of course, a big, strong guy. So if he hits it, as they say, it stays hit. Quick single. Oh.
He's had his spinach for breakfast, and he had quite a lot of spinach growing up for breakfast in South Africa, too, Brian. He's got a very strong build, standing well over 6 feet tall. He's a very talented all-rounder. You'll see him bowl later today. And this time a single taken to the cover sweeper by Nitish Kumar, who is flown under the radar. All the attention was paid really on Corey Anderson and his very stoic vigil blocking everything out. And now Willem Ludick with that 6. No love for the Canadian.
Well, something else to mention. When you take a good, hard look, as Corey Anderson did, and I think you're exactly right. I think he was trying to prove a point to his teammates that you can graft and actually get to the point. This is a lovely shot. That might run away for 4. Diving attempt by the sweeper out there, not able to get to it. So 4 more runs. The first double-digit over in terms of runs in a really long time. The score moves on now to 71 for 4, Peter.
He had his spinach for breakfast, and he's been practicing those forearm curls, Brian, as well. With that shot, just a lot of strength, just muscling that through extra cover, timing and power behind that. And that one was into the wind. So we know he's following the Burt Cockley strength and conditioning nutrition plan as well.
Absolutely.
71 for 4 after 21. And my, oh my, Brian, forget 3 runs, but we're approaching 3.5.
Next level stuff here, Peter.
Sanjay Krishnamurthy continues. And there's that touch of variable bounce, but Nitish Kumar has got his eye in and does very well with soft hands. Just tap and run behind point. That's all you need to do.
Nitish Kumar so far has shown very good control. Generally landing the ball where you want to. Touch expensive, 7 runs from 1.2, but I think he's the type of bowler, once he settles on that good line and length as a left-handed finger spinner again, you want to be somewhere around off stump with that ball leaving the batter. Curious as to whether or not, as to why there is no one catching. You'd think for somebody who's only been at the wicket a very short period of time, Ludick, of course, with that big shot a few minutes ago, but has not been there for very long, only been there for 17 balls now. At this stage of the innings, I would expect to see a slip in position, particularly with the left-hander bowling to 2 right-handers.
Well, we saw Corey Anderson being very aggressive with his captaincy, and the same from David White yesterday. When they've had teams down under pressure with wickets early, they've kept the slips in, and they've kept the fielders in too. This is one of the few times this week we've seen 4 fielders on the ring at this, or outside the ring at this stage of the match, as Sanjay Krishnamurthy is able to string together some dot balls to finally tie down Willem Ludick. Just 1 run in that over, 72 for 4 after 22. It's been very unusual to see 4 fielders on the boundary. I don't think we've seen it since Monday, since that first day of matches, which was also involving the MLC East squad, when we saw a 200-plus total on that day.
Nitish Kumar now back on strike, 34 from 48.
On a rare misfield, Sanjay Krishnamurthy. It's not often you see that from him. And it turns a dot ball into a 2. Cleaned up by the sweeper, but a rare miscue at extra cover by the teenager from Northern California. Somebody who typically fields at backward point in the slogovers. He's at long on, deep mid-wicket. He's one of the most reliable fielders, so it's highly unusual to see him make a mistake like that. And at a ground where runs have been hard to come by this week, it's just going to help build the confidence of the Central East, Central pair even more. And that's a freebie from Gupta, but he's only able to get 1 out of it. The sweeper cutting it off.
Peter, we were talking earlier. Opening bowlers, Corny Dry and Justin Dill. Justin Dill bowled 5 overs on the trot up front. Corny Dry, 2 overs, and then he was taken off. I'd be interested in hearing your opinion as to whether or not that's a cricket-related move in terms of this specific match, or is there another objective at play?
Well, we see Willem Ludick slice this behind point. It's going to be an easy 2 as the sweeper relays this in. Dane Pete has been the one captain consistently throughout this event who has bent over backwards to give opportunities to young players, to give them a chance to develop.
Love that.
We haven't really seen that from the other captains who've been really playing hard to win by and large. Corey Anderson, David White, before him Hamad Azam, and Monank Patel from USA. But Dane Pete, this is one of the reasons why he's so well spoken about on the East Coast in particular, as just 5 runs come from that over, 77 for 4 after 23. Dane Pete You talk to the kids in the D.C. area where he was working in the last year. He's now relocated to North Carolina to become part of the Morrisville Cardinals squad for the upcoming minor league season. You talk to the people who have interacted with him briefly there so far. No matter where he's been since coming over as one of the Major League Cricket contracted players, I don't think there's a player amongst that crop of contracted players that has come over who, as part of their duties, in addition to playing franchise cricket, they're tasked with doing a lot of academy coaching. You don't hear anybody speak so highly about the support they get from a senior player, from the youngsters, like you do when they talk about Dane Pete. He's all about promoting young talent, giving them opportunities, building their confidence. And you would look at the scorecard and think, this is the time to put down the hammer. Keep Cornet dry on. See what we saw from Saurabh Netravalkar yesterday. Bowling 7 overs in a row, keeping that pressure on. No time to relax. And instead, it's not the first time this week that this has happened. As Nitish Kumar with a leading edge is able to pinch a single to mid-on. We've seen it on a couple of occasions. Dane Pete, instead of trying to steal all the glory for himself, he's done what he's doing now, bringing the youngsters on, giving them an opportunity to bowl against high-class players, put them in under pressure in the relative sense that this isn't an international, but you're facing high-class professional players who are going to test you, and he wants to see how those young players respond, and that's what we're getting a chance to see from Sanjay Krishnamurthy and Aditya Gupta.
I suspected that might have been his objective. It's good to hear you confirm it, and I like the fact that he's putting these young players in positions that likely they may not have been in before. And so that's truly great confirmation on your part, because much of this activity, Peter, is about development, much more so than it is about winning.
This time another single by Ludic. And just, Abhiram Bola said he spell. He didn't take a wicket, but if you look at his line against Corey Anderson, in the 3 overs he bowled, Corey Anderson scored 1 off 7 deliveries against him. So he'll come away from that thinking he can stand up toe-to-toe with Corey Anderson. Corey Anderson is not going to be striking a 35-ball century against Abhiram Bolasetti.
At least not today.
Those North Carolina bowlers, Brian, they're much better than those West Indian bowlers on that day in Queenstown.
Okay, so it's a sore subject. Let's not bring it up again.
3 in the over, 80 for 4 after 24. Something about North Carolina, Brian. I mean, Hayden Walsh couldn't crack the West Indies team, comes to North Carolina, scores a century for USA in a trial match. Then he goes off to Oman, goes off to Namibia, tears it up for USA, gets into the West Indies team. We see 3 teenagers here. One of them with the ball in hand right now, Aditya Gupta. Abhiram Bolasetti and Rohan Fadki, as I said, those are the other 2 from North Carolina.
Your opinion on Rohan Patke?
Well, he's somebody who, I'll tell you this much, Brian, he always knows where the camera is. If I'm on the outfield, I'll hear a shout over my shoulder, Peter! Psst. The big smile, hearty smile. Him and Rohan posting a follow. He's another one. He's got an eye for the camera. It's what it's all about, Brian. If it's not on Instagram, it didn't happen. We've been talking about that this week. If these guys don't update their profile photos, these matches don't exist.
I agree. You mentioned Rohan Posanapale. I'm somebody who is from a culture that absolutely loves good fast bowling, good hostile fast bowling. The first time I saw Rohan Posinapali play, I hope I'm pronouncing his last name properly, I was very impressed with just his build as a fast bowler, the way he explodes to the crease, his hostility. All of those things are attributes that I think serve well just from strictly speaking as a fast bowling, in a fast bowling capacity. And I'm wondering if you see the same thing as I see with him.
Well, what I see is there's, just like in South Africa, there's no shortage of spinach in Northern California. He's a big, strong lad.
Yep.
Well built, over 6 feet tall.
Yep. A lot of spinach to go all the way around.
It's a necessary component of a growing cricketer, Brian. 4 runs in that over, 84 for 4 after 25. So we're at the halfway point here, Brian. What do you project as a, not necessarily a winning total, but what do you think that the Central squad can get from here?
Surprisingly, at 84, obviously doubling that, they'd get to around 170. And, of course, the old adage is you double the score after 30 overs to see how far they would get. But they've lost 4 huge wickets. This pair at the wicket now certainly can bat. Excuse me. Nitish Kumar has been there for 58 deliveries. Is at 41 not out.
They've got Ali Sheikh still left to come. Zia Shazad still left to come. So they've got some options.
Certainly have
Krishnamurti,
options. That's across the
appeal.
line. That's so in trouble here.
This was almost identical to what we saw from Corey Anderson and Krishnamurti.
Ooh, I want to see that
Is-
replay.
Not getting the benefit of the doubt. We'll see it here. And this one looked like it might have been sliding down leg. It was touch and go. Oftentimes you'll see the umpire just give it out just for the shot because it looks
Yep.
so ugly.
I agree with that.
But we'll see it probably one more time after this delivery.
yeah.
And this time, again, drifting down leg. Ludic.
Yep, looking at the replay here, I think you're exactly right, Peter. That, of course, that left arm angle around the wicket easily. In fact, that might have actually pitched outside leg. So umpire Martin and are thinking about it, thinking long enough, but I think no doubt that that was going, not only going down leg, but also I think slightly pitching outside the line of leg stump. Of course, you're not, or should not be given out LBW if that ball is pitching outside leg stump, regardless of whatever else happens. So good umpiring, not only on that occasion, but just generally speaking in this series so far from what I've been able to see, Peter.
You said Martin and Amdar, the standing umpire out there. Now, Brian, it's not just about the players who want to update their Instagram profiles. You wouldn't believe how many picture requests I get from the umpires after play. Hey, we're on the field too, Peter. Where's our photos? I've gotten a few of those this week. And a gentle reminder before play started, Peter, I'm still waiting for those photos. Maiden from Sanjay Krishnamurti, 84 for 4 after 25.
And we've just been reliably informed and reminded that the commentators themselves also have Instagram accounts, also have
Speak for
Facebook.
yourself, Brian. I've only got so many hands. I can manage so many social media accounts. I'm not on the gram. Facebook and Twitter. That's where I draw the line.
I noticed you just said I'm not on the gram, so you're speaking like somebody who manages the gram, Peter.
Speaking of those youngsters, Aditya Gupta is coming out of the attack, and it's going to be Abiram Bolasetti, one North Carolina teenager replacing another is what it looks like is going on here. I'm having a hard time differentiating just because they both haven't had a haircut in months. There's a barber shortage in North Carolina, Brian. We were talking about that with Nate Hayes on air. It is Abiram Bolasetti marking out a long run.
Youngster so far, 3 overs, none for 10. Shows good temperament. Ball is struck into the outfield for a couple.
Good placement here by Nitish Kumar to get it wide of the sweeper. Get the 2, and he's got the field set to bowl short, so he's got the wind slightly at his back. The wind has changed significantly today. It was bowling very strongly towards the Highway 290, and for the last 3 days outside today, it's just changed directions. It's blowing very strongly to the east, and it's going slightly to the north too. So the high wind is the south side of the ground, and Abhiram Bola said he's got the wind slightly at his back, so he's got the field set to bowl short. Deep fine leg, deep mid wicket, deep third man, and cover sweeper in place. Mid on and mid off are up in the ring, and there you see the short ball. That's the plan he's got with the field set. Hustling Nitish Kumar, but just gets the line slightly wrong down the leg side for a wide.
Well, Peter, that's why they pay you the big bucks, because clearly that field setting is exactly designed for that type of ball. Now, I've noticed now the second occasion where Bolisette is attempted to bowl a short ball, he's gotten the length about right, gotten a decent amount of lift, but the line has been off each time that he's tried to bowl short. So, oh, look at this. Going across this time, sliding across the face of the bat, not quite making contact, but that length and that line of that last delivery is about what you'd expect given the field. There's a cover sweeper in place, man down at third man, so those types of deliveries are covered. And then, of course, a man at backward square leg and sweeping, that's corner dry out there at deep mid wicket.
And with the wind blowing the way it is, you could see a slash to deep third man come into play too with that kind of delivery. As this one is pinched into mid wicket, Mohsin Muhammad can't deny the single. Now, Brian, you said that's why I get paid the big bucks. I think I
was
might.
wondering how long it was going to take me to come back to that.
I might need to have a chat with you off air to just hire your legal services to negotiate my next contract, because my bank account doesn't reflect what you're saying.
That was as much of a delayed reaction as I would have expected, but I thought you'd eventually go back to that.
This one, variable bounce. We've seen Justin Dill capitalize on it throughout the weekend now. Abhiram Bolasetti was getting one to just get a touch low. This is a very good partnership in progress for this pair. .41 runs now for this fifth wicket. As Ludic trusting the bounce this time with an easy single, just punched to the cover sweeper. Sanjay Krishnamurti.
So one delivery remaining in the 27th. Excuse me, the score 89. So you asked earlier, Peter, where would I think they would end up? I'm not going to guarantee anything, but I would think if they got something close to 200 from where they are now, they'd be satisfied with that.
Again, just straying in the line. Another wide. Haven't really seen too many of those today. But now 2 in the same over.
Of course, we spoke earlier about Corey Anderson's approach, and I think it was the right approach. But once you take the time to take that long of a look, then the expectation is that you're going to be there towards the end to sort of capitalize and make up for the deliveries that you ate up.
One thing that he did do, Brian, is Kumar looks for 2, and this is good running. Even with Sanjay Krishnamurti throwing with the wind aiding that relay, he still got time to come back for 2, placed it wide enough for the sweeper. So 6 runs off the bat, 2 extras, 8 in the over, 92 for 4 after 27. And in a sense, Brian, even though he didn't score runs, and it won't really be apparent on the score sheet at the end of play, but if Central is able to get past 200 here, Corey Anderson's innings, I would say it was an innings where he was willing to sacrifice himself for the team. He built a bridge, is what he did. He chewed up deliveries. He chewed up the rough period. And now these two are cashing in when the batting conditions have been much easier. And Corey Anderson might not get credit for much in terms of his own runs column, but the team runs total, you can give a big assist to Corey Anderson for the work he did just to stretch out and absorb all the pressure during that tough period. So another one is taken out to Cornet dry, sweeping on the offside rope, the east side.
That's a good point. Excuse me. And more to the point, I think, Peter, it was just a matter of leading from the front, trying to show his teammates that, look, if you graft and put your head down, you can manage any sort of trickiness that there might be with this pitch. And while, you're not playing in a concrete wicket, so you have to expect some variability. It's just a matter of buckling down and making sure that you put yourself mentally in the best position to take advantage of any opportunities to score at the same time that you're defensive enough that you can manage any trickiness that there might be about the pitch.
No boundaries since the 21st when Ludick went over square leg for 6 and then threw extra cover for 4, but still the run rate in the last 7 overs since then is still going along at close to 4 and over, so they're getting that rotation of the strike to ensure that that pressure is not building. As Ludick blocks this out to extra cover to end another 4-run over, 96 for 4 after 28.
This is great bowling from Krishnamurti. 5 overs, 14. So the left-hander almost has the ball on a string here, Peter, keeping it just out of reach of the big-hitting William Luddick and the fast-scoring Nitish Kumar.
Well, I haven't seen him carry a yo-yo around in the team hotel, but he is known to carry a chessboard. He's a very thinking cricketer. So in addition to the technical skills, he's very sharp for a teenager in terms of, as you said, keeping things disciplined, keeping things tight, using the wind conditions to his advantage. And in his spell so far, no boundaries conceded. He's got a maiden, as you said, none for 14 in 5 overs. So he's showing why he's one of the most promising up-and-coming talents on the USA Cricket radar. He's already made his national team senior debut in Oman in September, and even though he hasn't toured with USA since then, he's got time on his side to keep developing, and he's showing a lot of promise both with the ball and with the bat here this week. Brian had an excellent knock in the circumstances a few days ago, produced 40-odd. One of the games, and even yesterday, again in a difficult scenario, spent an awful lot of time at the middle. As Kumar picks out Justin Dill in the offside.
It's so important for these young players to develop both with bat and ball. And this platform that has been here this week, the Houston Invitational, has provided the showcase for these youngsters to be able to demonstrate what they're capable of. And the development aspect of this entire tournament is something that cannot be overstated. It's all good and well if you're able to play for the next level, at the national level, playing for the USA or playing in the minor league system. But to be able to demonstrate that you're able to do that consistently, I think is a truly important part of their development.
Kumar again, very firm punch out to the cover sweeper, Krishnamurti. Another single, it moves him now to 49.
Nitish Kumar, of course, coming in at the fall of the first wicket, so he's been there. 66 deliveries.
This is all it takes, just milking these singles. As now the partnership has crossed 50 between these two. So outstanding work to rebuild dig the central side out of a hole. We've seen a lot of teams get buried into deep holes early. Very few times this week we've seen teams able to dig themselves out of it. And these two were doing a mighty fine job of that. As Kumar is on 49. And just a excellent piece of soft hands from Nitish Kumar to just guide this behind point to pick up his half century. Gets there off 67 deliveries. It's been a long time since we've seen a batter cross 50 this week, Brian, but Nitish Kumar giving a tutorial to a lot of the other batters as to how to grind out runs here.
It's a wonderful innings because he scored quickly, but he's not being reckless. It shows the value of being able to pick up those ones and twos, keep the scoreboard ticking over at the same time that if you get a bad ball, you can still punish it. But he's shown, again, leading from the front, how to maneuver through potentially tricky situations and still put your team in the position to leverage what I think is going to be a really good innings on his part.
And the one blemish on his innings, could have been out for 6 in the 5th over. Just before Marty Kane was bowled, there was a huge mix-up.
Yeah.
And Sanjay Krishnamurthy, who was at backward point, threw to the wrong end. Both players wound up at the same end. Nitish Kumar, to his credit, didn't give up. You see so many players in that situation. Both players wind up at the same end.
Yep.
And they just stop and start arguing with each other instead of continuing on with the ball that's still live. And he got on his horse and galloped down to the non-strikers and put in a dive. And that's the difference, really, between Central East continuing to spiral south versus them being able to revive this innings. Could have been out for 6 instead. He's on 50, and the score is 99 for 4 after 29.
Pity, if I'm not mistaken, I heard the words mighty fine come out of your mouth not too long ago. The only context in which I've heard somebody from the East Coast use the words mighty and fine together is in relation to the burger joint. So you need to explain yourself.
Did you say burger joint, Brian?
Yeah, I did.
Are you referencing perhaps a number 5?
You even know the numbers of the combos.
5 guys, Brian. 5 guys.
Point of fact, as the 100 is now up, there is a burger chain. It may just be local here to Austin. Mighty Fine Burgers. You should. Well, we're
Never
not
heard of
even
it.
here in Austin, are we?
I learn something new every day.
Yes. So the next time you make the 110-mile drive from here in Prairie View to Austin, find Mighty Fine Burgers.
Now,
Fantastic burgers.
I need to be educated. I think some of the viewers need to be educated. Tell us more about this Mighty Fine chain. If it's a chain, you say it's specific to Austin, or there's some in Austin, is Ludic can't pick the gap at extra cover.
Specific to Austin, there may be 4 or 5 locations throughout the Austin area. They're gourmet burgers. So whereas a quarter pounder at McDonald's might cost you $3, quarter pounder at Mighty Fine might cost you $13. But they're fantastic, fantastic burgers if you eat that kind of thing.
You get what you pay for, Brian.
Yes.
That's why I go to Five Guys. As they say on the door, you won't find a freezer in the joint. Everything is fresh. And Ludic takes a single out to deep square leg, 2 runs in the over, 101 for 4 after 30. There is a difference in the quality. You get a freshly made meal. I'm willing to pay the extra few bucks, Brian, because I tell you what happened during the pandemic when I had all the time in the world to sit on my couch.
Yep.
And there was no live sports going on. And not much of fresh content of anything, a lot of reruns. I had plenty of time to catch up on Gordon Ramsay's Kitchen Nightmares. And one of the things that stands out in that show, Gordon Ramsay, when he sits down to take apart with surgical precision
Surgical precision.
what's on the menu and why it's in need of assistance. One of the first things he does when he tastes the food and then he goes into the kitchen to make his first inspection, he knows on the first bite whether something is freshly made, if it's been sitting there all day, if it's been sitting there for a couple days, if it's frozen. If he asks, this menu here says this is fresh. This isn't fresh. This is frozen. I started to appreciate these things. You go into a restaurant, and whether it's in a restaurant or at home,
Yeah.
one of my specialties, my only specialty really, Brian, cooking at home, I make a very good pesto, a very good chicken pesto. Okay? Now, when I cook it for my wife and my daughter, the first night, it tastes pretty good.
Sure.
But then when you have leftovers 2 and 3 days later, the freshness, it's not the same.
Not quite there.
Not quite the same. And so I started to kind of pay more attention to this. And the same thing, when I go into a restaurant now, whether it's Five Guys or Chick-fil-A or anywhere else, I know when the food is made fresh. And I know when, whether it's you go into a restaurant, and this was always a red flag growing up, in an Italian family, this is one of the first things you were taught. You go into an Italian restaurant, and you judge it by the bread. The bread comes out, and if that bread is not fresh and hot, if that bread is not moist, if that bread is stale and it's hard, that's a red flag. Get up and walk out. You don't want to order anything else off the menu. Because if the bread is stale and hard, there's a good chance the rest of your food is going to be pretty gnarly and not worth paying for. So I had that lesson ingrained in me growing up, and then I got a refresher from Gordon Ramsay during the pandemic. And so hearing you talk about this mighty fine chain in Austin, I can appreciate. I'm willing to pay a little bit extra if the food is good.
The first burger is on me when you make it to Austin. And notice I said the first burger because you'll want more than one.
Well, and it's also because, again, you're the one who's getting paid the big bucks, Brian. I'm just a lowly cricket reporter. You're doing other things outside of this that are paying the bills much better than me. Mohsin Muhammad, 2 runs in his first over, 103 for 4 after 31.
So, Peter, we've passed that magical 30 over stage. As I said several overs ago, typically they say if you double the score after 30 overs. So after 30 overs, the score was 101. Going by that formula, in theory, Central is on target to hit the double 100 mark. But they're needing to make sure that this pair stays there for as long as possible. In fact, if this pair stays there, they can far exceed that 200 mark. Ludick, of course, 26 from 50. Nitish Kumar, 52, not out from 72. So the platform is there. They've both been there for a while. The pitch has stopped misbehaving to the extent that it was earlier on. So I believe the platform is there if they buckle down and do what they're capable of doing to exceed that 200-run mark, which I think would represent something of a good target to give to the East to try to chase.
And this time, Kumar can't pinch a single to find leg Justin Dill coming in off the ring at 45. And again, you highlighted it before. Sanjay Krishnamurti, what a spell he's bowling here. For a teenager, he's gotten much more acclaim in his junior career with the bat, but showing why he's got it all-around talent. I felt, seeing him last year, I felt even seeing him bowl in the junior nationals, this one is sliced just short of Muhammad Mohsin at short third man. I do feel like his long-term prospects are really with the ball. He's very technically sound batting-wise, but I just like everything about the way he bowls. The issue is Kumar spoils a would-be maiden with a single, 1 in the over, 104 for 4. The issue is, Brian, We've got more left-arm spinners than we know what to do with in America at the moment. He's got stiff competition to try and break into the national team in that regard. You've got
Kareem
Agor, Nostush Kenjige, who have been the mainstays on this scene for a while, and now you've got Vatsal Vagela, who's starting to emerge. And then in terms of the players who have emerged through Major League Cricket coming in from overseas, Harmeet Singh, been fantastic this week. And I'm probably offending a lot of players by leaving them out right now. But there is no shortage, I can assure you, as Kumar takes another single to move to 54.
Such an important part of the game to have bowlers who can have the ball leaving those right-handed batters. So again, the left-handed orthodox spinners or the leg spinners are all in high demand generally.
I tell you who I offended, Josh Dascom. I forgot Josh Dascom. Another left-arm spinner on the scene. Is alert running here. They pinch a by. Uncharacteristic fumble from Smit Patel. As Kumar steals another run for the team total. Trinson Carmichael was another who made his debut for USA last year in Antigua on the T20 qualifier tour. I believe it was against Argentina. Trinson Carmichael made his debut at the Viv Richards Stadium. It helps to just jog my memory to think, where did I take pictures of these guys? Because otherwise, I don't pay attention half the time.
Yeah.
I wouldn't remember. And I'm thinking, I took pictures of him at the Viv Richards Stadium. I remember that for sure against Argentina.
Fantastic stadium. I had the opportunity to be there for the first time a few weeks ago.
5 runs in the over, 4 off the bat, 109 for 4 after 33. Now, what impresses you most about that facility, especially in the context of the old Antigua Recreation Ground? It's got so much nostalgia and so much history there.
Yep.
There's some split opinions about whether they should have abandoned that place for the Viv Richards Stadium, which was built for the 2007 World Cup. But having been to Antigua in November and going to both facilities, I paid a visit to the ARG, and then I was obviously covering games at the Viv Richards Stadium. It was apparent to me, as somebody who doesn't have all the nostalgia built up in my mind, there's a reason why they switched facilities.
I've seen matches from the ARG on TV throughout the years, but I'd never been there, so I don't have a direct knowledge as a quick single is taken into the covers. But the Viv Richards Stadium, I like the facility itself. I like the amenities. I like the fact that you're free to move throughout the stadium, which is not always the case in the Caribbean. But I think the thing that makes the most sense to me and the thing that I like the most about it is that everywhere you turn in that stadium, you're reminded of the greatness of the players who have come from that tiny island. So there's reminders, of course, Viv Richards himself. There's a big statue of the great man right in front of the stadium. You walk a few blocks or a few feet, you will see Andy Roberts walking around just talking to people. You'll also see Richard Richardson. Curtly Ambrose shows up there every once in a while. It's one of the things that's unique about the Caribbean is that there is very little distance or separation between the players who you grew up watching and then the actual fans who are there to enjoy the cricket. So very homely in that sense, where the players and the fans are very, very close to each other, both physically and in terms of being able to have access to them.
3 runs in the over, 112 for 4. Now, Brian.
Yes, sir.
We're shafting the ground that has the American history tied to it, not necessarily in a good sense. What used to be the Allen Stanford ground, now known as Coolidge.
Ooh.
Have you paid a visit there?
I have not.
Are you telling me you haven't been to the Sticky Wicket?
I have missed the sticky wickets. See, maybe I should have had a professional plan the trip that I took instead of making the arrangements myself.
How could you have missed it's literally right across the street from the airport, Brian.
Literally
Come on.
left no time to do anything other than go to see West Indies in England. So I've already started planning my return trip to Antigua, put it that way.
It's a great island. Great people there. Great place to visit. Highly recommended for anybody who hasn't gone. And as you heard Brian say, he's already planning his return trip.
And for somebody who is not from Antigua, but who is from Jamaica, I've always heard that of all the Caribbean islands, Antigua is the one that is most close to Jamaica in terms of culture and in terms of lifestyle. And I fully endorse that sentiment. From having been there when it was almost as though sometimes I felt like I was actually in Jamaica as opposed to Antigua.
This is really good running. Just tip and run, pinching these singles, keeping the pressure on the field. And this partnership just continues to grow in stature between Nitish Kumar and Willem Ludick.
This is really good batting from this pair, not taking any risks, but it shows the value of being able to not only hit big, anybody can hit big in almost any circumstance, but the real skill comes in being able to maneuver the ball around and pick those singles up. And even though Captain Dane Pete has the field set on the inner circle in such a way that is designed to stop those quick singles, still able to pinch 3-4 runs and over at this stage of the innings and setting themselves up potentially for a launch toward the end. 115 for 4.
Well, it looks like Sanjay Krishnamurthy is going to bowl 10 straight here. Starting over number 9. And it begins with another single down the ground. And Nitish Kumar, you go back through his run chart here, line by line. He hasn't had a dot ball since the 32nd over. We're in over number 36 now. And he went through a stretch as well between the 20th and the 30th overs where he only had 6 dot balls in that stretch. He's scoring at a run a ball without any boundaries. You pointed it out before, Brian, that you can be very efficient without needing to muscle the ball like we see it happen here for Willem Ludick. Just playing very good foils to each other. Nitish Kumar milking the singles, and Willem Ludick, we've seen him unleash the power just like it is here through mid-on.
First ordinary delivery, I think, bowled by Krishnamurthy, dropping that one just a little too short. Willem Ludick, big and strong, not needing any invitation to play that shot. That comeback delivery is more the type that you'd expect for Krishnamurthy to bowl. Just drawing Ludick forward and having him play. You want to keep a batter like Ludick coming forward, not full enough to drive, but you want him to come forward defensively. Looking to sweep down the leg side on this occasion. Not making contact. And apparently it may have brushed something on the way through because not signal a wide by umpire Inandar. So a couple of dot balls after that big 4. Return to regular service if you're Krishnamurthy.
Just again, variable bounce. This one's getting a touch low, but kept out by Ludick. So 5 runs in the over, 120 for 4 after 36. This partnership now at 70 3. Krishnamurti had a close LBW shot a while ago against Ludic that didn't go his way, and it looked like a good decision on the replay at the time. But since then, not really too many wicket-taking deliveries. They've been trying to build pressure just through dot balls, but they haven't really been able to beat the outside edge, Brian.
And I think that's mostly due, excuse me, to the excellence of both of these batters. Nitish Kumar, you mentioned how quickly he's been scoring. And quickly can sometimes, Peter, imply that you're hitting 4s and 6s. But you can score at a decent rate just from pushing the ball into the gaps and running. And even though, again, the fielding on the inner circle has generally been very good, but that rate has been kept up mostly because of the fact that these two have been able to maneuver the strike in such a way that allows them to pick those singles and doubles up like that. That's all it takes. The ball did not get away very far. In fact, the keeper himself, Milind Kumar, is the one who runs this ball down. But just being able to maneuver the ball around the circle and just pick those singles up where they present themselves. And, of course, if you get a bad ball, a drag down or a ball that's too wide, then you cash in on those. But for the most part, they're doing exactly what you'd want to be able to do at this stage of the innings.
Ludic again, placing it so well. They're going to get 2 for this, as the sweeper's got a long way to go on the leg side. It looks like Zahid Zakil, who's on as a substitute. Oh, he is named in the 11 because we got 12. Each team can play 12, bat 11, bowl 11. So he's in the named squad. He's on the field out there. And cleaning up again. This time just for a single, though.
The overall run rate now, Peter, is at 3.37.
And what placement here by Nitish Kumar. Delicate late cut. And even with the wind blowing in, this one's going to carry to the rope. Nitish Kumar, a very rare boundary in his innings, just the 4th. And it's the first since the 17th over, but just placed it in the gap so well between short third man and backward point. And Aditya Gupta just can only chase in vain. And it caps an 8-run over, 128 for 4 after 37. And then this brisk session in terms of the over 8 bowl. We finally have a drinks break after 37 overs. Going to take a short break here in Prairie View. You're watching live coverage of the MLC Houston Challenge Series from Prairie View Cricket Complex, live on MLC Network, along with Peter Delapena, Brian Walters, and Nikhil Tamchandani. We'll be back after a short break.
Back on the way here at the Prairie View Cricket Complex. These two have done a great recovery job for the MLC Central and have them well on their way. 13 overs remaining in this innings. 128 for 4. The run rate probably not as high as they want it to be. But the way this partnership is going, Brian, would expect them now to be searching for that 230, or even close to the 250 mark if these two can continue to bat.
It was important, Nikhil, to have stability in the middle overs. And these two batted a very long time, not taking any risks as such. There have been 1 or 2 bad balls that have been cashed in on, but for the most part, they've been able to just keep the scoreboard ticking over, score at that 3-4 runs and over. You would think right now the platform is there that they can launch toward the end, particularly Luddick. You know, let's not sell Kumar short, Nitish Kumar. Let's not sell him short because he's capable of scoring quickly also. But William Luddick, I would think, is the difference potentially between a score of around 200 and a score of 230, 240, as you just mentioned. I think if these two remain towards the end, going into the final power play, which is after 40 overs, I think then you can certainly start seeing a total of that magnitude on the cards.
Nitish Kumar, talk to me about him. 66 from 90. In a very good position to be the first centurion of this Houston Challenge.
Well, the second 50 is always going to be easier than the first in most forms of cricket. And that's especially so the case because this morning batting was a lot more tricky. A little bit more variable bounce in the pitch. From this stage where we are now, I think that the conditions are such that if you were able to graft in the way that Nitish Kumar was this morning and get through the difficult period, he's now 67 from 92, and you'd expect that he's in position to be able to go on and capitalize. And, of course, tons of time left, another 12 overs remaining, tons of time for him to be able to go on, continue to stamp his authority on this match, score that 100, and then push on towards a challenging target towards the end.
End of 38, 132 for 4. But they've tried everything. Dan Pete and his MLC East at this pair just haven't been able to break through, which has been an area of concern. But they've really set themselves up nicely. I think a much better batting surface today. New pitch, of course, has played a lot more truer in terms of the bounce. And William Luddick as well has done well to support Nitish Kumar. These two would have known each other well, both living in the Houston area. Would have played a lot of practice, a lot of times together. 88 now runs between them. Crucial partnership in the grand scheme of the game.
Tremendous partnership. And again, the longer these two stay there, the more they continue picking up these easy runs and the longer, and this powerful stroke here by Luddick, but the man at deep mid-wicket keeps it to 1. But the longer these two stay there, the more aggressive you expect that they'll get towards the back end of this innings. And so if you are the East, you're wanting to make sure that this partnership gets broken for a couple of reasons. Number one, to slow the scoring rate down. But number two, to get a new batter at the wicket because these two have been there a very long time. Nitish Kumar himself now has faced 97 deliveries. William Luddick, not quite as many, but still a good 72 deliveries. So a lot of time spent in the middle by these two. And if there's going to be a really competitive total on the board, it's going to be because these two are now well and truly set.
They still do have batting to come. These central team, the likes of Zia Shazad, the leg spinning all-rounder, Ali Sheikh, and some others who can chip in with the bat in hand. So in a very good position at the moment since losing the captain, Corey Anderson. End of 39, 11 remain, 139 for 4. So they've been operating from spin, with spin from both ends. But he's going back to corner dry. Dane Pete needs a wicket. Just the 24 runs conceded in his 5 overs, Mohamed Mohsin. Does have 4 overs of Justin Dill, which he only conceded 9 runs still remaining.
Course, excuse me, big corny dry. Started out bowling the first 2 overs this morning, his first 2 overs from the forest end. And we spoke at length about the fact that he was taken off. Peter Della Pena and I were talking about that, Nitish Nikhil. And he was of the opinion that it was more related to development of one of the younger players, Bolisetti, as it was anything else. But what that does is that you still have 6 overs from that you could use at your disposal from corner dry. So if you want a wicket, so said, so done. If you want a wicket, as I was saying, he's a good man to turn to. Attempted pull shot by William Luddick. I think he may have just under-edged that onto his off stump. William Luddick disappears. Corner dry does the work for his captain. The 5th wicket goes down. The score is 140 rather for 5.
Well, we have seen stumps cartwheeling and dismantled throughout the day. Justin Dill first. Now corner drive straight away back into the attack. Just missed it. Didn't bounce as much. And that off stump took a walk. William Luddick extremely disappointed. Would have had sights of a 50 on his mind. And no work for Zia Shazad and Nitish Kumar to do. 140 for 5.
If you're MLC Central and looking at the replay here again, no, that did look like an under edge. So William Luddick, of course, seemed holding his bat aloft, more so in irritation than anything else, because I think certainly he was expecting, as we see the replay here, good work by Roddy in the production area to show us that replay. Certainly an under edge onto, and in frustration, Luddick, with his follow-through, disturbs the middle stump. So he's not going to want to have lost his wicket there, but I think that partnership in the context of this game is a really important one. 140 for 5 is the score. Zia Shazad now on strike. And corner dry, of course, as I was saying, a good person to throw the ball to if you're Dane Pete, if you want quick wickets towards the end of an innings. Good, absolutely brilliant fast bowler, and you'd expect for him to be able to maintain the line and length that will put the opponents under pressure.
So Zia Shazad, new bat at the crease, very capable. You would think now 200 the minimum. And I think as this surface is flattening out, may just not be enough. Obviously with the ball in hand, the Central will have to do well to defend it. Whatever they get, like we saw against the US Invitational, only 150 on the board. They were able to keep the USA team to 142. But today you expect them, still 5 wickets in hand and 10 overs remaining, to get way more than that. And they'll be searching at maybe around that 60 in the last 10. They've got to go out and run a ball, maybe even more, to get past that 200 mark.
That certainly would be the aim. In fact, from here, a run ball would get them just over 200. As you were saying earlier, you're going to think that they'd want more than that. I don't know if that's still on the cards with the dismissal of Luddick, but you want to not get tied down. You want to be able to at least continue to maneuver the singles if they present themselves. And this is a great over underway by Corny Dry.
Yeah, just the 1 run conceded along with the wicket to go with it. So Corny Dry back into the attack for his second spell, third really. And umpire Dane Peace. The skipper, sorry, Dane Pete.
Oh! Wow. That would have been highlight reel had that stuck. Firmly struck. Corner Dry on his follow through, not able to hold it. He's kind of leaning toward his left as his follow through was taking him off of the edge of the pitch. Stuck that right hand out there, and those are the kind, Nikhil, that either stick or they don't. On this occasion, not able to have it stick. A dot ball to end things here in the 40th.
Thank you for that near heart attack.
Sorry, I apologize.
No one is safe. Brian Walters in the commentary box.
I apologize to all within range of my laugh.
So 10 overs remain. Justin Dill, just 9 runs from his 6 overs, back into the attack. Just so powerful because of that strong wrist position. Gets the ball to move a lot. So probably the most in this Houston challenge out of the seamers. Up there with the likes of Rusty Theron. In terms of even such a Saurabh Nachavalka. In getting that sideways movement over the last couple of days. Yeah, Nitish Kumar, though, it'll be interesting to see how he and this innings now flows with the wicket of Willem Luddick. We do see that very often, Brian, when you lose your partner, just tend to lose momentum in terms of your innings.
That's exactly right. One of the oldest rules in cricket is 1 brings 2. And I think that's the reason for it, because when you're batting for a long time together with a partner, you've established each of your roles and the scoreboard is ticking over and things are flowing the way you want them to. When you're forced into a different role, sometimes that can be all it takes to upend things and you lose sort of the momentum that you had, and that sometimes is what brings that second wicket. So the ball is in the court, so to speak, of Nitish Kumar at this point. He's now 7-3, 1 short of 100 balls faced. And so he's been there for a very long time. He's going to have to shepherd his team through to the end of this innings. Job 1, of course, is to bat out the 50 overs, but what he's going to want to do is to make sure that they get something in the 220 or so range. Not an easy job to do under these circumstances.
Yeah, I think he will hold the key, though. You don't want, if you're Nitish Kumar, to be dismissed anytime within the next 5 overs, because then what looks like you can go at 6 runs and over and get to that 200 mark now becomes, can you even get to 200 with 2 lower order batters at the crease?
Yep.
So he very important to this batting display from the Central. And even though they've defended 150 in the past, different surface today. And it seems to be getting much better. Different wind positioning and many other factors to take into account. As well as the fact that this MLC East batting lineup, even though they haven't really come to the party in this Houston Challenge, you think about Milind Kumar, Smith Patel, Satya Mukamala, who's really impressed at the top of the order, Sanjay Krishnamurti, Cody Shetty, and all of these names. Someone just needs to put their hand up, like Nitish Kumar is doing here, and get a big score, and they could get very close as well. A lot of batters in there, similar to Kumar coming into this game, who are due runs, as they like to say. With a couple of low scores, Smith Patel hasn't really got off, neither Milind Kumar. Couple starts for him. So very important passage of play these next 10 overs.
No question. And then Justin Dill, of course, he's bowled. This is 1 ball away from his 7th. So he'll have 3 after this. Corner Drive, if I'm not mistaken, has 5 after this. So somewhere between 8 of the next 10 potential could be bowled by these two. So it will not be easy.
He's still continuing to find his ones and twos. Kumar not taking too many risks, but I think maybe after the 45th over, we will see that flick of the switch, especially if Zia Shazai can stay there with him. End of 41, 145 for 5. So Dry will continue. He's got 4 overs from Dry, as well as 3 from Dill. You expect them to make up 7 of these remaining 9 overs. So he has to find 2 from elsewhere. Does have Bolisetti, who's only bowled 5. The captain himself, just 4 overs for 8 runs on a wicket. He could possibly come into the attack. Don't think that with 2 right-handers at the crease. Krishnamurthy's, of course, completed his 10. Mohamed Mohsin, the leg spinner, very quick through the air, which at the death can be pretty effective, hard to score against.
It would be interesting to see. I think of the names you just called, as Corner Dry continues.
But just flicks this one, looking to flick this one. May have been going down the leg stump.
Corner Dry with a quizzical look, suggesting that he thought that was hitting. From our angle, hard to tell, of course. We'll look at the replay.
But he did come across his stumps, but hit above that knee roll, so I think probably the right decision in the end. Of course, we're not straight behind, so always hard to make those LBW calls.
Yeah, very honestly, that does look like it's going down leg. Looking at the replay again. But of the names that you just mentioned, Nikhil, I think Mohamed Mohsin would present an interesting challenge as a quick sort of a leg spinner who gets the ball quickly to the wicket. I'd also be interested in seeing whether or not he'd want to go with Aditya Gupta, another leg spinner who has had some success. But I certainly don't think that there's any question that you'd want to bowl out both Corner Dry and Justin Dill here. Corner Dry, of course, after this has 3 more overs remaining. And Dill, I believe, has 2. Will confirm the number of overs he has shortly, but these 2 certainly would bowl out, and then a couple to be made up by the other bowlers.
Well, just check. And almost, that mid-on fielder almost being able to hold on. I think it was Cody Shetty at mid-on. Instead, Nitish Kumar gets a boundary and goes to 80. I think it was pace off.
Definitely.
Yeah, rolled his fingers across that one. And Nitish Kumar, his heart would have been in his hand for a minute.
Lofted just over that fielder at mid-on. Corner Dry, I think, changing things up a little bit, taking the pace off, rolling the fingers off, bowling the classic off-spinner type slower delivery. Nitish Kumar lofting it over the head of that fielder at mid-on for the ball running away down to long on for 4. He now moves into the 80s. Corner Dry back again.
Yeah, trying to adjust that line, trying to outfox Nitish Kumar. That's always one thing you mentioned when you have a batter who's been there for so long. It also earns your team more runs because it forces the bowling team and the opposition to do some more thinking, to overcompensate at times to try to get you out. And they benefit from extras, sometimes overthrows, and many other ways on the cricket field. Just time at the crease showing to be so valuable. Yes, the run rate probably not where the Central would have liked. But the point is they do have a good chance of batting this 50 overs and showing an improvement from the last game where they were bundled out for this exact score, 152.
Last delivery now to be bowled by Corner Dry. 152 for 5. I think presents a a big improvement over what they looked like when there were some 20 or 30 runs for 4, but for 3 rather. Drop down to that man a backward point, no run. So that ends things here in the 42nd over, 152 for 5. 8 more to go. We will be right back.
So they'll see from both ends. He's just got 3 overs remaining in his spell. So they will have to find 2 overs from elsewhere. Then Pete, if of course it goes the distance, but with Nitish Kumar, Zia Shazad, 2 very capable players at the crease, you expect them to at least bat the full 50. 50 runs in the next 8 overs, though, Brian, will be a challenge. Have to go out more than a run a ball, just over. But they will have to up that intensity in terms of scoring.
Well, their current run rate is 3.6. There's 5 wickets down, so you don't want to start taking any chances. So your objective, first and foremost, is for the remainder or the majority of the runs that are scored in the rest of this innings to be scored by this pair. You'd expect for this pair to take the bull by the horns and control things from here on out. But they're having to do it against a pair of seam bowlers, pacers who are very, very capable, who can restrict the scoring. So certainly a lot of work to be done here. And if they want to go at the rate of 1, misfield there is going to result in a quick single taken in the covers. But if they're going to want to score at anything close to the rate that they would need to be able to score 50 in the last 6, is to be able to make sure, in the last 7 rather, is to be able to make sure that they take advantage of any scoring opportunities, but more to the point, make sure that they accelerate at the right moment to be able to get those 6 runs and over.
But this is delicately placed into the gap. Should be another easy 2. Nitish Kumar runs really hard.
Yep.
And it's excellent cricket because he's been at the crease for so long now, but not wavering, still showing that same intensity he started his innings with. So into the 43rd. Well, goes over the top with this one. 1 bounce into the boundary for 4. And Kumar now flicking that switch that we talked about before, Brian.
I was about to say, I think he heard you, Nikhil, because he's now accelerating, at least looking to accelerate. Not very often that you see Justin Dill lofted over the top of mid-on for 4. It'll be interesting to see what Dill's response is here. Generally, bowls a very hard length, tends to be very hard to drive, but those 4 runs will be something that the Central team will want to see happen. Captain Corey Anderson back in the dugout is going to be very happy with that development.
Again, flicked on the leg side. Corner dry is in the deep, though, just be 1. So ends the over with a single, but a big one for the MLC Central. It's 10 from it, 160 for 5.
And after having been at the wicket now for the last 43 overs, I'm going to take a little bit of a break. One lefty to another. This young man is raring to get to the crease. Good afternoon, sir.
Thank you very much for that Wonderful introduction, Brian. It's great to be back here at the Prairie View Cricket Complex. What is the penultimate day of the MLC Houston Challenge.
Josh, you can't beat the laugh from Brian. You know, if you go anywhere in the world, you'll just be able to pick that laugh out.
Right, you are there, Nikhil.
So the Ducks and Horses man comes to the commentary box. Cornet dry. Just 2 overs in his spell remaining. Your assessment on proceedings thus far, Josh? 160 for 5. The central, though, because of that man, Nitish Kumar, he stood up, shown responsibility, and made sure he's gotten in 13 away from a century. What a feat it would be. But they're in a good position to close out this innings.
Yeah, he's batted beautifully today, Nikhil. It's been a pleasure to watch. Be fascinating to see whether or not he's got another gear here. Just 7 overs left in the innings, of course. I'd love to see him really crack on here, reach the century mark, and then we might see some pyrotechnics in the last couple overs.
You were someone that was very keen on the surfaces over the last couple of days in this Houston Challenge. You had a look at this morning's surface, a brand new one here at the Prairie View Cricket Complex. What did you make of it, and what have you made of it, given the 43 overs we've seen?
Yeah, it looks to have been playing relatively consistently so far, Nikhil. I had as you mentioned, I was out there before the toss and had a look, and I think it was the type of wicket that I would have loved to have batted first on. I think as we get into the afternoon session, we might see spin play a big part. Seen, of course, Sanjay Krishnamurthy play a big role with the ball today, and I think the wicket just a little bit dry. We'll take some spin and potentially see some variable bounce a bit later in the afternoon.
What about the other perspective that you want to bat second on it, Josh, because of that early morning moisture, the sun beating on it for a full 50 overs, then allows it to flatten out in the afternoon?
Yeah, we didn't see too many tricks from the wicket this morning and that one hits him on the pad.
Yeah, playing across the ball.
Umpire Matin Inanda wastes no time there in sending Zia Shazad packing.
So another wicket for Cornet Dry. He adds his third to his tally. And the central lose another crucial wicket, I should say. Shazad just never was able to pick up the momentum. 161 for 6. And you just think someone needs to be there to rotate the strike too. Nitish Kumar, the way he's batted in this innings, been the lone standout. Shazad going for 3. Here's another look at it. Just angled in to the right-hander and comes a long way across because of that trigger. Easy decision in the end.
Yeah, that one. Starting into the leg stump, you'd think. And Cornet Dry picks up his third for the day. MLC Central 161 for 6.
So Ali Sheikh, the left-arm spinner who can bat, likes to call himself an all-rounder. I'm not so sure about that one, but I'm always telling him about his batting. Let's see if he can contribute with the bat in hand. Did score some runs in the minor league, playing with Corey Anderson, his captain for the Irving Mustangs.
Yeah, and very impressive young cricketer, Ali Sheikh. It'll be great to see him open up his shoulders in the last 6.5 overs that we have here. We've seen him display some power in those innings during the minor league. And, of course, part of the USA Under-19 squad from last season.
What's the plans here, though, from Dane Pete and his team, Josh? You're trying to close this out and keep this central team to under 200.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the key for the bowlers will be to try and keep Nitish Kumar, who's made his way to 88 not out, to keep him off strike as much as possible. Have the new batsman coming into the crease face as many of these last 39 deliveries as possible.
Goes full right on the money. Cornet Dry. Basically what you expect from your strike bowlers, to come back at the death, bowl across phases in a 50-over game, but especially at this stage, last 10, when a team is looking to score that at 10 runs and over, or especially in the last 5, you want to keep things tight as well as take wickets, and that's what Dry's done here.
Spot on, Nikhil. Started off expensive today, Cornet Dry, with his first couple of overs into the breeze. But he's pulled his figures back beautifully. And as you said, he'll be looking to add another one to his tally here.
Just one delivery remaining. Another crucial over from Dry. 1 run and a wicket at this stage. And the important thing is Nitish Kumar hasn't faced the ball. Well, sorry, he would have faced the 1 ball to get off strike.
Just face the 2 balls this over. And once again, won't be the worst outcome here for MLC East if Ali Sheikh can find a single off this last delivery to get down the other end. Chips that one through the gap at mid-wicket. Dane Pete chases after it, and it'll run away for a boundary to that short side. So Ali Sheikh off the mark with a tidy clip off his legs. That'll bring us to the end. 44th over. MLC Central, 165 for 6.
So 6 overs remaining in this first innings for the MLC Central, who are looking to go 2-0 in this Houston Challenge. It's been a pretty interesting road for them, being dismantled for 152 against the USA team, then coming back with the ball. Today, starting 20 for 3, then a recovery through the middle. Now for the final 6, looking to propel this innings to past 200. And you'd have to think, Josh, 200 plus on this surface. Well, it hasn't, as you said, had as much demons as the past. Still not the easiest to bat on with that green grass and sideways movement.
That's spot on, and particularly from where they found themselves, 3 down inside the power play. I think if they can find a way to scramble to 200 from here, they'll be backing their bowling attack to get the job done this afternoon, Nikhil. We see the reintroduction of Abhiram Bolasetti from the highway end.
Down the leg side. You have to wait on the call. Just won't get all the way to the boundary. Did it come off the pad? It did. So leg by signal in the end.
Bolasetti in for a 6 over the innings. He's bowled well today, Nikhil. The young fast bowler from the Morrisville Cardinals. A promising young cricketer.
Well, Dane Pete had to find 2 overs from elsewhere, so he's gone to bowl. He said he probably sooner than later. You don't want him having to bowl the penultimate or even the last over where the pressure could be on, and those could be momentum shifting overs going into the break. So he's gone for him early to try and fill out those 2 that he needs.
As he's beaten him for pace there, that one. Bolasetti with the wind at his back here. And of course, this bowler and captain pairing will be united this year in this year's minor league with Dane Pete's move to the Morrisville Cardinals, Nikhil.
Yeah, spot on. Got on 19 battle unfolding. Ali Sheikh up against Bolasetti. 2 know each other very well.
And Nikhil, what we're seeing here is probably playing into the hands of Bolasetti. Loves bowling to left-handers. He gets a nice angle away. He falls away at the crease a little bit in his delivery stride. And as a result, he has a propensity to push the ball away. So with that angle he's generating from around the wicket, he's able to angle the ball in, and then his natural delivery path takes it away from the batsman. And that's what we've seen there as he beats the outside edge.
Ali Sheikh got a hurry at the bowler's end, but not a clean pickup. Did the right thing, though, to try and get Nitish Kumar on strike, but could have easily been run out.
As I said, with Kumar approaching his century here, it'll be interesting to see whether what approach he takes here. Of course, just 5.5 overs left in the innings. As we see 3 out deep on the leg side. Deep point, third man. And he runs that one down to third man, collect another single. What have you made of how he's paced his innings so far today, Nikhil?
Yeah, have been exactly what's required. I mean, you look at the start when he was battling with Corey Anderson. He was going to run a ball for maybe about his first 10 runs. Then really had to dig in, ensure that he didn't give his wicket away. And I think just brought down the game well, batted in phases really well, and ensured that he's there till the end, which is the crucial phase now where you can really make up runs. Just needs, I think, someone to stay at the other end with him so that he can begin to build a partnership and put pressure back on the fielding team.
Yeah, I think striking at about 80, be happy with the innings that he's played here. He's rotated the strike nicely through the middle of the innings, and this is really the type of innings that has been lacking from across all the MLC teams this week in terms of taking that start and converting that into a match-winning score for his team.
So that will end the 45th over. Crunch time in this innings. 5 to go. 169 for 6. So it will be a change of ends for Justin Dill. Haven't seen him operate from that end much today, but bowling to the left-handed Ali Sheikh. Just a change in angle, bowling around the wicket. Sorry, actually over the wicket. No, it was around. I was right the first time. Wanting to go into the body of Ali Sheikh. So he's brought up that that fine leg, trying to save the single. This MLC East team, you want to bowl the majority of your deliveries at Ali Sheikh. The new batter has just been there for 7 deliveries. Does have the third man and cover on the boundary. First delivery of Dill's 9th over. Ali Sheikh, that's exactly what's needed of him. Just needs to get Nish Kumar back on strike.
Nikhil, I posed a question to you yesterday.
No, not again. Not again. No more questions, Josh. Please. Let's hear it, though. Let's hear it.
My question today is if a shark and a lion happen to find themselves engaged in a battle, who do you think would win and why? Kumar backs away and tries to make room through the offside there with third man and point up. Unable to connect. There's that one. Through to keeper Smith Patel.
Well,
no run.
The first thing I have to ask Josh is, where is this battle taking place? Because a shark can be on land.
Yeah, it's taking place in waist-high deep water. There's that one up in the air. And that one's not going to make it in. Gupta coming in off the long-on boundary. Just hesitated at the start there. We'll have another look at this one here on replay. Kumar doesn't quite catch it. And Gupta just a bit slow to get off the mark there, Nikhil.
I think it was going to be difficult. Didn't get the elevation. Didn't time it well either. Nitish Kumar, probably to his benefit in the end. He moves on to 90 now, 10 away from being the first centurion of this Houston challenge. And just to put this to bed, Josh, since you said in water, I'm going with a shark. Don't ask me any other questions. Based on that factor alone.
Thank you. Ali Sheikh plays that one off his hip out to deep square. Fielded by Mohammed Mohsin. Of course, we saw him in the attack with his leg spin earlier today, and we'll see him in action this afternoon in pursuit of this total. What do you think is a winning total, Nikhil?
I think anything 210 and over will be a really good total, especially given the Central's bowling attack. But Josh, I want to hear your answer as well. Don't run. With the shark or the lion?
Nikhil, it's a fabulous question. I also would probably choose the shark. It would be able to strike first, obviously being in water. It would take out the legs of the line, and then from there it's almost lunchtime.
Do you research these questions every night, Josh, before you come to the venue? I thought you would have so much other things to do that you would never get this time to do this much research. Good slower delivery from Dill.
Yeah, it turns out it's a little bit of a drive from where we're staying at the moment, Nikhil, to the ground every day. And when you're driving on a highway, your mind wanders to interesting places. And mine wanders to the questions that I've asked you over the past 2 days. Anyway, I hope you're enjoying this coverage from the Prairie View Cricket Complex. 46 overs done. MLC Central, 174 for 6. Captain Dane Pete mixing up his bowlers here. We've seen Justin Dill swing around to deliver from the forest end, and now Cornet Dry. 2 overs left in his spell. He's picked up the 3 wickets today.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised that he didn't go back to Bodisetti for this one more over that he needs, because Dre's got 2, Dill's 1. That's 3. Still have 4 overs remaining in this innings. Does he go back to Bodisetti from the other end, or does he go to someone like a Mohsen? A bit of a left field option. Have to wait and see the next over. But I think what he's thinking of is going for the kill now. So he's taking the risk.
Much like the shark.
No, Josh, no. Josh, get rid of this shark.
As cool. As Dry in and delivers to Shake. Oh, short ball there. Really shortened him up there. Manages to evade it, but crucially, a dot ball.
Maybe could have also been given a wide as well. It was on the sort of back of Ali Sheikh, outside the leg stump. So it gets away with one, I would say, Cornet Dry.
As that one hits the gloves, balloons up safely, and they scurry through for a single. Crucially, that gets Tish Kumar, the set batsman, back on strike.
Yeah, just couldn't get out of the way. I think it just didn't bounce as much as Ali Sheikh expected.
Seems to be keeping low there, delivering from the highway end. We've seen him really look to dig those 2 into the wicket. Neither of them really rising at the height the batsman would expect.
Almost finding a way through from Cornet Dry. More wheels or doors, Josh?
This is a fabulous question, and it's one that actually came up recently. The answer to your question, Nikhil, is there's far more doors in the world than there are wheels.
Wrong.
Now
Very wrong.
Listen to why. Think about. So let's take cars to start with. Obviously the logical one. Only 4 wheels on a car. Minimum 5 doors. Minimum 5 doors in a car. That's before we've even got inside the home.
What about the cars that only have 2 doors? Like a tractor, sports cars, plane, a truck.
As I said to you, haven't got it inside the home yet. On average.
Yeah, but you started with the cars. I'm also still at the cars. You said all have minimum 5 doors. We just proved that that's a lie.
Not all of them have 4 wheels.
What?
Not all.
Don't even say motorcycles because they have no doors. They have no doors.
As we see a ramp from Nitish Kumar, and this is what I was talking about. It'd be fantastic to see him go to that next gear, and that's what we've seen there. Beautiful deflection there. Over short fine leg for the boundary, and that takes him along to 96.
Well, 98 actually, Josh, and it's just been an innings now. Oh no, 96, you're correct, where he's really been able to carry the batting of this MLC Central. I think he deserves 100 from this stage. The way he's batted, the fortitude that he's shown. It's been a tough period, especially in that initial 20 overs to get through. Really had to battle hard.
He's batted beautifully today, and he's paced his innings beautifully. Definitely a player that enjoys the one-day format of the sport better than the shorter format. And he's shown us why today. He's rotated the strike beautifully, and now just 4 away from the first century in this challenge as he backs away in that one.
It was a great comeback from Nitish Kumar as well. You look at the Houston Open, didn't get many runs there. Then in the first game of this Houston Challenge, struggled again. So for him to come and score 100 like this will do his confidence, but also just the morale of the entire team to know and boost and say that someone was able to, go through a rough patch, but show that sort of resolute act at the crease to be able to come back and score a big 100 like this. Let's not blight him, though, the commentator's curse. Let's see him get there first. 4 away, 181 for 6.
Welcome back here to the Prairie View Cricket Complex for the penultimate day of the MLC Houston Challenge. Bolasetti coming in now from the Forest End as Ali Sheikh lasers that one out to the sweeper at deep cover. They'll just pick up the single.
Well, as expected, Bolasetti having to come back into the attack to make up that 1 over. So it does bring Nitish Kumar back on strike.
Of course, with the wind at his back now, hitting down the ground. Be interesting to see whether or not he still looks to take that option over short fine or third man here. That's a big swing. Big swing at that one. No connection. Strike one. So, Nikhil, while we've got a moment here, we'll finish this debate. I remain adamant that there are more doors in the world than there are wheels. There are many, many doors inside every residence in this world.
And there are wheels inside those residences as well.
I'm happy to listen to what wheels you think exist within people's homes. Is that one's played down the ground? Gupta coming off the boundary will keep it to 1.
So first of all, what about people with dressers that can roll around?
Those have what about? There are also doors on those wardrobes that roll around.
Not the one I have. There's no doors.
That's what you just.
It's just shells and wheels.
Feel free to tweet into us if you've got an answer to this. The hard-hitting questions here at the MLC Houston Challenge. You can find me at Josh Dascombe. Nikhil?
No. No guilty Twitter plug, Josh. I thought you would have said the MLC Major League Cricket handle. Not your own. But I guess when you have 20,000, you're always looking to grow that following. 3 away from 100, Nitish Kumar.
Oh, as he backs away and tries to get that one through. Obviously, short third man and point inside the circle. Looking for that gap. Inside edge. And lucky that one doesn't roll onto the stumps.
Yeah, has been a bit fortunate last couple of deliveries. Has also struggled. Haven't seen him since that ramp he played for a boundary. That was a couple of overs ago. Hasn't found the boundary.
I think with the last ball in the over here, he'd be looking to just dump this one into the gap on the leg side, get down the other end and face as many of these last 13 deliveries as he can. As that one spins away towards the boundary, and that'll be it, Nikhil.
Yeah, resolute 100 from Nitish Kumar. He'll celebrate the first of this Houston Challenge. What a comeback from this man. And he's recovered his team from a really tough position into now a competitive total, and not that he will remember for a long time.
Spot on. Spot on. He's batted beautifully. He's paced his innings beautifully. And we see him bring up his century off 122 deliveries. 8 fours and no sixes in that knock. As we'll have another look at it here. See him target over cover. And it spins away off the outside edge. And that's one of the dangers of having third man up at this stage of the innings.
It's not about how they come, Josh. It's about the runs. And I will concede that I think now there may be more doors than wheels.
Ronnie said, what about the hotels?
The hotels have wheels too. The baggage carts. The suitcases inside the hotels.
I mean, technically they've got one big door at the front, don't they? The on suitcases.
No.
That one. Attempted to guide that one just over the wicket keeper's head, not able to make connection. And now we see 11 deliveries left in this innings. They'll be looking to maximise those and get up to somewhere over that 200 mark. It's 12 runs away.
So back to the cricket.
Oh, do we have
Hopefully.
to? 11 deliveries left. Dry in. Picked up 3 wicket stays, that one. I'll have to re-bowl that one. I have to think that's been called based on line there, Nikhil. Ball didn't get up. Dry doesn't appear to be happy with it either.
Yeah, he got away with the first one, I think. Well evaded in the end by Ali Sheikh. You can see where Corner Dry is aiming, though, straight at the body, which is always tough to score on when you are going short. So Ali Sheikh will either have to take on that short ball or continue to evade. But when you do look to get out the way, of course, valuable dot deliveries at this stage. Good close out death bowling, even though, yes, he's conceded the wide.
Yeah, and I think having a look at the field here, obviously the long boundary out to the western side of the ground today is that one. Balloons up over, backward point, cleaned up by Chetty at third man. They'll just get the single. Yes, obviously the plan here for Cornet Dry to the left-handed Ali Sheikh is to come around the wicket, angle that ball into the body. Lots of protection out there on the leg side with the long boundary. And aiming to make him take that on. Of course, just 10 deliveries left in the innings now. Kumar gets that one down to fine leg. Well executed by Cornet Dry there. Hitting the block hole. Can do nothing more than get that one down to fine leg for a single.
Yeah, really good Yorker and really good from Nitish Kumar to even get a piece of bat on that. Because it was just fired in as fast as he could, Cornet Dry. You would think here, though, Josh, if they can close out this next over well from Justin Dill or Boliseti, whoever DMP decides to go with, less than 210. If you ask DMP ahead of this game if he would take that, I think he would. On what seems to be a considerably better surface for batting.
I don't think any side would probably be unhappy with this outcome to kill. 200. Definitely sets up an enthralling afternoon of cricket as that one manages to get it over the head of keeper Smith Patel and it will run away for 4.
But another delivery that was short at Ali Sheikh, the body, and tried again to get out of the way. But instead got some, I think, bat or glove on it. Hard to tell from that angle, but just somehow over Smith Patel's head, and Corner Dry can't believe it.
As you said last over, Nikhil, doesn't matter how they come. They're 4 very, very valuable runs to the MLC Central.
This is a good cameo, though, from Ali Sheikh. Won about 18. Even though, yes, it's been a bit scratchy, it's the runs that's the most important thing. Goes short again. I'm surprised he hasn't been warned There he is, second time for the over. So one more and it will be a no ball, Josh.
Is that the first or the second, Nikhil?
Well, he puts 2 fingers up, so if my math serves me right.
Of course. We see fine leg come up into the circle. Mid-off, push back onto the boundary. He'll be looking to go full here. Full and outside off. Jam that one in the block hole. Get out of the over. Dry in and bowls. Goes full. Ali Sheikh does well. Captain Dane Pete scurries around from mid-wicket to pick that one up. That brings us to the end of the 49th over. MLC Central, 196 for 6.
So it will be the final over of this innings. I think the Central will be targeting 210. 14 runs from the last with 2 set batters at the crease. And they can close this out to less than 210, the East. They'll go into this innings with a lot of momentum. Justin Dill with ball in hand.
Of course, Justin Dill struck twice in the power play this morning. Nipping one back through the gate of Ramiz Raja. And then, of course, knocking over the castle of Marty Kane. He's picked up 2 so far. Coming to his last over. MLC Central, of course, looking to take full toll of this last over. Get up towards that 210 mark that you keep speaking about, Nikhil.
Well, has been very effective, Justin Dill, specifically with that newer ball inside the power play. Ali Sheikh wanted 2, but probably wisely in the end, not going back.
You'll see Justin Dill mix up the pace this over. Of course, keep the batsman unable to get set into a routine. Just 5 balls left in this innings. I mean, the story of this inning so far would have to be Nitish Kumar's 102 not out. He's batted beautifully, Nikhil.
Well, what a stop that is at the leg side boundary.
Oh,
Just rose back in the end. Kumar did really well to hit that in front of square. Played it earlier than he would have usually for a pull shot, but I think it was pace off as well.
yeah, it was Nikhil. He's dug that one in with the pace off, and we've nearly seen a beautiful piece of fielding from Sanjay Krishnamurthy at deep mid-wicket, but couldn't prevent the ball from crossing the rope. We'll add another 4 to the score. As he lofts this one down the ground. Seem to get that one off the toe end of the bat. And they'll just get the single. That, of course, that boundary bringing up the 200 Nikhil for the MLC Central. You have to think it's about par, particularly from where they found themselves 3 down, just 30 at the end of the power play.
Yeah, they're even 20 for 3 at one stage. So Nitish Kumar, even Willem Luddick with his 43 really helped to rebuild this innings. Big swing and a miss from Ali Sheikh. Good death bowling from these seamers of the MLC East team.
Might have a look at that. Another look at that one there. Big swing from Ali Sheikh, and he'll be kicking himself, missing out on that one. Length ball, and unable to take full toll of the wind at his back. Dill in bowling to Ali Sheikh. 2 balls left in the innings. That one swung out to deep mid-wicket, cleaned up by Saiteja Mukamola, who I'm looking forward to seeing bat this afternoon, Nikhil. He's got himself away to 2 starts in 2 knocks so far, and unable to quite kick on for the big scorer that's looked so threatening.
It's actually his birthday today as well, so could have some extra luck to go with it, but has to be one of my favorite players in this Houston Challenge. Under 19, I think he's 18 today. Unbelievable player. Last delivery of the innings.
Sheikh will scurry back for 2 there. Fantastic running and intent. The throw comes in.
And what it means is 9 come from the over, but you would think both teams relatively happy with this. 205 in the 50 overs. So what it will mean is that the MLC East team will have to bat with some intent, will need to score at just over 4 and over. Here's a look at the scorecard, all highlighted by that man, Nitish Kumar, 109 unbeaten. And really a sensational innings from him. Well supported by Willem Luddick and Ali Sheikh towards the end to get past that 200 mark. And in terms of the bowling, well, I think Dill set the tone early on with those 2 quick wickets. Cornet Dry was good again. 3 for him and also 1 for the captain, Dane Pete, in just his 4 overs. So don't go anywhere. The East, after winning the toss and bowling first, have kept the central to just 205. But before we do that, let's have a look at the wickets. Justin Dill sent the stump of Ramiz Raja for a walk.
So we have a look at this next one. Cornet Dry with the new ball in, angling them in at Sadeep Ganesh's pad, and that one doesn't get more out than that, Nikhil. That's caught him on the back pad in front of middle stump.
Yeah, Drake didn't even need to appeal. Then from around the wicket, just cut Marty Kane in half. Hit the top of off. Good bowling from Dill again, who's used the new ball so well in this Houston challenge.
There's that one beautifully delivered there. Dane Pete drifts that one down the line nicely, straightens, and Corey Anderson beaten in flight there. Trapped LBW.
This was a very important wicket, though, because Willem Luddick has the ability to change gears, and he could have really took this team past that 220 mark had he stayed at the crease.
Yes, this one here, Cornet Dry. Trapping Zia Shazad, shuffling across the crease there, and unfortunately you've got to make contact with that one when you've got that trigger movement to kill. Thudding into leg stump. That one was the 6th to go.
So those are the wickets that fallen. 206 it will be for the East team to win when we resume. Don't go anywhere. the resumption of today's play. The second innings just about to get started for the MLC East team. Zahid Zakil opening the batting along with Smith Patel. So no Sateja Mukamala today at the top of the order. Pretty disappointing given how well he started this challenge, but I'm sure we will see him at some stage. I think he is there at number 3, padded up, waiting to come in. And with the ball in hand, Isan Adil, bowler of the challenge. I'll just put it out there now. Because of that performance he put down in the first game. Let's see if he can repeat much of that. Hello to you, Brian Walters.
Good afternoon, Nikhil. Interesting chase ahead. It's that sort of middling type of score where you're not sure as a chasing side whether or not you need to go out with all guns blazing or whether or not you need to be completely in the singles and doubles type mode. And I think the approach of these two, Zakil and Patel at the top of the order, will be dictated to a certain extent by how comfortable they are and how comfortable they're made to feel by Isan Adil.
Well, starts with a flick and it starts with a boundary. Smith Patel, that's some way to come to the crease. Welcome.
Well, as I mentioned, how comfortable are they made to feel by Isan Adil? But if Adil comes in bowling half volleys on leg stump, this is going to be a really, really short chase. Obviously, as a fast bowler, you want to be aiming, in fact, at any bowler, you want to be aiming somewhere around off stump or maybe just outside off stump. This one entirely too straight, and that angle from over the wicket into the right-hander, pitching on leg stump, absolutely a free hit. Not technically a free hit, but a very easy ball to put away for 4.
I just think this surface is getting a lot better as this day goes on. You will be able to trust that bounce. And Smith Patel is the type of player, Brian, if he sticks around, could be over very soon. He will score quickly, will find the boundary.
Well, that certainly was one of our talking points from this morning here in Nikhil. And the reality is, at this time of the day, it tends to be much, much better for batting. Took a quick look at the pitch in between innings. Very dry. It has certainly calmed down a lot. Very firm. You don't get the sense that there's any softness there. So you should get relatively even bounce the rest of the way here. So batting conditions certainly easier at this point of the day.
Bring Zahid Zakil onto strike. Played at under 19 cricket for Afghanistan. Would have seen him a bit in the Houston Open for the Prairie View Hurricanes. But just getting assigned with as part of this MLC group.
Of course, the East going with the left-hand, right-hand combination at the top of the order. Always a challenge for the bowling side. Great delivery. That is the type of delivery that you've seen Isan Adil make throughout this tournament. That angle from over the wicket, angling it across the left-hander. Ball pitching maybe on off stump, maybe on middle stump, and dancing away from Zakil into the gloves of Smith, into the gloves of Saideep Ganesh.
Well, it was a really puzzling delivery for Zakil. Didn't have a clue in terms of where that delivery went. They're getting much more behind that one. Just need to go at 4 runs and over, Brian. The way these two have started, clearly in a hurry.
Well, the first ball flicked away effortlessly for 4. So they're already at 5 runs in this over. So there is absolutely no rush needed. No need to take any chances whatsoever. even in the power play overs and even with a great fielding side and a brilliant captaincy that you'd expect from Corey Anderson. You just have to tell yourself, if you're the East, that a normal approach gets you all the way where you need to be here.
Zakil will get off the mark with a couple of runs. So it will be 7 from the first over. Good start for the MLC East, searching for that first win of this tournament. So Corey Anderson throwing the ball to Rusher Joshi. His first game of this series, struggling with a hamstring injury, so finally up to full fitness. A very rare first over for Adil, Brian. Usually so tight, usually so tough to face, especially with that new ball. But I do think this is becoming a good batting track. I keep saying it. Let's see. Again, Smith Patel. Good running, good cricket. Zakil running with his bat in the air, looking back. Always a risk.
Yeah, a couple things wrong there. I think he was kind of flat-footed, so took off running late. And then, as you mentioned, that bat in the air looking over his shoulder, that's a pretty bad combination. But back to Isan Adil. Once you start the over off with a half volley on leg stump that gets smacked away for 4, then you're always going to be on the defensive from that point forward. So I think the last 5 balls of the over, he was just always attempting to regain whatever confidence he needed to after having lost it with that first delivery.
Zakil goes to a big hoik into the onside.
Agricultural.
Well, you look at this, Brian. I pose the question to you. Sateja Mukamala in his third game, 2 starts in the 258 runs, in the top 10 leading run scorers in this tournament. Why do you think they've opted to have him bat at number 3 today?
The only thing I can think of, because I think you'd have been committed to opening with Smith Patel. I think that goes without saying. Better looking shot here, just back on the back foot and playing defensively into the covers. The only thing I can think of is to maintain that left-hand, right-hand combination at the top, which is why they would have gone with Zakil. Failing that, I can't think of another reason why you would have had him down the order Mukamala, because he's a player who's full of confidence, as you mentioned, has been around the runs. This is a absolutely skyer, and that's going to be taken.
Marty
Nobody's gonna
Kane.
drop that.
Well, I wouldn't say that, Brian, but what I will say is Marty Kane under any ball, you trust him to take the catch. He's just been so athletic in the field. That one didn't have to do much for. And Zahid Zakil's short stay comes to an end. Just looking to go over the top. And Rusher Joshi strikes.
The approach that Zakil took through the entirety of his innings, as short as it was, suggested non-permanence. It was almost as though he did not want to stay out there. It was almost as though, for example, a Sunil Narayan in the IPL or in limited overs matches, where you put him at the top of the order and say, go throw your bat and see what happens. He faced 3 deliveries in this over. 2 of the 3, he was throwing the kitchen sink at the ball. So I sort of wonder exactly what the orders were for him going out there, because, again, the approach that he took did not suggest that he wanted to stay there for very long. First wicket goes down.
Really did go high up, and we were speaking so much about Sateja Mukamala. Here he comes. I'm at number 3. So basically opening just in the second over.
He's effectively opening anyway. Which, again, begs the question, what were the instructions to Zahid Zakil?
Well, I think Zakil would have wanted to just play the way that he does, which is to go after the bowling. But, of course, with that approach, it can hit and it can miss.
Aggression, I think, is a good thing. Aggression puts the opponent on the back foot. But I think aggression without a purpose, aggression just for aggression's sake, tends to work against your objective sometimes if you want to win the game. So I think they may want to have a think about exactly what Zakil's role was and how he's going to play for them going forward.
So Mukamala will be someone that spends time at the crease. Will also have to fight. Brian, won't be easy. End of 2. The successful over for the East. They take their first wicket. It's 8-1. So he's on a deal. Interested to see how Smith Patel plays him. He did take an attack to him in the first over. Took 7 from it.
The luxury that MLC East has is that they're not needing to go at a run a ball. They're not chasing 300 runs. They're only chasing 206. So the required rate at the beginning of the innings was 4.06. 4.06 under most circumstances is pretty manageable in a limited over format. And so you can absorb balls. You can take time to get set, and you don't have to take any chances. And that is a beautiful, flowing off drive. They'll get 2. Doesn't have the legs to get all the way to the boundary, I don't think, and it does not. But to the point I was making here, Nikhil, all you'll need to do if you're the MLC East is just to take what is offered to you. I think in the middle overs in the first innings where the Central put on a clinic about just rotating the strike and going at 3-4 runs and over, that type of an approach is more than sufficient here. Just make sure you keep wickets in hand and just continue to just pick up the easy runs as they present themselves. Absolutely no need to do anything beyond that for the next 20 or so overs. Oh!
Well, the Jets want to already lift Isan Adil. He's picked up 3 wickets in that first game against the USA team. What I will tell you, though, for the Central, they'll want to get Smith Patel out because I know this man very well. I've seen him a couple of times, worked closely with him when he was at the Barbados Royals last CPL. When he's hitting the ball like this, he's very hard to stop, and he will score and will score quickly. So he can single-handedly, like Nitish Kumar did, take the game away from you. So he'll be a wicket that they need. Has struggled for runs in this Houston Challenge.
Oh,
Again, just effortless on the front foot. Doesn't play too far in front of the body. Smith Patel just allows it to come, and another 2 for him.
in the air for a little bit that time, but well clear of any fielder. The closest man to that might have been the captain himself, Corey Anderson, at short cover. But another easy 2 runs. So without much effort here, Nikhil, with 2 balls remaining here in the third rather, they've already scored the 4 runs that they need per over to win this game. So to the point I was making earlier, if all they're needing to do at this stage is just stay within themselves, trust their instincts, and just be able to just push those ones and twos, appeal for a catch, not out.
No, they weren't appealing for a catch. What happened was the ball just cut completely past the inside edge of Smith Patel and almost crashed into the off stump. Adil couldn't believe it. Purposely rolled his fingers around it. You can see there. And just cut in a massive way. Almost hit that off stump.
Well, Nikhil, I've made the point on more than one occasion in the last few weeks that your eyesight is better than mine. You picked that up live. I picked it up on the replay. You're absolutely right. He rolled his fingers over almost like an off-cutter. In fact, it was an off-cutter, and got tremendous movement off the pitch back into Smith Patel. Defended without incident to end the over. So after 3, the score is 12 for 1. And MLC East is going exactly at the rate that they need to be going at here. 4 runs and over.
Joshi back into the attack. And Mukamala yet to get off the mark, but looks solid in defense.
Well, when you have to talk for the better part of 100 overs, you find that the conversation doesn't always have everything and anything to do with cricket. That's where the conversations about lions and sharks and everything else comes up. And probably where Mr. Peter Delapen is at his best. It's a mighty fine conversation. Oh, very well played. Flicked away to the leg side. Won't have the legs to get to the boundary, but 2 more runs, Nikhil.
So Mukamala finally underway. I must say, I've asked everyone about this young man. Just so impressive. Sateja Mukamala, from what I've seen of him. On his birthday too, so we're looking to get a big score.
It's one of the things that I personally am very encouraged by is the amount of young talent that exists in this country. Look at that solid defensive shot. Just beautifully played. Head right over the ball, front foot right to the pitch, just textbook forward defensive. And these youngsters are not intimidated by the moment. Yes, they're playing against an opposition that includes first class and test players, but they're not fazed by the moment. The moment is not too big for them. And they've shown so far a propensity to just keep their heads down and do what their team is asking them to do.
Yeah, again, hasn't been too troubled by the pace. He's really been bruised this week. Mukamala got hit in that mid-rib section by Carmi LaRue. Has had to face the music from some of these faster bowlers, but he's just shown so much fight for a young man, which tells you he's got the right makings to be a player at the next level.
He won't mind that he's now faced 3 dot balls in a row. In fact, 4 of the last 5. That will not bother him one bit. Of course, we have to cast an obligatory eye toward the actual run rate and the required run rate. Both of those hovering somewhere around 4. Oh, well fielded. beautiful piece of fielding there at backward point. That's Ali Sheikh pouncing forward like a cat, preventing that ball from getting through. So a dot ball to end things here in the fourth. Score is 14 for 1. Isan Adil back into the attack for his third over. First delivery driven back toward mid-on. So Isan Adil appears to have a decent amount of pace, Nikhil. And aside from that very first delivery that he bowled, going down the leg side and clipped away for 4, generally has appeared to be locating the ball where he wants it. So I guess my question for you is, do you see him bowling a longer spell up top, maybe 5-6 overs, or do you see him being kept back at all towards the back end of this innings?
Well, he's on a deal. Was 6 overs on the trot against the USA team. And many won't know this, but he's played 6 one-day internationals for Pakistan as well as 3 test matches. So he, like a lot of the other players in this game, has got that international experience, which is clearly helping him at this level. It's just bowled with so much control. He does have the pace, but never once did I think he stepped out of that zone where he can really feel himself and find that rhythm.
.2 overs, so he's bowled 14 balls and conceded 12 runs, 4 of which were that first ball I keep talking about. So that pedigree not surprising. Generally locating that ball on or around that off stump line. Has not yet gone short. You suspect that somebody with his pace, at some point you'll see him bowl one of the short balls to test the youngsters, particularly Mukamala. But I like the way that he has started out bowling here into his third over, and you would suspect if he bowled 6 on the trot against the USA that he has the experience and the strength to be able to bowl long spells if his captain needs for him to.
That has only conceded a single run in this over. Isan Adil. Did you know that he played in national cricket, Brian?
So, Nikhil, somebody with your obvious knowledge has that knowledge base spread across several different cricketing playing countries. Somebody who's as inferior to you as I am may not have already known that.
The simple answer would have been no. You're good with words, you know, Brian. All of this inferior. So one delivery remaining in his spell. Isan Adil. Definitely about 6'2", 6'3". So he's got that height and a very fluent action as well. Ends his 5th over. The East going well here thus far, playing the situation 15 for 1. So Smith Patel into double figures. Just a single for him.
I think it's a really interesting field position. As you see, I believe that's William Luddick fielding at very, very short mid-on, almost a silly mid-on, probably some 12 or 15 yards away from the bat. It's a unique fielding position. Don't always see that one. And in fact, that is William Luddick actually standing closer to the to the striker than the non-striker is. So apparently they've done their homework. They believe, obviously, that there's a potential catching opportunity right in that area. It'll be interesting to see if that fielder has any work to do.
Well, he won't have to do much with that. Smith Patel, again, another fluent drive. Sorry, it's actually Sateja Mukamala. This young man continues to impress immensely.
I'll tell you what, another beautiful flowing cover drive. We've seen a few of those today. I don't know that this has been the best of the lot, but if it's not the best of them, it was certainly close to the top. Driven on the up through the covers. Once it passed that man, running across from mid-off, not able to get hands on it inside the circle, and it was always going to be running away from him as it went down to the boundary. So the 20 is now reached about 1/10 of the way on the chase here as MLC East. And that one you'll have to re-bowl, as it's a little bit too far outside off stump for the liking of umpire Matin Irandar. Another 185 runs needed from 265 balls. So it should not be an extremely difficult chase. This ball is struck into the covers. Picked up cleanly there. That would be, if I'm not mistaken, that's captain himself, Corey Anderson. Captain fielding at short cover, and again, that interesting fielding position. William Luddick at very, very short mid-on. So maybe attempting to put some pressure onto these two youngsters, Sai Mukamala and Smith Patel.
Yeah, great angle of those two fielders close in. Loud appeal, looking to flick. But umpire not interested. And I just wonder those two fielders there, because of how prolific these two are playing down the ground. Here's another look at the LBW, just angled down. Even though from our angle you could see that leg stump. Remember, we're not straight behind. This camera is not straight behind.
I agree with you from our angle. That certainly looked like it was going down. But yes, so you're expecting with that man at short mid-on and the captain himself in the covers at short cover, that suggests a line that is going to be on or around middle stump to off stump and a fuller length. We'll see how that develops over the next few overs here. The score is 22-1.
So as expected, Isan Adil will continue. Well, run out chance.
No. Oh my God.
Big miscommunication in the middle between Smith Patel and Mukamala. And Mukamala easily could have been run out there.
Oh my goodness, how disastrous would that have been? Mukamala and Patel now talking about it. Looking at the replay here, both started going in the same direction. Both ended up around the middle of the pitch. And that throw coming in from the covers was easily 5-6 yards ahead of Mukamala. Had he been able to hit the stumps, the fielder in the covers, that easily would have been run out.
But also the bowler didn't get back to the stumps for the return. Had he been there, it would have been another easy run out.
So would completely agree with you. So obviously these two have a little bit of talking to do. Don't want to ever be run out, but that would have been extremely, extremely difficult to justify. Just to look at the replay again here, Nikhil.
There was another attempted cutter. I think he got the yes-no Smith Patel.
Yep.
Mukamala took off, took 2 steps, and then sent Smith Patel back, but it was too late. Lucky to get away with that.
Completely. Now, in defense of the bowler, you mentioned that Ihsan Adil did not get back behind the stumps. His follow-through would have taken him halfway down the pitch as a pace bowler, and so he would have had to gather himself, come all the way back, field that ball, or the ball is fielded in the covers, so he would not have had a whole lot of time to get back into position behind the stumps. But no question that a relatively straightforward run-out chance was missed. You almost get the feeling that if the cover fielder had run towards the wicket himself, that he might have even been able to get there Jonty Rhodes style before Mukamala got back to that end.
So luckily both are still there and both contributing in this partnership. Adil, another really economical spell from him. Would have seen him in the National T20 Cup at the end of last year, Ihsan Adil, in Pakistan. He told me he played a lot of T20 cricket and T10 cricket in the last year. So this 50 over was a big step for him.
Breaking the shackles just a little bit on that occasion is Saimo Kamala. Single into the covers. That should... Oh, one more ball to come. Score ticks over now to 24. So 7 overs, or 1 ball short of 7 overs. Again, just keeping an eye on the required rate. Required rate is around 4.22 at this stage. They're actually scoring at the rate of 3.5, but neither of those two numbers will be of much concern if you're the MLC East.
Just getting some treatment to that back. Some of the MLC players. It's Josh Tascombe, who was in the commentary box earlier. He's there. Justin Dill, another one on the bed. Liam Plunkett, the coach. So the final delivery of this over. Well, Goes takes on the hook, but there is a man in the deep. And he just puts it down. Rushir Joshi it was. Got himself into position, but just couldn't hold on. Mukamala has shown in this series that he will take on that short delivery.
Boy, I tell you, this is not far away from being a wicket because it was a genuine top edge. Did not make good contact. And I'll tell you, the work was done in the deep by that fielder out there, Joshi, and not able to make the catch. He made up the distance, but only able to just meekly stick his hand out, ball bouncing off of his right hand and trickling into the rope. So you look, if you're defending a score that's below par, you need to be able to take every opportunity that comes to you. So Joshi may regret not being able to latch on to that one. 28 for 1 is the score.
So he has a chance, though, to put wrong things right with the ball in hand. But they're going at 4 runs and over, pretty much required. The longer these two bat, Brian, you think the more comfortable they will be in terms of chasing this total. You have to say, though, Surface hasn't had too many tricks to start for in the second innings, which shows that the sun is playing a part. Good toss to win in the end for the MLC East. Just see on your camera there, William Luddick so straight, as well as Corey Anderson, looking to catch in those straighter positions.
That's certainly the case. And of course, with regard to the pitch, we'd always thought that batting would be better towards the back end of this match. And that's so much of a pronounced difference, batting in the morning versus batting in the afternoon. So always a good toss to win, because you want to make sure that you have the opportunity to take advantage of batting conditions when they're easier. A couple of dot balls here to start the 8th over. The 4th over being bowled by Ruchir Joshi. His 3 overs so far, 1 for 10. Make that 3.2 overs after having bowled 2 deliveries here in his 4th. 1 for 10, so he's taken the 1 wicket to fall so far. Looking very solid in defense here is Smith Patel. And again, at the risk of repeating ourselves here, Nikhil, there's not a lot that needs to happen in terms of going hell for leather. All that you're needing to do if you're the MLC East is just to take advantage of whatever is offered to you. And beyond that, just accept whatever gifts are given to you. Now, what you don't want to be doing is slashing outside off stump in that way. Honestly, that ball nowhere near the bat that would justify a shot similar to the one that Patel was just playing. So he's going to want to be able to make sure that he doesn't give away his hand here. As long as they keep those wickets in hand, the target should not be an issue. But he does not want to give away his wicket unnecessarily.
Well, again, push through the offside. More runs for the East. Won't get to the boundary, but another 2. So they're scoring. These 2 in the middle. A lot of batting still to come as well. Milan Kumar. Saw a couple scores from him in this tournament. Not to mention Cody Shetty as well. Couple starts for him. And then Sanjay Krishnamurti. Mohamed Mohsin. A lot of batting still in the hut. So Corey Anderson will have to do some thinking, especially if these 2 come back to that first drinks break, Brian. You would expect to be in a really good position. That one keeps, first one that really keeps low in this innings.
Completely agree with you. That something to keep an eye on as we go throughout the rest of this innings. 30 for 1 is the score.
So Isan Adil has come off the field. William Luddick into the attack for the first time today. Pretty lengthy spell from Adil. 4 overs for him. Ran in really hard. Mukamala again. He's got himself in. 18 deliveries. Brian, you have to be impressed with the young man.
No question. It will be interesting to see how he does here against Luddick. Luddick, a tremendous all-rounder. Saw him play for the first time in the minor leagues last year. Very impressive. Can change the ball, or change the game rather, with both bat and ball. But I'm really interested in seeing how Sai Mokamala handles the chase from here on out. Because it just appears, Nikhil, that he's going to be able to as long as he plays within himself, I don't get the sense that he's going to be very challenged. So far, lovely flick, unfortunately for him, straight down to fine leg, but he shapes well to play every shot. He appears to have the temperament necessary to be able to manage his chase. So the question to be asked is he going to be able to stay there, or is he going to give it away at some point? You'd like to think that he wouldn't give it away. And you get the sense, just looking at him bat, that if he does not give it away, that he should be able to shepherd the chase in the way that his team needs for him to.
You think a 50 or 60 not out here, or even if he does get out on his birthday to help his team win, would be the perfect present. Smith Patel again driving, but they've packed that offside, Corey Anderson, knowing that Smith Patel is so strong. So they've got a clear plan, but they don't have anyone on the boundary. So when he does pierce that gap, it's always runs. Extra cover, mid-off, cover, point, and the third man back on the boundary.
Not surprising that there is no one on the boundary through that offside. Of course, we're still in the first power play, so only 2 fielders allowed outside the circle, and those 2 fielders are down at third man and fine leg. But that elegant driving through the offside, he truly does play that shot very well, Smith Patel. And that front foot gets right to the pitch, and that bat coming right down through the line. Really elegant looking shot. He just needs to make sure that he doesn't take any chances. Trying to drive at a ball that's not quite there for the drive is certainly something that the fielder at backward point would be interested in.
May just deceived him for pace on that occasion. So good over, just a single from it thus far from William Luddick. Good start to his spell. Got a ball in the right areas. I think it's a matter of being patient if you're the central team. Got to remain patient. Don't have to panic yet.
One ball to come. Pretty long run up here by William Luddick. Starts his run up right at the edge of the 30-yard circle.
Gonna have to hurry, Smith Patel. Even Mukamal at the keeper's end. It's a bit slow to get off, but in the end, a single rounds out a 2-run over, 32 for 1. So Richard Joshi will continue in pretty lengthy spell thus far. 4 on the trot. Will ball is 5th.
Lovely shot. Oh, that is a proper cricket shot. Effortlessly clipped through mid-wicket for 4. What a proper looking cricket shot that is, Nikhil.
Well, there's that man again, Smith Patel. I mentioned at the beginning, Brian, he's not a man that you want to see play strokes like this, because it does mean that he's in good nick. And when he's in good nick, he's very hard to dismiss. Obviously scored a 50 on debut at the CPL. And very similar, this is a funny coincidence. Similar to Nitish Kumar in the Houston Open and in this Houston Challenge, Smith Patel has struggled for runs. First real sign of getting a start and cashing in. And he's just, I think, always when you know that Smith Patel is playing well is when you see the ball under his eyes. He just plays the ball so late.
You're absolutely right. Looking back at that shot that was clipped through mid-wicket just now for 4, first ball of the over, he played that ball directly under his eyes. And even though it went to mid-wicket, it was played with a straight bat. And so that's the key to recognizing a proper batter. This one a little bit further outside off stump, and the attempted slash is missed. But that's the key to looking at a proper batter and seeing how he can play, is how easily he can play that shot through mid-wicket. It's not the easiest shot to play just from a technical standpoint. To be able to play that shot all along the ground with a straight bat is the mark of a high-class batsman.
Oh, again, that was a similarly good shot, just straight to Marty Kane at cover.
So, Nikhil, you mentioned that Richard Joshi is now into his 5th over. I have a question for you as somebody who fancies himself as a pace bowler. The deeper you go into a long spell, what's the first thing that goes? Is it the line, is it the length, or is it the pace?
Well, I don't know if I'm really a pace bowler. I don't know if I'm qualified to answer this question, Brian. I sit in
there's that shot again for 4 more. What a beautiful shot. A little bit more uppish on this occasion. I'll get back to you shortly here because I really want to hear your answer, Nikhil. But this is clipped beautifully again through mid-wicket for 4 more.
Well, yes, another excellent shot under the eyes. And just those strong wrists. We see it from Unmukt Chan. Mm-hmm. We see it from Milind Kumar. And we also see it from Smith Patel. Able to just get on top of it so easily. And this is a big over for the East. They're well on top of things at this stage. Mm-hmm. Remember, they were 20 for 3 after the first 10, the MLC Central. And just one delivery to go in this 10th over. 40 for 1. Much better position.
Fantastic. And with this last delivery, Smith Patel looking to capitalize. Driving through the covers for 4 more. So a huge over. 12 runs taken from this, the 10th over of the innings. The first power play ends in emphatic fashion for the East. Score now races up to 44. 12 runs from that over. And they're in business, the East.
Get the notebooks out. All the young boys and girls at home. That over there was a masterclass of batting from Smith Patel. 3 boundaries. Well on top of things. The MLC East after the first 10. So Luddick will continue. You would think Brian Mukamala, given the way Smith Patel is going at the moment, just needs to spend time at the other end. Can just pick up those singles. And he has the luxury of actually batting himself in because of the way Smith Patel is scoring.
You're absolutely right. Smith Patel 28 now from 34. Mukamala 13 from 21. So you're absolutely right in that he has the luxury of not needing to accelerate anytime soon. And certainly he has the best seat in the house as a non-striker as Smith Patel unleashes those lovely punches through mid-wicket. So back to the question I asked you, Nikhil. In fact, I'll answer for me first and then I'll ask you. Because in the Houston League when I used to play here, we played 40-over matches. So I'd sometimes bowl 8 overs on the trot for a spell. By the 5th over, easily the first thing that went, particularly in the hot Houston summers, was the pace. Generally had good control over line and length. But the pace would drop from, I don't know, my quickest I was probably 80, 85 kilometers an hour.
No.
Kilometers, I said.
Oh, yes.
You're immediately saying no. You didn't even hear what I said.
Brian, 80 kilometers running up? What's the point of running in?
You know, the one thing I regret is that I never was measured when I was bowling. I will tell you the quickest ball that I've ever bowled I once clean bowled a teammate in practice and broke the middle stump in half. So that, in theory, would tell you how quick I was bowling, but I was never able to have it measured, so I couldn't tell you what that number would be.
You left out the part that you you saw the stump the night before. Just kept it loose for the next day at practice.
I feel all of a sudden disrespected in the commentator's booth, but we'll leave that alone for now.
4 dots for Willem Luddick. Definitely bowling 10 times faster than Brian. Brian.
No rest for the wicked.
Brian, you have the $1 million laugh. I don't think there's anyone with such a profound, boisterous laugh in the world.
You will not believe that anytime I meet someone here who has known me in commentating circles before personally, the very first thing that they mention is my laugh. I wish I was making it up. It's just authentically me. That's the way I come.
Well, this one flicked.
Oh!
And it will be runs this time for Mukamala. It just won't get into the boundary. Rameez Rogers quick. And just keeps it in. So it will be 3. Saves the run for his team.
Spoils what was really a good over there by William Luddick. He got it a little too straight and a little too full and punched. Similar shot to the ones that was played from the other end off of Richard Joshi. 3 more runs to the total. The score is 47 for 1.
So after 11 overs, it will be spin into the attack. Marty Kane with his left arm spin. Of course, part of that USA team. Playing inside the Ireland series. Not playing with the US in this Houston Challenge, though.
Marty Kane. The luxury of having somebody who is a good all-rounder in the kill is that if you fail in one area of the game, you can always make it up in the other area of the game. So Marty Kane this morning, unfortunately for him, was sent back without disturbing the scorers by Justin Dill. But he has the opportunity here to try to make a breakthrough against these 2 young right-handers. And, of course, as a left-handed spinner with coverage out there on the sweeper on the boundary, so only 1. As a left-handed spinner, you want to operate to both of these right-handers because, again, if there's any turn, if there's any purchase off the pitch, it will be leaving both of them. So you fancy your chances to be able to take a wicket under those circumstances.
Such an unorthodox action, Marty Kane. Just see how he sort of builds up that load, then releases. Another good stop at point by Anderson. Corey Anderson took 2 wickets in his comeback to bowling in the last game. Expect to see him in the attack very soon. Brian?
From what I understand, he has not been bowling as much recently for health reasons, meaning that he's been carrying a little bit of a niggle. And, of course, he would have been, let's see, I'm going to guess that he's somewhere around 34 years old by now. So, okay, I've been told emphatically no. Oh, my goodness. Yeah. Okay, so while my fingers immediately go to the research button to see how old Corey Anderson is,
32.
30, I'm off by 2 years. It's not.
You're looking at the wrong Corey Anderson.
Oh yeah, that's a oh my! I wish the audience could see the page that was just pulled up by Nikhil. That's certainly not the right Corey Anderson. Even though if I'm in a fight, I'd want to be with that Corey Anderson instead of this other one.
And then people ask why I have this last name. Trust me, there's no other Nikhil Uttamchandanis in the world.
After all of that, we missed the end of the over. 1 run scoring from that over. The score is 48 for 1.
The only reason I noticed Nikhil is because Corey Anderson in the bottom.
Big old black guy with a goatee ball.
So Willem Luddick trying to look for that first wicket second wicket. First for him, second for the Central.
So Corey Anderson, the cricketer, is actually 31 years old. And in fact, he only turned 31 this past December. So not only was I way off, it also means that when he bashed 130-odd runs against us in 47 balls several years ago, he was a man in his early 20s, which makes me feel even worse at this stage. Willem Luddick continuing. He is now into his 3rd over. None for 5 from 2.2. Luddick appears to be hitting the deck hard today. That ball is flying from his hand a little bit more quickly than you've seen it in the last few times I've seen him. Another 3 dot balls on the trot to open things up here in the 13th over.
Yeah, playing the situation really well. These two in the middle, Smith Patel, Sateja Mukamala. I think it's all been, of course, led by Patel, but the way Mukamala's batted here has ensured that all the nerves be settled inside that MLC East camp, who just made 195 in their first game. So the batting hasn't clicked for them. Mind you, they have dealt with some tough surfaces today, considerably better for batting, especially as the day has gone on. Partnership now worth 40.
With that fine leg in position, I'm waiting for Willem Luddick to bowl a short ball. Slower delivery. Punched into the outfield. I'll probably get, that's all he'll get is 1. But as I mentioned, I'm seeing the ball come out of his hand, Nikhil, and it looks like it's coming out cleaner and more smoothly than it has in at least a couple of weeks, in the last few weeks that I've seen him play. So when you need something to happen as a fast bowler, I'd be very surprised if he did not at some point in the very near future go to his short ball. That man, that fine leg, and you have somebody else sweeping out there at mid-wicket. So one of those two, I think, will be in play if he decides to go that option.
Well, look at this flick. What a shot that is from Smith Patel.
My God.
Goes all the way for 6 as well. And you mentioned those fast, those strong wrists.
Yes.
2 full from Luddick down the leg side.
Yep.
Cashes in.
Boy, look at this replay. 2 straight by Luddick. Definitely 2 straight. And heading would have missed the leg stump easily. So essentially, all the license in the world to open your arms up and play the most expansive of flicks. Lovely piece of timing sailing away over square leg for 6. Score is now 55-1.
What a shot that is. Shot of the day, maybe. We did see some really good strokes from Nitish Kumar. But Smith Patel, when you talk about class, elegance, just so good. And that flick put the icing on the cake.
Such a wristy shot, too. You mentioned his wrist. Essentially, economy of movement. Very little movement from his shoulders and his arms. It was all timing and all wrist work. It was a beautiful piece of batsmanship. You mentioned Marty Kane as he starts the process of bowling his second over. His action is extremely unorthodox. It's actually kind of hard to describe as this ball is flicked into the outfield for a single. First couple of steps are orthodox, and then a flurry of activity, and then delivers the ball with the left arm from about maybe a 10 o'clock angle, 12 o'clock being straight over the top. Really just an unorthodox action, but very accurate. Generally lands the ball exactly where you want to as a bowler. And so I suspect that if there's a breakthrough to be coming, he may be the one who's able to accomplish that.
He releases it from behind the head. So after that right foot lands, he then releases the ball. And I think that being so unorthodox adds another dimension to his bowling.
Here it is.
See, his foot lands, then he releases the ball.
Wow. So a lot of unorthodox bowlers here. Maybe not a lot, but a couple in this match so far. Certainly Marty Kane, and then in the first innings we talked a little bit about Aditya Gupta, who has maybe slightly, let's call it the Sohail Tanvir type of delivery where he's releasing the ball right when his front foot is landing.
Someone we've seen in this Houston Challenge, another quick single, who's very similar to Sohail Tanvir is Bhaskar Yadram.
Yep, completely. Called that name myself earlier today for the same reason. It's interesting. I don't know that if you're going to be coaching a 5 or 6 year old that you'd coach any of these styles, but you cannot argue with the productivity and with the results that they get. So if somebody gets to the level that these players are playing at, you're not looking to change the way that they bowl necessarily. You're just wanting to make sure that they get enough utility out of their action and out of what they can bring to the team. 58-1 after 14.
Yeah, drawing near to that initial drinks break where I think these two would have identified they wanted to reach as a pair, ensuring that they limit the risks. But what they've been able to do because of Smith Patel, race to 35. Mukamala supported him well with 20. What that's meant is that they've been able to turn over the score as well above the required rate, going at 4 and over.
Well, they're going at 4 and over, and they require, excuse me, just over 4 and over. So they're certainly in line with where they need to be in terms of the number of runs they're scoring. Their only priority, and I think you're exactly right here, Nikhil, that they would have said to each other, hey, look, let's assume that the break is going to be after about 16 or maybe 17 overs. Our number one priority is to get to that water break without having lost any more wickets. They will be feeling much more comfortable, and it would be such a psychological boost for them to get to that first break without having lost any wickets, without this or with this partnership still intact. And they're going to want to make sure that they continue along that same vein. Again, the runs at this point don't really matter as much as being able to stay together.
I think Mukamala, from just being at the other end, watching Smith Patel bat up close, he's got the best seat in the house. As a young player, 18 years old, he can benefit massively from watching someone like a Smith Patel. And I'll say that because of how late he's able to play the ball. That is something I think all batters based on timing. That is something you want to strive for. Another single for Mukamala. He continues to chip away. They have done well to score against Willem Luddick.
If I'm Willem Luddick, I want to test the middle of the pitch. I want to see him bowl a bouncer. Lofted down the ground, a long run here, and it's
Well, Marty Kane.
Marty Kane signaling 6 for some reason. Needless to say, it's only 4.
You just can't keep him out of the action, Marty Kane. Well, Smith Patel, all the makings of a match-winning innings. Far from there on that point just yet. But you have to say, the way he's batted, this is the Smith Patel I'm used to seeing. Haven't seen him in a while. But he's back now, back with a charge, back with a purpose. And always a benefit when you're chasing a score, Brian. You know exactly how much you need, how to go about it. And they've already got 5 runs off this over, much more than required.
You're absolutely right. So 4.2 is the rate at which they're scoring as of right now. The required rate is only 4.09, so that's well and truly under control. The only priority at this point is just not lose any wickets. 63 for 1, 15 overs bowled. We'll be right back.
So Marty Kane into the attack yet again for his 3rd. Commander hasn't really looked to score against him. Wide given. They will get a run in the end because of that misfield.
So if you are MLC Central, Nikhil, you're knowing or you are aware that you need to take wickets. So the question to be asked as of this stage is, where are your wickets coming from? It's not good enough to just be defensive, because the run rate is not one that is overpowering in any way. It's not intimidating. It's not going to be something that forces the batters to take rash decisions or commit rash strokes. So the question I'd be asking myself right now is, where is the wicket going to come from? For example, you have a left-handed finger spinner bowling, potentially leaving both of the right-handed batters. So you could easily make the argument that there should be a fielder in a slip position, or maybe even short gully or somewhere like that. But I fear that this field is a little too defensive given what needs to happen in terms of being able to take wickets.
But an acrobatic effort from Marty Kane. This guy is just pure entertainment on the field. pick against him in terms of your favorite cricketer. Oh, pulls up the sweep. And Smith Patel just continues. Marty Kane knows it. Just too far down the leg side. Corey Anderson, the captain, he's got a lot of thinking to do. Another big over for the East team. Getting closer and closer. That boundary, from the time he hit it, Smith Patel knew it straight away. It was 4. And I was just going to tell you, Brian, after you posed the question, maybe Azir Shazad as that X factor with the leg spin bowling. And here he comes. So it will be a change from the highway end.
I like the option of the leg spinner for the same reason that I like Marty Kane bowling. But I think it also comes down to, regardless of who is bowling, you'd like to think that you're putting pressure on the batting side. You want to make sure that there's somebody close. I'd love to see a slip in. Again, for the leggy, the ball would be leaving both of these right-handers, and so in theory, an edge would carry in that direction. There's a man at short, third man inside the circle, but that's not a catching position. That's more of a defensive position. And the field, the way that is set right now, appears set to prevent big shots. But if you're looking to prevent big shots, all that Mukamala and Patel have to do is just punch the ball into the gaps and run singles.
Yeah, no big shots required at this stage. If Phil toss though misses out on that, we'll be disappointed. Tell you, Satej Mukamala, I'm a huge fan. First saw him in the minor league, then up in person at the finals weekend for the New Jersey Stallions. But I just think for that Stallions team, if he continues to remain there for upcoming minor league seasons, they can have someone to really build a core of their batting around.
Well, he certainly looks the part. His temperament is such that he's adaptable to whatever situation his team is facing. This is a lovely stroke into the gap between those two fielders in the deep, and it's going to run away for 4.
Well, two fielders in the offside, and he splits the boundary.
Yep.
Splits the gap ready for the boundary. Smith Patel, very full from Zia Shazad. Just fine, bowling very quick through the air. And just using the pace well, Smith Patel. I said at the beginning of this innings, anytime he's hitting the ball like this, it's troubled, and he's showing it exactly that today.
Those strong wrists again coming through, taking control. There's just very little work that the bottom hand has to do. Ooh, better delivery on this occasion. Not quite as full as that previous ball, and a little straighter also. So you're going to want to take wickets again. If you are MLC Central, you have to take wickets. And I don't know that this field is conducive to doing exactly that.
For the first time in this innings, here we go again, but
in the gap again.
It should be cut off. Or no, it shouldn't. A misfield at the boundary. So it's 2 consecutive boundaries in the over for Smith Patel. And he's inching closer. Or no, he goes past. It's 50 for the opening batter. And with that, we'll have drinks. But what a well-constructed innings this has been from Patel. Drew runs in this Houston Challenge. That's the quality we're used to seeing him produce. Join us in a few for the resumption. But right now, it's all the MLC East. 80 for 1 in search of that 206 for victory.
Welcome back to the Prairie View Cricket Complex on day 5 of the Major League Cricket Houston Challenger Series. Marty Kane starting his 4th over. And he's punched through the offside to the cover sweeper by Simon Kamala for 1. Peter Della Penna here alongside San Francisco's most eligible bachelor, Josh Dascom. Josh?
Thank you, Peter. Welcome. Great to be here with you. Absolutely not going to refute that massive compliment I've just got given either. No, it's great to be here watching a Smit Patel masterclass.
Can say that again. Delicate late cut. Finds the boundary.
Yes, Peter, he's managed to pierce the gap with that one. Just leaning back on that cut. This is Kane in and bowls. Smit Patel. Solid in defence with that one. Run a ball 56, Peter, and you'd have to say he's looked the most fluent of all the batters we've seen this week.
Well, he looks like he's batting on a different wicket compared to just about everybody else, with the exception of Nitish Kumar in that first innings. It's amazing how this wicket is flattened out.
Absolutely, and Central just lacking a bit of spark out there at the moment, you'd have to say it. Funny though, 1 wicket, we saw it 2 days ago. 1 wicket can change it all.
.85 for 1 after 18. We've seen a lot of unorthodox bowling actions this week, Josh. You can add Marty Kane to the list. And he was described, I found out when he played here in November at the USA Cricket National Championships, his family was watching on from New Zealand, and they messaged in to let us know that his nickname is the Dying Worm. He got that from New Zealand in his time playing there, but ironically not from a New Zealander. It took the mighty Yuvraj Singh to visit with the touring Indian squad. Marty was a net bowler for the Indians on one tour, and Yuvraj said, "This man's action looks like a dying worm." And that's his nickname, Marty Kane.
Incredible.
Zia Shazad is on at the Highway 290 end.
Going to have to re-bowl that one. Umpire Lindo. And Peter. 3rd time in 3 games now we've seen Simon Kamala get off to a start. It's today the day we see him kick on.
Well, based on the way he's playing so far, I wouldn't bet against him. Especially since today's his birthday. We heard Nikhil Tumchandani say that before. Happy 18th birthday.
Absolutely, and quite an impressive young talent as Smit Patel uses his wrist to get that one quite square. And he's just playing with that deep cover sweeper. He's beaten him to his right last over. This time beats him to his left. Too much width on offer there from Shazad. Smit Patel taking full toll. Moving along to 60.
Smit, who's based in Simon Kamala's neighboring state, Pennsylvania, lives in northeastern Pennsylvania around Easton. Smit Patel does the former India Under-19 World Cup wicketkeeper, champion squad in 2012. This one is left alone comfortably.
Peter, having been someone that's seen Sai playing for quite a long time now. How have you seen his game develop over the years?
Well, the thing that's always stood out about Sai Mukamala is the confidence that he's had as a young up-and-coming prospect. He opened the batting for USA Under-19 as a 15-year-old in Canada in 2019. Usually 15-year-olds don't even get picked for the Under-19 squad, let alone be in the starting 11, let alone open the batting as he picks off another single pass extra cover. And
Oh, a misfield.
it's going to open up the door for a second run there. A bit sloppy by the subfielder Arjun Vijala. He's also out of New Jersey. He's actually one of Sai's club teammates in New Jersey. Just a bit slack there. But Sai, he's always been confident. He's never really looked overawed when he's come up against higher class competition, and that's one of the things that stood out here. It's an opportunity for the youngsters to prove themselves against elevated class of player. A lot of former internationals and a lot of former first-class players here. As 9 runs come off that over, 8 off the bat, 94 for 1 after 19.
I think that's what's been most pleasing so far, Peter, is seeing how comfortable someone like Sai has looked. While he's not really nailed down a big score yet, it's been impressive to see how comfortable he's looked at the crease in the face of some high-quality opposition.
Marty Kane, the dying worm, starts his 5th over with a single punched to the sweep on the offside. Now let me ask you, Josh, somebody who's been around quite a lot of talent in Queensland and in South Australia, coming up through the development pathways, how does he compare to some of the precocious phenoms who've come up through the grade and the under-19 system in Australia that you've been around?
Yeah, definitely think he's the type of player that would hold his own for the reasons that we've just been speaking about, Peter. I think he's plays with a lot of time and a lot of poise, and that's why I'm confident that he'd definitely be able to hold his own amongst those similar age players in other full member countries. And to be honest with you, it'd be great development opportunity for him to spend a summer down under playing some club cricket down there, I think.
The audience is counting on you, Josh, to open up your contact list in your iPhone. Come on, make it happen. Who do you have on WhatsApp? I know you were referring to your quote friend who smashed Sohail Tanvir. You didn't want to say his name. You were being modest. Your friend. You never said his name. You were talking about Ben Cutting, of course.
Yes, the ongoing feud there that's been well documented between Sohail and Ben.
Come on. Who were some of your other quote?
Stunning piece of fielding there from Corey Anderson at cover.
No,
I think it'd be a great opportunity for some of the talented young players in the US. Whilst there's limited cricketing activity in the US during our winter, particularly in an area like New Jersey, to spend some time down under in Australia playing club cricket. And it's something that, between the various contacts that we've got here at MLC, would be great to make happen.
Come on, name drop some. Come on, Josh. Don't be shy. Who are some of your buddies besides Ben Cutting? Let's hear it.
Nah.
Drop those names. Drop them off the table right here. Just let them fall.
No one as well connected as you, Peter Delapenna.
Are we going back to fake news? Alternative facts coming out of the mouth of Josh Dascombe? Making up.
As we see the introduction of Emilio Raponzo for the first time today.
Ponzo, the former Sri Lankan international.
Of course.
Trying to change the subject from your alternative facts there. Propaganda, Josh? Talking about me with my contact list that doesn't exist? Emilio Ponzo, the spinner. Facing up to Sai, who's on 29. This one very full to begin. The wind has shifted significantly throughout the day. It was blowing northeast, then it was northwest. We saw a number of boundaries flicked by Smit Patel through mid-wicket, batting from the highway, and that's when the wind was blowing northwest. And now it's kind of swirled again back towards the northeast. It's been going away from the highway end, which is different from it has been the last 3 days. The previous 3 days, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, it was blowing from the north towards the highway end. Today it's blowing from the south away from the highway, and that's caused some changes in tactics.
Spot on. I think it's a great opportunity here for Sai to bat with someone with the experience of Smith Patel and help guide him through these middle overs of one-day cricket. Obviously, in the US, not playing a lot of 50-over cricket can be difficult for a young batter to know how to pace his innings. Hopefully, the experience of batting with someone like Smith, who's obviously played a lot of list A and 50-over cricket during his time in India, as we see a quick single taken Ludic, unable to hit the stumps. They scurry through for a single.
I love this quick running. I love this tip and run singles cricket.
I think that's the key to batting during the middle overs, Peter. We saw Nitish Kumar do it so well today when he was batting with Willem Ludic, facing spin through the middle overs of a 50-over game, and just being able to rotate strike, get down the other end, and keep that scoreboard ticking over. We've seen over the past couple of days, albeit on a different wicket, a lot of batsmen get stuck facing multiple dot balls in a row.
It was one of the great features of the Nitish Kumar innings. He only had a handful of boundaries throughout the entire course of his century, but you wouldn't know it from his strike rate because he just kept on pushing those singles. Rarely had...
Yeah, only the 8 boundaries in his 106 not out demonstrates to you how well he was able to rotate that strike in the face of a lot of spin from Dane Pete, Sanjay Krishnamurthy and Aditya Gupta.
Like you mentioned with Sai Kamal, as this one goes down the leg side, they're going to take an extra, so it's going to be 2 wides. Going to have to... one more legal delivery in this over. But one of the features you talked about with Sai Kamal that was so impressive about Nitish Kumar, playing the ball late, playing the ball with soft hands. They just look like they've got extra time, an extra half step, half second. It's enabled them to score so freely. Good fielding by Aponso to deny a would-be single to long off. 5 runs in the over, 3 off the bat. Takes the score to 101 for 1 after 21. Chasing a target of 206, so they're almost halfway there. Well on pace to track this down. Coasting at the moment, these two, and this partnership is also approaching century stand. They came together in the second over, and Zahid Zakil played a ambitious shot, shall we say, and I think what he was trying to do in that shot, it looked wild at the time, but I think it was impacted by the wind conditions. He was trying to heave with the wind. Thought all he had to do was just get the ball in the air, and it would sail over the infield, and he just miscued it, went straight up in the air. And Marty Kane, what was most impressive about that sequence, because the wind is so ferocious here, Marty Kane just showcased how skilled he is anywhere in the field. It was not an easy catch by any stretch of the imagination.
Not in the slightest, as we see some tidy work there by Corey Anderson at cover. Setting the example for his team here. Looking to bring them back into the game. As Kane darts that one through a bit quicker and well adjusted by Sai Makamala. Punches it down to long on. Takes a single.
Yeah, most catches this week that have been held on to, tested the techniques. A lot of the fielders, Marty Kane has stood head and shoulders above everybody, no matter where he's been on the field. Did it again earlier, and now he's getting a chance with the ball.
Petty, you've done a lot of commentary yourself and obviously watched a lot of cricket in your time. If you could pick your dream commentary team, who are we looking at? Who's on the airwaves?
Josh Dascom and Peter Della Pena.
You're welcome there, viewers. Getting you through your Saturday afternoon.
You love the one you're with, Josh. You love the one you're with.
It's a great answer. It's a great answer. Thanks for joining us on this Saturday afternoon, wherever you're watching. We're watching an absolute masterclass in limited overs batting here from Sai Makamala and Smith Patel. Move the score along to 1 for 105 after 22. We'll be right back.
Emil Alfonso beginning his second over now. And flicks this through the leg side. Does Simon Kamala. As we're approaching a century partnership here between these two. Stand currently at 98. Came together in the second over. And a big
Sweeps.
appeal. And no, says Jermaine Lindo. Have a look at the replay.
He's fighted that one nicely there. Miller Ponzo. Giving that one a little bit more air, and Smith Patel taking on the sweep shot. Looks to be travelling down the leg side based on that replay. Umpire Lindo says no, sir. He's maintained that length nicely so far in his 9 balls of this spell. Miller Ponzo, he'll be looking to anchor Smith Patel to the crease, of course. A very adept player of spin. Varying his pace nicely here as he's able to get that one down the ground. Scurry through for a single.
Guys are stuck on the replay. Keeps looping around the replay.
Ponzo in. Mukamula defending.
I'll tell you what, Josh. I know this is a gentleman's game, but I had no idea the umpires were so gentlemanly. Not out, appeal. No, sir. No, sir, from Jermaine Lindo.
Umpire Lindo, very experienced operator. Of course,
And-
we saw him in the Island series in December.
And very gentlemanly. He's a very gentlemanly operator.
Very
too.
gentlemanly as well, Jermaine. Had the pleasure of working with him at a number of events now, and always a pleasure to have him as part of the match officials crew. Of course, based in Atlanta, along with Rushane Samuels, who is the third umpire for today's fixture.
And Martin Inandar is standing at the end of which Marty Kane is bowling at the moment. The forest end, as we've been calling it here in Prairie View.
Peter, having been involved in US cricket for a long time now, do you think the winds are changing in terms of being able to maintain the involvement of some of our promising U19 cricketers as they graduate through to college age?
So Marty Kane gets this one to pop up a little bit to Smith Patel. I think that's one of the most optimistic aspects of the entire Major League Cricket setup is just the fact that before we talked about this on air a couple days ago, Nikhil, Tom Chandani, and Dane Pete and some of the other commentators, just that in the past, somebody like Simon Kamala might have had to try to explore options, not just to spend a club season overseas like you were talking about before, Josh, potentially getting a chance to go spend a winter in Australia, but full-time. You see the likes of somebody a couple years ago, Abhishek Paradkar, beginning his university studies in Leeds, and that's predominantly influenced by the fact that he wants to pursue cricket as a professional career. And when Abhishek Paradkar, who made his debut for USA in September, began his university studies, he didn't have this Major League Cricket setup, and he was trying to find an MCC university that would afford him the opportunity to study and play cricket simultaneously. I've seen that.
Nitish Kumar take a similar path as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Nitish Kumar went to Loughborough, decided staying in Canada for university wasn't going to advance his cricket at all, as another single is taken to the cover sweeper by Simon Kamala. And even Sai tried that himself. Sai, earlier in his teenage years, he spent about a year and a half in Hyderabad because he thought, growing up in New Jersey, am I really going to be able to try and make it as a professional cricketer if that's my real ambition? And he didn't enjoy his time in India as much as he thought, as we see Smith Patel blitz a cover drive to the boundary. Yet another 4 added to the total for Smith Patel to conclude a 6-run over, as the Century partnership is up 113 for 1 after 24 overs. But part of the reason why Simon Kamal came back, A, he wasn't really enjoying life off the field, but B, he knew that he could come back and achieve his ambitions without needing to be in India full time. He could live in New Jersey, and he could begin to access some of the opportunities that were opening up with the advent of the Major League Cricket and Minor League Cricket system, the academies, the affiliations. His academy in New Jersey, Dream Cricket Academy, has been around for more than a decade, but Dream Cricket linked up with Major League Cricket. And so now there's that extra boost provided by that partnership. It's opening up opportunities for him, opportunities for players on the West Coast. You've got the players like Rohan Posanapalli, Rahul Jalal, who isn't here due to school commitments, but he's another who's a promising youngster on the horizon.
Well documented some of those struggles in the past. Only 1 or 2 of the 2016 class from the under-19 still involved in cricket.
Well, and I'll ask you, Josh. Now, you had a brief foray into America in 2013, a flirtation with the national team, but realistically, and I have to ask you, was this part of your decision-making process, whether to stay in the U.S., I know you had relatives in Michigan, or whether to go back to Australia? Just at the time in 2013, there were not turf wickets. The infrastructure wasn't there, and I have to imagine that may have influenced your decision to not try and stay in the U.S. on a consistent basis, because at that point in time, it just wouldn't make sense. If you're pursuing a professional cricket career, you would have had much better access to the facilities in Australia, where you were in that Queensland setup, than you would have if you had tried to stay in the U.S.
Yeah, spot on, Peter. It's pretty much right on the money, and you know, at that time in 2013, there was probably the same opportunity. Obviously, part of it has been the increase in the success of the USA national team since that time, but definitely the lack of infrastructure and the lack of training structures and even the local cricket setup in America just at the time wasn't something that would be able to. There was obviously no events like this.
There was no field like this. When you were here in 2013, there was no Prairie View Cricket Complex.
No Prairie View Cricket Complex. So, of course, great to be here now, and hopefully the winds of change can keep sailing in the right direction.
Is any part of you saying, Josh Dascom, if only I had been born in 2004 like Sai Mukamala?
No, not at all, Peter. I'm more than happy getting to sit here and enjoy watching a talented batsman like Sai and being alongside you in the commentary box.
Sai Mukamala, you'd pay to watch him bat, Josh. We're getting it free of charge today.
Absolutely. Absolutely. As we get to the halfway point of this one, MLC East coasting at this point. 118 for 8 in pursuit of MLC Central's 205. We'll be right back.
Bowling change is Ali Sheikh, who's based in and around the Dallas Metroplex.
Once bowling to his, what would have been his under-19 national squad teammate from last year, Peter, but unfortunately not to be.
Well, they were still teammates in 2019. It would have been 2 cycles if there had been a qualifier, but they got to tour Canada in 2019. And Ali Sheikh was another one who was in the starting lineup as a very young teenager. Jarbal, Ali Sheikh, and Simon Kamala, who were may have been the 3 youngest players in the team, and they were in the starting 11. Another sharp single. This is just fantastic running between these two. Such a great understanding for 2 players who really have not played all that much together. This is another astonishing thing about this partnership, the chemistry that they have despite limited opportunities to play with each other.
Absolutely. Obviously both based in the New Jersey, Pennsylvania area.
But Smit Patel plays for the Manhattan Yorkers. Sai Mukamala with the New Jersey Stallions in minor league cricket.
That one flighted well there by Ali Sheikh. And what I like most about Ali, Peter, is obviously very talented with the ball in hand, very talented in the field, bats nicely, but I love the way that he approaches the game. Very competitive, always eager to get one up on the opposition. That's what we'll be looking to do here. Break the back of this partnership and see if we can't cause some tremors through this middle order of the MLC East team.
He's quietly feisty. You speak to him off the field. He's very soft-spoken. So this one is straight to extra cover. Easy catch by Corey Anderson. Willem Ludick. 77 and 78. There was a 7 on the left-hand side. I saw that much, Josh. But an easy catch right into the breadbasket at waist height.
They've just moved that fielder there from behind point. A little bit of a lack of pace in the wicket means that one there is just stuck a little bit, and he's tried to get it up and over cover, but couldn't do anything more than hit it into the hands of Willem Ludick that takes a simple catch. Just as I said, Ali Sheikh will be looking to break the back of this partnership. We see him take the wicket of Smit Patel. He's got to go for 73. MLC East. So we'll have another look at it here.
Just couldn't keep that drive down. It was full enough to drive. He tried to back away to create room to access the offside. And instead, just at waist height, you can see Willem Ludick just there in the frame coming through the right-hand side. There at extra cover. Didn't have to move. Right into his lap at thigh height.
Looked like it might have just gotten a little bit full on Smith there, Peter. He looked to be trying to elevate that one up and over cover. And, of course, Ali Sheikh, another slightly unorthodox bowling action, has just got that one a little bit fuller than Smith anticipated. He could do nothing more than hit into the hands of Willem Ludick.
It's good analysis, Josh. He's got the wind blowing in that direction, so that was what he was aiming for. He knew if he could just scoop it up, elevate it just that little bit over the offside ring, it was going to sail away. There would be no chance for the cover sweeper to cut that off. As you said, Josh, he just hustled him a little bit, and he couldn't get under it as he intended. And it means Milan Kumar comes to the wicket at 2 down here in the 26th over, 120 for 2.
Very nice player of spin, Milan Kumar. So it's going to be a good test for young Ali Sheikh, the left arm spinner from the Irving Mustangs.
I was saying before, he's very soft-spoken off the field, but on it, he's got a quiet intensity about him. You see that in his fielding. You see it in his bowling for sure.
So he beats the outside edge with that one. Brings us to the end of successful first over for Ali Sheikh. MLC East lose the wicket. 122 for 2. We'll be right back.
Mila Aponzo set to begin his fourth over here. Milan Kumar with two spinners operating. He's got a hat on instead of a helmet.
Yeah, and
Did you ever prefer to bat with a hat on, Josh, when you had the spinners on?
No, I've always been a helmet guy, Peter. It's someone that enjoyed getting out the sweep shot from time to time. Also, don't have a lot to work with in the beauty department to start with, so we don't want to put that in any further jeopardy.
I've always found it curious because, as you said, the sweep shot. I'm somebody in my fledgling club cricket career, as we see this one beat the outside edge. I love to play the sweep shot to the spinners, and I always keep my helmet on because if I miss, it's a trip to the dentist or the plastic surgeon or both to rearrange my nose and teeth. This one is punched down the ground for one, and I'm always fascinated when you see players of spin come out with the hat on. Does it?
It just means you got to hit it, doesn't it?
That is true. But does it influence their shot selection in any way? Do they avoid the sweep shot because they know if they miss, they're in trouble from a aesthetic standpoint?
As I said, always been someone that preferred the comfort of a helmet. Ponzo in. Well fielded there by Willem Ludick. Extra cover. Good over there from Emilio Ponzo. Only the two off it. MLC East, 124 for 2.
Oh, he shake, no slip in place. It was a bit surprised there wasn't one there. It's obviously Saimo Kamal on strike, but just not having one there for Milan Kumar when he came to the middle either, as they'll take 2 runs down.
Probably missed out on the opportunity for a third there. You saw Milan Kumar come back to the danger end. He was ready to go. Sai turns him down. Great chase by Zia Shazad there to keep it to just the 2.
Zia attacking again at backward point, short third man on the ring.
Even in the US team, obviously well documented in the past, not associate cricket in general, not often spending a lot of time on their fielding. But I've commented a number of times during the week the quality of the fielding, not only on show from the MLC teams, but also the USA national team.
It's been a huge difference with the emergence of so many younger faces in the team. It wasn't just that they were mediocre fielders. As this one is dropped, a stumping chance, straightforward. Saideep Ganesh, he's not the first choice wicketkeeper in this central squad. He's filling in for Andres Hoos today. And
can't gather that one, and chance goes begging.
It was really very straightforward. Just got a bit too excited seeing Milan Kumar run past one. And now it means he's got a life on 2, moves to 3 with his single to long on.
You're right, though, there, Peter. I think emergence of some younger faces in that team. Bit of youthful exuberance in the field. We saw an absolute blinder from Kareem Agor yesterday.
Yeah, there were just so many older players. It used to be the average age of the USA national team would be around 30, 31, 32. And infamously, the Champions Trophy, as this over ends with 5 runs from it, 129 for 2 after 28. In 2004, when USA was annihilated by the, in their prime, Ricky Ponting captained Australia's side, where they faced up against the likes of Adam Gilchrist and Matthew Hayden and Michael Kasperovich and Brett Lee and Jason Gillespie in that event. USA's average age was, I believe, 37 or 38. Their average age was older than Australia's oldest player in that tournament, and they had 6 players over the age of 40 in that squad.
Is that one? Miller Raponzo operating nicely here from the highway end. The breeze at his back. Into his 5th over here. Only conceded the 14 so far. I think the key to that has been the length he's been able to maintain. Is that one? Beats the outside edge. Takes the outside edge. It's going to run away for a boundary.
And 2 close shaves for Sai Mukamala in the space of 2 overs. Have a look at the replay again, just prodding forward, and again, no slip in place at this stage of Sai's innings. He moves to 49, and the wind helping that speed to the boundary.
Seen both of these left-arm finger spinners get a little bit of purchase out of the wicket in the last 2 overs. You have to think the wicket's dried out. Nice and warm day here today in Houston. You'd think the wicket's drying out and starting to spin a little bit.
And Corey Anderson, who was so aggressive in his captaincy a couple days ago, defending that total of 152. Now that he's got more runs to play with, a little bit more conservative.
We see Mukamala knock that one down the ground, and that'll be his 50, Peter. Coming off 78 balls. Been very impressed by the way that he's played within himself this innings. And he's able to capitalise on his start. Bring up his first half century in this MLC Houston Challenge.
Well, it's been highly unusual to see anybody get a half century in this event. We saw Xavier Marshall, Monarch Patel. We saw Nitish Kumar go from 50 to 100 earlier today. As Milland pushes this to the offside. Those young fielders, going back to the young fielder point, compared to years ago, again, 6 guys over the age of 40 in that 2004 Champions Trophy squad. But you have young guys. It really began with Hayden Walsh Jr. in his brief time in the national team. But somebody with a lot of young energy. And then Ashutosh Kenjige, when he came into the team in 2017, he elevated the fielding standards and his youthful energy that's still maintained, and his fitness levels that have also been highly influential as well. Those fitness standards and that healthy competition within the squad didn't really exist. And then you get the likes of Kareem Agor and now Sanjay Krishnamurti, who's right up there in the fielding department. These are guys who, if they were fielding in their own club team, they'd all be at backward point in the power play. And when you get 3 or 4 of them in one squad, all of a sudden the weak links that used to exist in other pockets in the field, whether that was at cover or mid-wicket or mid-on, mid-off, all the way down to short, fine leg, where a lot of teams like to hide their weakest fielder. It's very hard to hide fielders in the current USA setup. That didn't always used to be the case.
Yeah, it's
Marty Kane and other.
Yeah.
You have Marty Kane, Ashutosh Kenjige, Kareem Agor, Sanjay Krishnamurti. Imagine having them all on the field at the same time.
Yeah, certainly see the standards of fielding would be standards of that fielding unit would be quite high, and it's also a bit of healthy competition, as you mentioned. I think piece of advice that I was provided quite early in my career coming through the under-19 ranks, and something that's stuck with me ever since then, is that as a cricketer that wants to play at the highest level, you need to be good at 2 out of 3 disciplines. And what that means is that if you can't just be a batter and not be able to bowl or field, and similarly, if you're just a bowler, you've got to be able to bat or field. And if you've got all 3, it's a bonus, but at a minimum, you've got to be able to do at least 2 of those 3, as we see one knocked down the ground to Ruchi Joshi at long off. Does some tidy work to keep it to just a single.
And in the U.S. setup, it's really one of those 2 has to be fielding. It's the way that Jay Arun Kumar has really set the standard, because you look at some of the guys who've been on the fringes of the squad. How are they getting opportunities? The likes of Avat Silvagello, who himself is an outstanding fielder. Sanjay Krishnamurti, again, if there's a 50-50 toss-up between a guy who's got a similar skill set, but they're weak in the field, that coin toss all of a sudden goes from 50-50 to 51-49. Tilts in favor of the guy who can field. And even with the MLC squad players here, the players who have been invited to get mentored this week, who've been on consistently as substitute fielders, if not in the starting 11, you take a look at the likes of an Anirudh Emanuel from New Jersey, who hasn't been in the starting 11 at all, but took 2 solid catches as a substitute fielder in a pressure situation, fielding for the central squad. One out at deep mid-wicket and one at short fine leg, lunging forward to hang on to a paddle sweep as Mukamala guides this to the cover sweeper to end a 3-run over, 139 for 2 after 30. Chasing a target of 206. The East squad well on course. Why are those kids here? Arjun Vajala. And if you look a bit further, again, players who've been on the fringes, the likes of Rohan Fadke and Abhiram Bolasetti and Rohan Posanapalli. Why are those kids getting invited? Yeah, they're skilled in some areas, but there's no slouches in the field there. All those kids, if they're not in the starting 11, they come on the field as a sub. You can rely on them to contribute in some way, and that's, at the present moment in time, has been the deciding factor in a lot of the tight selection decisions.
Yeah, and a great opportunity for some of those players that you've mentioned, Peter. Whether it be through injury, they've got opportunities in the starting lineup. We saw a great spell from Rohan Fadke a couple of days ago in the match between MLC West and MLC East. Of course, Abhiram Bolasetti, we saw him in action earlier today. Both of those young players from the Morrisville Cardinals. But fantastic experience for those young players to get to rub shoulders with the likes of Corey Anderson and Liam Plunkett and just pick their brains. Before play this morning, we saw Liam and Abhiram discussing some of the technical elements of bowling and bowling fast. And that's a type of experience that wouldn't have existed in this country a few years ago. But nevertheless, it's fantastic to have people like Liam Plunkett here, but equally to have him be able to mentor some of the best young players in the country.
And I think going back a couple of years ago to Australia and the test team, people may not remember this, but Marnus Labuschagne, or Labuschagne, depending on where you come from, Josh, he made his debut, as another tight single is taken here by Milan Kumar. He made his debut, I believe it was in the Ashes, as a sub fielder.
Yeah, it would have been against India. It was the 2016-17 series against India, maybe? I'd have to go back and check my record.
It's a home series, but he was on as a sub fielder. I remember that much.
Took a blinder of a catch fielding under the helmet at short leg there, and then went viral with him and his roommate chopping pieces of corn and taking catches under the helmet there in his kitchen. Of course, since then, he's gone on to become one of the best batsmen in the world, Marnus. Fun fact for you, Peter. Marnus is, of course, not only known for his batting, but his leg spin bowling. He took up leg spin at the age of 15. And the reason behind him taking up leg spin at the time was that there was another spinner in that team by the name of Josh Dascombe who he didn't think it was very good. And he goes, you know what, I can bowl better spin than this guy, so I'm going to take up leg spin. And sure enough, it's contributed to a few test wickets for Australia. So you're welcome there, Australian national cricket team. If not for me and my average left arm spin, we wouldn't have had Marnus's leg breaks in the Ashes.
Now, Marnus, where did Marnus go to school in Brisbane?
We from the same alma mater. We both went to Brisbane State High School.
Now, is your picture up on the Wall of Fame in this high school? USA National Team Representative Josh Dascombe, part of the International Wall of Fame. Do they have such a thing there?
No, it's got accounts guy, just like the team sheet the other day here at the MLC Houston Challenge. No, it's not, but lots of good cricketers produced from Brisbane State High School. Marnus being the highest. Actually, this would be a good question. Ian Healy or Marnus Labuschagne? Who would you say is the more high-profile cricketer to come out of Brisbane State High? It's probably Ian Healy for me. 100 tests for Australia. So we see Simon Kamala knock one down the ground to long on.
Some kids who are born nowadays, they might say, who's Ian Healy? Depends on who you're asking, Josh. You need context for this.
Or as we see Ali Sheikh dart that one in a bit quicker, trapping Millen Kumar on the crease. He's paced very nicely so far. We saw a slightly more flighted delivery take the wicket of Smith Patel just a couple overs ago. Ali Sheikh conceded a 13 into his 4th over here as Millen Kumar dances down the wicket, knocks that one over the side screen. He'll collect the maximum.
Oh, and he's using the conditions intelligently, Josh. That's where the wind is blowing in that direction. The last couple of days it was blowing the opposite direction, but it's changed around, and all he had to do was just shovel it, get it up in the air. And not only did it clear the rope, it's cleared the sight screen, and it's gone all the way down the hill. And the scavenger hunt is on, trying to find that lost cricket ball. They have located it, so we won't need to get a replacement.
Been fortunate enough to have played with Marnus Labuschagne for a long time now, Peter. We first came across each other at the tender age of 12, shortly after his relocation to Australia as quite a small young Afrikaans kid, and he's of course gone on to do incredible things.
Does this mean that we blame you for his sloppy English skills, Josh? Because I've heard the story when he first came from South Africa, he couldn't speak a word of English.
Yep, would have been around the time that he was first out here and we first came across each other. Always been quite a solid opening batter.
I guess in any language, Josh, he can tell when somebody's bowling garbage left arm spin, though. Doesn't need a translator for that.
Didn't need a translator for that, and decided that he'd take up one of the hardest art forms, leg spin. We've seen him go on. And Peter, Major League Cricket launching next year. Which player from the current US setup or or the MLC Houston Challenge, who are you most excited to hear on the mic as we see that ball evade Ruchir Joshi on the long on fence and scurry away for 4?
And he caps an 11 run over, and it takes them past the 150 mark as they are flying towards this target of 206, 153 for 2 at the end of 32. Who am I most looking forward to? Well,
Who are you most looking forward to hearing on the mic during a game, Peter?
I would say anybody who's a Mets fan, but I don't think there are any Mets fans. I know Rahul Jarawala is a Yankees fan. Being a Mets fan is a hard knock life, Josh. It's a desperate thing.
Not something we've seen become part of the baseball broadcasts.
No, you haven't been watching enough baseball then. I clip and record anytime there's a cricket reference on MLB.TV, Josh. They happen. I can assure you.
I was more talking about the mic'd up, the player mics.
The mic'd up. Who provides some good chat? Who provides some good chat?
I think Dane Pete for mine would be a good one behind the mic.
I have to go. I've got to stay loyal to New Jersey, to the Garden State. Not the player out in the middle, though. As Simon Kamala takes another single. Yasser Muhammad. He's a lively character.
Great answer. Fantastic answer. We'll hope to see him in action tomorrow. USA Invitational 11. Mine would have to be my favourite cricketer, Marty Kane.
Marty's a bit mild-mannered. Yasser's got a little bit of spice to him. Yasser will keep it lively. I'm confident. Keep it lively, but he'll keep it PG. You don't want to go overboard, Josh.
Of course. Family-friendly activity here at Major League Cricket. Miller Raponzo in and bowls. Millen Kumar moves along to 17 to run a ball, and it just shows 2 boundaries, and he's caught up to a run a ball there, Peter. Of course, the large 6 over, long on last over, followed by a fortunate boundary.
Again, they're being intelligent with the conditions. Talked about it before. Previous over, he's hitting with the wind. He goes straight back over his head. He's not afraid to get underneath it, loft in the air. When they've been batting from the forest and hitting towards the Highway 290 end, they've been keeping everything on the ground. Not taking any chances trying to loft it towards Marty Kane because, there's no chance it's going to make it over the rope. One way or another, Marty Kane's going to stop it with the aid of the wind or not. This time, Simon Kamala picks out short, fine leg. 5 yards either side, and it would have been a boundary, but Ruchir Joshi is there to stop it on this occasion. 3 runs from the over, just 2 off the bat, 156 for 2. So we're just 50 runs away now from the target. Josh.
Is there another twist in this one, Peter? They're doing it, looking very comfortable at the moment.
The only twist I can foresee, Josh, is if Cy or Millen puts down the bat and tries to emulate Chubby Checker by doing the twist out in the middle.
Oh, I wish I understood that reference. I really do.
Come on, Chubby Checker, the twist. You gotta, please tell me. Come on, Josh. The twist.
No can do, unfortunately.
This
One
is-
for
if
me
I-
to Google tonight, of course.
If I said it was flossing time, and we don't need to go to the dentist to get the floss because they're gonna floss out in the middle. Would you have understood that one, Josh?
Yeah, well, I would have. Of course. Understood that one. During the pandemic, I've... of course, during the COVID pandemic, lots of screen time. I've found myself scrolling through TikTok at times, so talk to me about any recent trends, Peter. I'm happy to discuss, but unfortunately can't oblige on Chubby Checker.
Good work again by Willem Ludick. He's been very active at extra cover. Denying runs, took a catch earlier.
He's created a lot of chances so far, Ali Sheikh. He'll be looking to add a second wicket here as he drops that one short.
And this one again with the wind, and it's going high over the wide, long on rope on one bounce.
It's a loose one there from Ali Sheikh. Have a look at the replay here. Drags this one down. A rare loose ball. Simon Kamula takes full toll over the gap. Short mid-wicket there. Marty Kane can do nothing as he watches that one sail over his head for a couple bounces. That's another boundary. Moves along to 61.
And the real question is, are we going to see, are there enough runs? Is there enough time? Can Sai farm enough of the strike to get to 100 before the target is achieved? That's the...
It's going to be a very, very tight one from here. 39 to get for Sai's century. I think we'll see Millen Kumar try and open the shoulders here. We saw him hit a big one last over. Be solid bet to see him take on that straight boundary again with the wind at his back. This Ali Sheikh darts that one through, traps him on the crease, and that he's delivered that one quite nicely so far in this spell, Peter. That brings us to the end of the 34th over. MLC East cruising here, or 161 for 2.
Mel Alfonso continues now with his 8th over. As Ludick again is a magnet for the ball. Here in this chase at extra cover.
It makes such a big difference, Peter. Having your best fielders where the ball's going to go the most. Someone like Willem Ludick, one of the more athletic fielders in this MLC Central team. He's been patrolling in there at the cover region during these middle overs and can save a lot of runs and also bring about some pressure on the batsman that can lead to wickets. Very athletic fielder. Corey Anderson at mid-wicket. Ponzo in and delivers. Excellent fielding off his own bowling there. Cuts off. A few runs down the ground there. Miller Ponto into his 8th over. Wicketless so far. What's been most pleasing about this inning so far is to see Sai Mukamala spend 100 balls at the crease. It's just reached his 100th delivery. Something you don't see a lot of in the US, of course. Majority of the format played over here in this country is T20 cricket. So great to see Sai be able to dig in, get to the 100 delivery mark,
Well,
spend a lot of time at the crease.
He's arguably been the most consistent batter here in Texas throughout this Houston Challenge Series. He's gotten a number of starts. Today's the day he's finally kicking on.
That brings us to the end of the over. 2 off it from Miller Raponzo. MLC East. Just 43 to get now. 163 for 2. Welcome back here to the Prairie View Cricket Complex. Great to be here in Houston, Texas for the past few weeks. Peter, have you found any nice restaurants you frequented over during your time here, Peter?
Just 1 or 2. Exactly 1 or 2. As Sai Mukamala, for the second time, heaves this over. Wide long on. Another boundary.
We've seen Ali Sheikh just drag another one down there. Uncharacteristic from the young left arm finger spinner. See him drop one short. And Sai Mukamula takes full toll. It's a carbon copy of last over there, Peter. And he's able to keep his composure and take full toll of that loose delivery from Ali Sheikh. Moves along to 66 now.
Tell you the way he's batting, it's his 18th birthday. He had this kind of good fortune today. There was that missed run-out chance that kept him alive early in his innings. 18th birthday, I'd be going straight to the gas station down the corner and buying lottery tickets. He's 18 years old. You can do that now in Texas.
Oh, spot on there, Peter.
Powerball jackpot, Mega Millions. It's growing over 100 million. Time to cash in, Josh.
Time to cash in.
He's cashing in on the field.
Cashing in on the field.
He can cash in off the field.
Of course, please gamble responsibly. As we see him knock that one into the covers.
Hey, Josh, playing the lottery, it's supporting the Texas State Education Fund. We're helping the kids out by picking 6.
And he's helping himself. It's great. Oh, there's another loose one there. And he's good enough to hit that one up and over cover for another boundary. Couple of loose deliveries here from Ali Sheikh.
Tell you what, that century that looked very, very distant with the equation in terms of the target and the runs remaining, he's doing a good job farming the strike, and he's doing a good job peppering the boundary, Josh. We could still yet see him bring up 3 figures today.
35 runs for the victory for MLC East, and Sai needs 30 of them. Once again, I think it's a big ask from here.
Now,
if I was a betting man, like Sai, I'd be having... I think it's going to be hard pressed for him to get to a century here. Nevertheless, he's batted beautifully here today.
I tell you, if he can get to 3 figures, forget Sai going to the gas station by himself. I'll drive him. I'll let him pick my numbers. I'll take that luck. I need something to rub off on me. Sai's got all the luck going his way today.
As he slaps that one, well fielded by Zia Shazad at backward points. Meter either side, and would add another boundary and make it 12 off the over. Instead, just the 8. MLC East, 171 for 2. Thanks for joining us here on your Saturday afternoon. Peter Della Penna and Josh Dascombe here in the commentary box.
Tell you who else is having a good day, Josh. Scotty Scheffler, University of Texas graduate, leading the Masters, entered today with a 5-stroke lead, and he's continuing to build up that lead today. Ended yesterday tied for the largest lead after 2 rounds in Masters history for the 5 other golfers who had a 5-stroke lead. They went on to win the Masters. Scotty Scheffler from the Longhorn State, born in New Jersey, so he's got the best of both worlds. From Ridgewood, University of Texas graduate, and on his way potentially to getting the green jacket for the first time. Number 1 ranked golfer in the world, Josh, as we see Milan Kumar with a single to start the 37th over.
Good to see Cameron Smith from Queensland in second place, 5 shots behind him. 4 under through 13 so far today. And Peter, definitely a bucket list event there for me. Be great to find my way to a Masters one year.
Well, the great man, Shane Warne, one of the stories that was repeated in his passing was how proud he was on his trip to Augusta. He got a hole-in-one at Augusta National when he visited there quite a few years ago. It was one of the highlights of his non-cricket career.
And trust me, I'm sure there was a few of them, Peter. You know what hole it was?
I would imagine it would be either 12 or 16. Those are the par 3 holes that you see a lot of hole-in-ones at the Masters. It's another single taken by Milan Kumar.
Of course, the big story from the Masters this week, the return of Tiger Woods. Of course, after that horrific leg injury. Peter, one of my favourite sporting moments of 2019 was, of course, him winning the Masters, wearing red on Sunday. Great to see him back out on the course.
You said the big story. It's the biggest story. So big. Scotty Scheffler, a footnote. Nobody's following him around the course. Tiger Woods getting 10,000 strong crowds falling into each hole. Scotty Scheffler, number 1 ranked golfer in the world, 5-stroke lead of the Masters. Nobody's paying attention to him. He's got a few hundred instead of a few thousand. Everybody wants a piece of Tiger.
Some big names to miss the cut this year at the Masters.
Jordan Spieth, Brooks Koepka.
Xander Schauffele.
John Rahm.
Francesco Molinari.
Yeah, former Grand Slam winner. Did he win the Masters last year? Who's the reigning champion? He's won a Grand Slam somewhere off memory. Francisco Molinari. Justin, did he win the Masters? Check on that. Somebody's going to shout at us and tell us. And this one to the cover sweeper.
Hideki Matsuyama won it last year.
Or was he in Molinari's group? Molinari finished in the top 5. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of.
In terms of other big sporting events outside the MLC Houston Challenge, of course, the Australian F1 GP this weekend as Mukamala knocks that one up.
Oh, the Open, yes, British Open, the Open, Carnoustie. Justin Gill is finding in the background. That's where Francisco Molinari won his Grand Slam.
Of course. Oh, is that one? Shoots low.
Now, is it Carnoustie or is it Carnasty? It can be a vicious course to play. The old links courses over there in the UK can be a handful.
Is that one slapped through the offside? That's going to beat. It's going to put Ehsan Adil under pressure there. Does some good work to keep it to just the 2. He's pulled up a bit ginger there, Ehsan Adil. Just bowled the 3 overs today.
Moving a little bit gingerly. Surprised we actually don't see a subfielder come on. Anirudh Emanuel has got the drinks bag in hand. We could see him take the field in a bit in place of Esanadil. This one launched downtown, but it's not going to carry all the way. Catch it long off. Tried to get it up into the wind, and Ali Sheikh finally strikes for the second time. He had a missed stumping. Thought he was going to have a second wicket earlier against Milan Kumar. Milan Kumar can't make the most of the extra life. Finally, Ali Sheikh should have had him out stumped earlier. It's a low full toss, charging down the wicket, and just came off the toe of the bat. Was there to hit. Just too low off the bat, and it dies into the hands of the long off fielder, Ruchir Joshi. So finally, that second wicket comes for Ali Sheikh, and it sparked the drinks break as East still on course for victory, 179 for 3 in the 38th over. You're watching live coverage of the MLC Houston Challenge Series on MLC Network from Prairie View, Texas. We'll be right back.
So just about to get back underway. Nikhil Tamchanani alongside Brian Walters for the resumption and the close of this innings. 179 for 3. 26 runs away. Should it, Brian, be a walk in the park from here, you expect? Sai Mukamala, sorry. What a knock from this young man on his birthday.
Fantastic knock, and it has felt like a walk in the park for the last 15 or so overs, Nikhil. You know, when we were on earlier, I was making the point that you really needed for MLC Central to take wickets because they were not just going to restrict the East to a score that is less than what was needed. And just as we thought, with them just having the ability to knock the ball around, Saimo Kamala, 73 from 112, tremendous innings on his part. Smith Patel helped him to lay the foundation earlier on, then Milan Kumar coming in and having been caught out just before the water break. But the result of this one, I think, has been essentially known for the last several minutes.
So Cody Shetty comes to the middle to join Mukamala. What's key now for the East is make sure they see this home. Obviously, Smith Patel, now Mukamala, big parts of them getting to this position.
Well, they're short by 26 runs. Saimo Kamala will be thinking, I think, about whether or not he can get to his 100 as his ball is driven down the ground. Realistically, I don't think that he'd get there in honestly, I don't think that he should try to get there because essentially he'd have to farm the strike from where they are right now that he could get to his 100. I think that would cheapen it. I think it's more important that he continues along the same vein that he is right now and just continue to stamp his authority. That, I think, should be good enough for a birthday present. He doesn't need to have 3 figures in order to confirm or to cement his authority on this game.
Yeah, I think that would be the furthest thing he's thinking about, Sateja Mukamala, in terms of that 100. But what I do think he will be thinking about is the finishing the job for the team.
Mm-hmm.
He's got to see it home from here. Done all the hard work, been there for more than 117 deliveries. But has made it look extremely easy, Brian.
Very much so. And they've not really been fussed, the East, in any real way. There's been 1 or 2 chances. Of course, 3 wickets have fallen. But you've never gotten the sense that MLC Central has had the East under pressure in any way. There's not been an extended period of time where there's been any pressure building. And it has been, I think, pretty much a very economical chase, one that has not posed very many problems for the East. And from here, I don't think that there should be any doubt when this officially ends. At whatever stage or whatever the margin of victory, I think it's going to be an easy victory for the East.
4 singles in the over, 184 for 3. So Mukamala still there, battling. 18 years old, Ali Sheikh, also under 19. Good battle unfolding between the two. He's bowled well as well, Brian. He's got 2 wickets. Played a small cameo with the bat in hand. And he was really happy to get this performance under his belt because in the tournament hasn't really been used. Had the 1 innings where he just made 4. Not used by Anderson with the ball. But today he's definitely come into his own.
So another one of the young guns, and I'm really happy to see these young guys perform in the way that they are. Couple kind of knocked into the outfield. It's interesting the number of left arm finger spinners who are in the lineup for the Central team. Marty Kane, Ali Sheikh, Aponzo himself. A lot of variety, and then, of course, 1 or 2 leg spinners. So, good piece of effort there by Ali Sheikh. But even with that variety of the left arm spinners, it does not appear that the East is under any pressure whatsoever. And, the time to have been building pressure was several overs ago. I think right now it's just a matter of knowing what the final score is going to be. But just a tremendous clinical effort overall, and, of course, anchored by the young man who celebrates his birthday today.
I do think he owes a lot to Smith Patel. Because what Smith Patel was able to do was score very quickly with the amount of boundaries he struck, which took the pressure off of Mukamala, just allowed him to spend a lot of time there. And then when Patel was dismissed, he could take over as sort of that main scorer, main contributor.
I like what Ali Sheikh is doing here. Giving the ball some flight, tossing it up just a little bit, offering the tempters to the new batter, Cody Chetty. Asking him to come down. So far, Cody Chetty has resisted playing that big shot, but that's exactly what Ali Sheikh is asking him to do. Just able to knock it into the outfield on this occasion for a single. Only another 19 runs needed for victory. In fact, that is the end of the over. 19 away from victory with 10 overs to go. So we're into the final power play here. I'm not a betting man here, Nikhil, but if I were, I would imagine that I'd be betting that this does not go the full 50. Only 1.9 runs needed per over for them to win from here.
Well, let's hope not. Right? 10 more overs,
19 more runs.
19 runs. There would have to be a block fest. Marty Kane. So left arm spin from both ends. He'll come back into the attack.
Yeah, that would be the old Chinese water torture treatment. .187 score. Good, pleasant conditions overall here in Prairie View. Temperature probably, I would estimate, around 82 or so degrees Fahrenheit. This is pulled behind square, evades that man at short fine leg and runs away for 4. So they pull within 4. I don't think it's going to be the block fest that we just talked about, Nikhil. Only another 15 runs needed. Marty Kane being a little too straight on this occasion. His left arm around the wicket angle with that side arm action. Got it a little too straight. And easy pickings there for Cody Chetty. So he helps himself, moves on to 9 from 9. And the East only now 15 runs away from victory.
Decent tournament for Shetty as well. Played a couple of cameos here and there for this East team. 44 runs in the now 3 matches. Average just over 22. And another boundary for him. So he's in a hurry, Cody Shetty. Clearly getting our message, Brian. It's 2 boundaries in the over.
He's a man that certainly has listened to the commentators, but I think more to the point, again, too straight on that occasion by Marty Kane, well down the leg side. And the ball pitching and actually turning more down the leg side. It was an arm ball by Marty Kane. And 4 more to the total. So just another 11 needed. Mukamala, 75 big runs from 116 deliveries. All of the hard work is done. All of the suspense has been taken out of this match. And again, the only difference now, or the only question, is knowing exactly what the final margin will be in terms of the number of wickets and in terms of what over the match is finished in.
So just 11 more for victory with that boundary. You would think, Brian, the Central just come up short because they didn't have enough runs on the board. Even though Nitish Kumar got to that 100, I think they lost too many wickets early, which took the momentum out of that first 20 overs. There was too much work to be done by the likes of Kumar and Willem Luddick.
I agree. And, of course, their best batter going into the game was the captain, Corey Anderson. But once he got out, good fight back by the middle order that you just mentioned. But, once again, just not enough runs on the board. 196 for 3 in the 41st over, or with 41 completed. 10 more runs to go.
So Mukamala will face Ali Sheikh. I just wonder, does he... Oh, no, it won't. He will be off strike. But I wonder when he does get on strike against Ali Sheikh, does he take on his former under-19 U.S. teammate, or does he just look to play safe like he's done all innings?
I would think he'd play safe. If he were on 85 or 95, or maybe not even 85, 95 maybe. But there really would be no value in him taking him on. At the most, he could hit 2 sixes, and that doesn't accomplish anything. I think it's just a matter of him recognizing that he's had a huge part to play in this game into what is going to be an emphatic victory by his team. And everything that he's done so far should work just fine. I don't think he'll be looking to do anything additional.
And, of course, tomorrow, join us again, 10 a.m. We got 2 exciting T20 encounters, both streaming live on the MLC network. I can't wait for that, Brian. You'll be here as well.
I absolutely will be here. Nice change up from having done a few 50-over matches for the last few days for you, Nikhil.
Yeah, the T20 format always exciting with these type of players as well. Anything can happen. Expect it to be a good batting surface. Well, goes over extra cover. What a shot that is from young Mukamala. He takes on Ali Sheikh, opens up his body, and just finds the boundary well. This young man has got everything about him to go to the next level for a long career.
Fantastic. 200 up with that stroke. Now 201 for 3. Only 5 runs adrift from what will be an emphatic victory. I guess that answered the question that you asked me a second ago on the kill. Full toss, filthy delivery. That gets knocked into the outfield. For 4 more, the score is 11, Nikhil.
Scores are level, just 1 run away. And Mukamala showing a side that we don't always see. This aggressive side of him, but he's deserved every piece of credit that he will get for this innings. And he's got the most runs in this Houston Challenge for an 18-year-old. Says a lot.
Fantastic. Great young cricketer. Very proud of him and very happy to see these youngsters excelling the way that they are. And now the field being brought in, maybe a little bit of closing the gate after the horses bolted, I'm afraid. Just 1 run separating the East from an emphatic victory.
And 1 ball in this over. I think Mukamala will want to get it done now.
Yeah.
Maybe finds himself to go for another boundary with the field all up. But Ali Sheikh fires it in, arm ball. He doesn't want the winning runs to be hit off of him.
No, he does not.
End of 42, 1 to win, 205 for 3. So it will be Marty Kane. You expect this to be the last over? Cody Shetty on strike.
I'd like to think it will be the last over. Everyone inside the circle asking him to hit over the top.
And he, of course, plays it down. Cody Shetty wants to spend some more time in the middle.
Well, you mentioned how Ali Sheikh fired in the last 3 deliveries, very flat and full. Marty Kane appears to be doing the same thing here. Now tosses this one up.
And there it is. The winning runs for the MLC East. They pick up their first win in this Houston Challenge. They desperately needed it. But just an all-round performance. First with the ball to restrict the Central to just 205. Then with the bat. There was the winning moment for Cody Shetty. Just threw cover. Too easy in the end. And they win this one by 7 wickets thanks to Smith Patel and Sateja Mukamala.
Pretty straightforward chase in the end. Again, there were just not enough runs on the board, and then when the Central team was in the field, not enough wicket-taking opportunities. Some of that is due to field setting. Some of it is certainly due to excellent batting by the East. So a pretty straightforward victory in the end. Of course, put your hand up if you are Sai Mukamala, the birthday boy. 83 not out from 120, ably assisted by Smith Patel, an aggressive 73 from 81.
And I look at the bowling card. In terms of what for the East, well, they did get a decent start. But, sorry, the Central team. But only the 1 wicket for Joshi. Ali Sheikh was able to pick up 2 for this team. But in the end, just not enough. Just a quick look at some highlights from this innings. It was all about Smith Patel and Mukamala. That's how he started with that boundary. A bit nervy up front. But then he really grew into his innings well. Sateja Mukamala, there was another one where he just went on the back foot and was able to hit that over the infield. And here again, Ali Sheikh, once again in the same area. So really took a liking to the left arm spin. And that was a full toss, a gift for Mukamala. Brian, you really have to credit the young man.
Have to credit him. The thing I like about his innings is that he took advantage of any bad balls. Another one, 2 full outside off stump and easily helped away over the top of extra cover. And he took advantage, full toll of the bad balls, respected the good ones. There's another full toss that he treated rudely over mid-wicket. And in the end, just a very straightforward victory.
Well, there you have it. As we said before, join us tomorrow for the final day of this Houston Challenge. which has produced some entertaining, nail-biting cricket. The MLC East win this one by 7 wickets and pick up their first win of the challenge. Join us tomorrow at 10 a.m.